time or an event in which it was measured. I don't suppose you do know of that, do you?
It's just always been inferred.
I haven't measured it myself. It's been inferred though, because like I think about
That's a
stuff
problem.
like.
Do you not see that as a problem?
No, not really.
Well, then the word I was looking for earlier was susceptible. You guys are susceptible to this Ball Earth story because you guys have it wrapped up in one big egg roll.
Okay, I guess this for me, it's like, let's say in school I learned that like the Eiffel Tower is a certain height or something, but like I never actually went and measured it myself.
You can go to Paris.
Okay, so yeah, but would I be unjustified in believing that the Eiffel Tower was that height?
If the
Eiffel Tower,
if the Eiffel Tower had only been presented to you in CGI images from a space agency, right, and you couldn't ever go there to check it, and the only thing you could do is choose to trust those images or not, then yeah, you would be. It would just be a belief, right? But that's not the case, right? You can go there. There's countless videos, like it's just use common sense here. It's a false comparison.
So there is viable methodology you can employ to actually measure the Eiffel Tower, right? So it's not outside the realm of possibility, right? Makes it falsifiable, right? Or verifiable, right? So this claim to the shape of Earth and its dimensions and its radius value, 3,959 miles. Like, how does one, like, what's the methodology that could be employed by the average person in order to validate that claim?
Yeah, I just think the average person. Okay, well, actually, I don't want to speak for like other people, but this is just like a personal thing that I have thought before. So, okay, I know about like astronomy, and I know that if I go to like Cape Cod, I'm in North America, by the way, but if I went to Cape Cod, there's like certain stars that I couldn't see anymore. Like I couldn't see the North Star. And so then I'm like, okay,
you can see the North Star from Cape Cod.
Oh, so you disagree with that?
I've seen you can see the North Star from Cape Cod.
Okay, I'm not sure what to say then.
Yeah, it's about 45 degrees in elevation.
So what were you going to say about the normal person?
I don't think I should speak on it because that's more of like an empirical question. So
would the normal average person say you can't see the North Star Polaris from Cape Cod?
It's an empirical question. I'm not sure.
Well, why did you say it?
But, I mean, that's my own.
Have you been to Cape Cod and have you looked for the North Star from Cape Cod?
I've been at different parts of the world and witnessed different.
I know you
stars.
brought up Cape Cod, bro. I'm just telling you, it's not controversial to see the North Star from Cape Cod.
Oh, that was just an example. I mean, I could tell you where I've been personally.
Example.
I know, but it's not. It's like not the point.
Okay, well, you brought it up. It's fine.
I mean, you're familiar with the concept of planispheres, right? Like before we had fancy apps, in astronomy, we would have planispheres, and these were valid for various latitudes.
Planisphere. Yeah, I've never heard of that. So I'm not sure.
So I can describe it because you probably know what I'm talking about, and it might have different names. It's usually like two cardboard pieces of paper, and the top layer has an ovular hole cut into it, which unveils, and also the other part masks the star field. And around the perimeter of this piece of cardboard is time, time of day, and time of year. And what you do is you rotate the top layer around, you spin it around so that it points to the date in a particular time that you're doing your observation. And then you hold the planisphere up above your head, and it helps you identify and match where the stars are at that particular point in time. And you need, and they sell different planispheres for different parts of the Earth because you see different parts of the sky from different parts of the Earth at different latitudes.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay.
Yeah, this is also a development that came out of what used to be called Portolano charts for navigators at sea, developed by the Portuguese and then used for a long time thereafter. And these were star charts. You'd have them etched or put onto a plate of some kind, a board, and you hold the board up above your head and look in a particular direction at a particular point in time and location. And it helps you identify where the navigation stars are. And sometimes they depict run lines on them too, where it would help you chart courses. You chart the course on the map from star to star to star. And because every star at a particular point in time has a specific determined ground position directly below it, that course that you plot on the map for the stars, your star chart becomes your course and heading for where your boat is pointed in the direction it goes on Earth. None of this requires a ball Earth.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, I don't really have any more reasons to go over then, but yeah, I guess I just never thought of it that way, so yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mentioned earlier, you have to shift your perspective, right? You got to think about things a little bit differently. And we would dare say more rationally and based off of empirical observations. That is, taken with your physical senses. And you interpret through physical means and not shoved through a mental construct like a globe.
I mean, there's plenty that we could discuss. Like,
yeah,
like
we've been doing this a while.
Long distance observations, laser tests, just the physical nature of liquid at rest. Elevation angle measurements. Like you've already covered, sporadic. You've already covered a bit of navigation, sort of thing. Like, there's so much. Like, where would you like to begin?
Operators are standing by. Give us a call today.
I mean, if you do have any questions like that, what about this? What about that? Like, we can talk about it if you like, but I'm not saying that we would necessarily have answers or the answers that you'd be expecting necessarily, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you have, what about this question, right? That's usually what people have. Like, what about lunar eclipses? Like, how do they work, or whatever? Like something like that. Anything.
Yeah.
Or,
and the conversation is honest.
Yeah. Well, we can discuss, if you're interested in what type of long distance observations, that people have made, which fly in the face of the idea of the Earth being a sphere. We can talk about that.
The history of the globe and how and why it was created.
Yeah, they've sold the what ifs and what abouts as logic when it's the opposite. That's what the position of the normal, average person you speak of is in.
There's the ancient allegory about the map preceding the territory. And in this case, that's exactly what's happened. And so the concept of people living in a simulated world is not really lost on us. We see the globe as a map that precedes reality. And for people, it's become reality. And in this sense, and you can call it hyper reality, because it bears no resemblance to what actual reality is. The globe is indeed only a mental construct.
All right. Well,
It was created out of mathematics.
Okay. Well, like I said, it sounds like you guys are really deep into this stuff, and seems like you know what you're talking about. But yeah, if I have any more things that I can't really think through, then I'll speak up. But yeah.
I just noticed your name's Swan, and your profile just is black, and that's quite ironic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort
You,
of.
Karl Popper, bro.
Yeah, it's just that we have an observation that's been made. Well, several observations we call now called the black swan, right? And it's called that in honor of the Karl Popper analogy, right? The black swan. Are you aware of that?
No, sorry. Did you say Karl Popper?
Karl Popper, philosopher, coined the term black swan, right? Basically, because it's a form of falsifiability, right? So, at one point in time, Europeans said that all swans were white, and they didn't know that there was any black swans until they arrived in Australia and discovered one, right? So that thereby falsifying the notion that all swans are white, and only took finding one black swan in order to falsify the claim that all swans are white. Right? If you've got one example of the converse, then you can know that's false, right? So you've falsified something, and so we have observations which we coin as the black swan because it flies in the face of the notion of the Earth having observable geometry to it, right?
Interesting. Okay.
It involves distance to the horizon, right? So these observations involve distance to the horizon, right, compared to what it is claimed to be on a sphere with a given radius value.
Yeah, most new people to this topic don't really know the consequences of the geometry as claimed by the globe with its dimensions. So if given a globe, rather ideally in size, measuring 3,959 miles in radius, we can derive the distance to the horizon for any observer based on their height above the surface of this globe using the Pythagorean theorem. The derivation shakes out to 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height when stated in feet. that gives you the miles distance to where the curvature of the globe should begin to obstruct distant objects based on your height. And we have images, we have video, we have measurements that betray this. And we don't have a single instance where it matches the globe, which is rather interesting.
I see. So are you guys like into like epistemology and like that kind of skepticism too, or?
Well, in order to have an honest conversation with us, we kind of rely on people accepting certain fundamental axioms, like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the notion that reality is objective and exists whether or not you do.
All right.
Right. And going further, we uphold knowledge gained from direct, firsthand, and verifiable experience. In other words, empiricism. We uphold that as a way to ultimately discern what is real and objective. So something I tell people is convince me it's possible first, and then prove to me that it's done. So give me a formal, logical, deductive syllogism for your claim, if you have one for the globe. This is just speaking hypothetically. And upon doing that, back it up with a demonstration, a verifiable observation, measurement, or an experiment, if applicable, to prove it.
Right.
I think this is a reason. Yeah. Do you think this is rational as far as epistemics go? Do you think this is rational?
Yeah, I mean all that stuff sounds good. I don't have any contentions.
Okay, great. Yep. So we're already on the same foundation together, and I think we can have a very productive conversation going forward as long as we continue to hold to this.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm working, but I am listening. But yeah.
Okay. And if you're busy, you can just tune in and just listen and work. I mean, I'm about to head into my office now. I usually pop in an earbud and I'm busily working away, clacking at the keyboard and stuff. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily actively engaging, but I like to listen too. So feel free to hang out. And if you want to chime in. And if you have time for a discussion, go for it. Nobody's demanding anything from you right now, so don't worry.
Bet. All right. Well, all right. Good talk. Good to meet you, I guess. I'm just going on mute.
Okay. Take care.
Cheers, mate. Anybody else here with any questions, comments, arguments, etc.?
See Michael Jackson in the chat. He's chatting. MJ, you got your mic on? Got Bubbles with you?
Yeah. Let's go, MJ.
Jackson 5.
Yes, Michael Jackson, we've heard of art.
He might start singing.
Don't live on the rock.
Doesn't matter if it's flat or globe.
No, man. Awesome. I'm parking next to my car twin in the parking lot. Yep. Anybody with a small business knows that when you think you're supposed to be semi-retired and other people are supposed to be running shit, never works out that way. I'm going to be anchored to this place until the day I die, I think. Shit. I love it. Oh, man.
Is Michael Jackson saying he's seen every side of the moon?
Whoa! Joke's on you,
MJ.
Michael. Moon is flat.
You better ask Tito.
Something about moonwalk.
Yeah. That Sega Genesis game was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good. It's like walking through a bar, just dancing into people.
Yeah. Yeah, shooting music at people or whatever. Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, that was sick. The little 8-bit Michael Jackson Thriller tunes and stuff.
Yep. Billie Jean.
Classic.
He had some catchy tunes, didn't
He really did.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was a musical genius for sure, you know.
Yeah.
King of pop.
I was listening to a lot of punk rock back in that day, but Michael Jackson was my secret guilty pleasure. I know I had a cassette tape of his at one point. Never showed anybody. Yeah, the truth comes out. Now I'm older and don't give a shit.
Out today.
What?
This is almost as good as your secret from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It's off topic. What's the first cassette tape you ever bought?
Oh, freaking hell.
I know what mine was. There was two together, Hit Picks 88 and Bananarama.
Oh. I think it was Mr. Big. You guys know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul Gilbert? Yeah.
Hold on, little girl. Yeah, mine's in that same embarrassing Bon Jovi, New Jersey.
Yeah. Oh man, we're a bunch of old dudes on a gaming server talking about flat Earth. What has this world come to?
Well, I was going to say I must be at least a bit younger than you, because when I was buying it, we were on CDs, but probably only just.
he? Oh, you don't remember?
I did have some cassettes,
mixtapes?
but
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I was like listening to like Hobbit audiobooks on cassette, like a little
Yeah,
loser.
if you had a Walkman, you were the bomb, man.
Dude, I had a Discman that came out, the first generation that had no skip protection. You breathed on
Actually,
it.
I do have a
skip.
memory. I do have a memory of having a Walkman and just randomly one day at the Blockbuster buying the cassette for the James Bond GoldenEye theme music. And I remember skipping through it and getting to the one bit that I really
Yeah,
liked.
right
And was
there.
like, yes, this is a jam. I was loving it. And then, because it was a cassette and I was young, I just was never able to find that particular bit of music again. Even though I had the cassette, I'd go through it and I was like, nah, I've lost that song. Ban it down. Can't remember
Guys,
now
you
what
ever
other
do
singing
this?
I had on it.
When I was in school, my friends and I used to sell mixtapes of video game music. We'd go into the family room. We'd grab like a Walkman and we'd blast the TV as loud as we can and record the theme songs from various video games, made mixtapes and sold them in school.
That's a good hustle.
Dude,
You
yeah.
should have stayed in that business. You'd have been retired for decades now. I bet those
An early Napster.
Hey, Simon,
Oh, yeah.
The games.
what was the name of that song you're after?
You
The
talking
guy who
about?
made Napster went to a high school that we used to play against. His name was Sean something. Fuck. Yeah, I probably just doxed myself there. I never met him, but I knew people who did. He was a bit younger, though.
Is it possible you sold him one of those mixtapes?
It's
Gave him the
possible, man.
whole
Possible.
idea.
It inspired him. It's possible, dude. I'm totally
Walking through
serious.
the cafeteria with Mario blasting in his Walkman.
Fucking right. He's yeah, when MP3s first came out, that was like, holy crap, dude. Like, the amount of music you can fit in such a small footprint sure beat the hell out of like 50 meg WAV files downloading over a 14.4 modem.
Trying to download as much Weird Al Yankovic as you could get your hands on.
Yeah, man, you know it.
He was
Weird Al.
dominating the Napster scene.
He really was. Gosh, man. Where'd the time go?
Back when I was
Anyway,
a starry-eyed little glober.
I'm back.
Yeah. Hey, welcome back.
Yep, sorry, I was gone for a lot longer than I thought I'd be. My parents called. Anyway, I was
Did you tell them it's flat?
Sorry?
Did you tell your parents it's flat?
Flat smack your mom.
No, got issues at work.
So,
That's less fun.
Yeah.
So, guys, DJ presented to him, I think, the Black Swan.
Yeah.
And so Down Under, he went and I'm just scrolling up to try and find the post. He went and watched a video from Mick West.
Mick West, yeah.
Yeah, and he wants to have a discussion about that, guys. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that guy, the guy who helped make Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, is now going to tell me that the Horizon isn't real. Is that right?
Well, I don't know if anyone watched the video. I'll repost it.
Repost it. I'm just going.
Yeah, we've spoken to him. He's come onto our server before. We've debated him.
No,
He's just
Mick West
another
has come in here
crackpot
before, has he?
Globy. Yeah, well, on our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, this is like a franchise that we go and populate just for some new business. But yeah, he's come to our home server and debated us maybe a couple of times. We've got it recorded on the YouTube. But yeah, he's just another helpless globe believer. No real evidence.
Okay.
Denies the observations. Because, I mean, basically what he's going to be saying is in the Black Swan, yeah, so it's all an illusion. So all of that water that we see going beyond 1.2 miles all the way up to the rigs, between the rigs and beyond the rigs, all of that water is just an illusion. Why? Because it has to be to maintain their worldview. What evidence do they have for that insane claim? Nothing at all. Just it has to be. Otherwise the globe's debunked.
In the video he was talking about refraction and how the different temperature between the atmosphere.
Yes. Yeah, so that's what he's saying. He's saying all that water beyond 1.2 miles that we're seeing is an illusion due to refraction. It's actually bent up around a curve.
Yeah, he was saying that when the water and the air temperature is different, the objects out at distance.
So
appear at different
it's all illusion water. So what evidence did he present for that?
Well, he made a mathematical model. I can't explain it. I'm not.
So a mathematical model.
I'd have to admit ignorance on that I'm not smart enough to actually explain how his model works. He
just said it
in the video.
You just said it, though. Yeah, he's come up with a theoretical, hypothetical model.
Well, I mean, it looks like he's using mathematical formulas to do it.
Yeah, but do they comport with reality? That's the question.
Well, I think that's the big debate between flat earthers and globalists.
Well, he would have to justify that it Well, that would be for him to justify. It would be for him to say, look, I've made this model, and it's based on this element of reality that we've observed and measured and can demonstrate. He doesn't do that. He just says, no, I just assume that the rays of light are going to bend around this hypothetical curve that's never been observed or measured. It's just pure theoretical math.
Exactly. So his so-called model is the claim, right? It's just a reiteration of the claim.
So in his attempt to rebuttal...
He did show photos of the same two oil rigs, the Habitat rig and Millhouse, where on different days in different conditions, the photos taken at 1 foot of elevation show very different.
Yeah, that's our point.
In the water and different.
Yeah, that's horizons. Our point. It's the horizon isn't the geometry of this ball. It's an apparent limit to vision.
But in explaining why you could go down there on different days and see them at different heights in the water and the horizon being different, he explained that as refraction and different temperatures of the water and the air.
Right, refraction. So he didn't explain it as it's a curve of a ball Earth that ships and things are going over.
No, well, he did explain it as a reason why of the curvature of the Earth, but the reason why you were seeing it, the horizon.
It can't be though, because to claim it's the curve of the Earth is to claim that it's geometric, and you can't have a geometric horizon that's not geometric because it's not observed in its geometric position.
Geometric illusion.
Yeah, but
if it was geometric, it would be calculable geometrically, but it's not.
Well, his argument is that it's calculable mathematically.
No, it's not though. But it's not like they're applying a model and then checking the observation that matches. They're reverse engineering from the observation. They're coming up with any math that they need to come up with and saying, well, the light needs to bend this much if it's a theoretical ball of this size, and the light's bending in this way. They come up with the model, and then they say, here's the model. And people think, oh, well, look, they've got a model. No, that's just reverse engineered from the observation.
Like your wife being shown a photograph of you at the pub when you were supposed to be at work or something like that, and you come up with an excuse.
You've got a twin brother, and he's an alcoholic.
Right,
and now you've got the birth certificate.
He was showing photos where platform habitat is actually below the horizon compared to the Black Swan photos which show above the horizon with the horizon behind it.
Yeah, because the horizon's an optical position. It's not the geometry. And also that one that you see there, that's also a Black Swan because that horizon is at the first oil rig, which is at 6 miles. It's supposed to be at 1 mile. So that still breaks the globe model. So it doesn't matter any way you slice it. It's over for the globe.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
So you guys are flat earthers, right?
Oh,
sure.
I'm not, but these guys
not everyone.
Okay. So
just the cool ones.
I guess okay, fair enough. So I guess you believe that like the world governments are like conspiring against the rest of the world to hide the truth, right? Is there like a big conspiracy?
Nah, not really. Not in the way you're probably thinking about it. For the most part, most people who are telling you that it's a globe, they're just telling you what they've been told. They believe it too. Like your teacher never went into space and saw the globe. She just told you what she's told to teach you.
Okay. Yeah, fair. The teachers, okay, but what about the governments of like different countries?
Well, again, you got to be specific because it's specific agencies within the governments that claim to be sending technology, and in some minor examples, people into places where they can see this stuff. But the majority of the people who are working there, you're told, hey, work on this widget. It's going to go on this spaceship. You work on it, give it to the guy. You never see it again. How would you know where it goes? Right? So the vast majority of people are likely just laboring under this same idea that they've been told. I mean, they don't have to. Really, the only people who would have to be quote-unquote lying, meaning they know otherwise, but they're telling you something else would be the people who claim to have gone far enough away from Earth to see it as a ball, which would be the Apollo astronauts, which is about 25 people.
But what about all the people on the International Space Station?
Well, yeah, arguably them too.
Well, that's
because that's well, not really. Well, I mean, you're gonna. I mean, the world's got what they say 7-8 billion people, and you're gonna say, well, I'm gonna base my worldview on what a few hundred at the most are saying.
So let me ask you this question just quickly: is that rescue mission of those 2 astronauts that was stuck up there?
Oh yeah,
Elon Musk. Yeah, what do you think about that? You think that whole story is bullshit?
Just all Hollywood. Yeah, it's just all Hollywood nonsense to keep people fantasies, imaginations in space.
What would be their motivation for doing that?
Just power and control over your worldview, what you think about things.
Okay, but with the power and control, surely they've got to benefit in some way. There's got to be a financial reason behind it. What would be the financial reason for them?
Can be even deeper than that. Can be even deeper than a financial reason. But if you want to think about a financial motive, let's look at NASA, for example. They get about $80 million a day. Would some people lie to take a piece of, or the majority of, an $80 million a day sum? I'm sure they would.
Okay.
And who's evaluating the use of that money, and who can even see the receipts?
Yeah, understandable. What about SpaceX, which is a private company? Why would Elon Musk spend all
government contractor? No, he's paid. The government pays him. It's a government contractor. Uses NASA facilities. It's all the same thing. So when they tell you, oh, it's a private company, what they mean is it still ties in and does basically whatever NASA says, uses the NASA facilities. But if we call it private, it gives it somehow some additional credibility and people will believe it.
Okay, so they created this, let's say industry of space exploration, NASA and SpaceX, just to launder money to people.
No, to perpetuate a worldview for you.
Okay, but why would they perpetuate this worldview that the Earth is round and that we can go to Mars?
You'd have to ask them. You'd have to ask them, but I could speculate that it's
I'd love to hear the speculation.
I would say that it has to do.
I've been in this.
Well, I would say it has to do with.
I've never got this far.
I would say it has to do with the structure of power on this Earth. I would suggest that it's to do with the structure of power on this Earth.
Structure of power. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So at the top of the pyramid, in a heliocentric paradigm, Big Bang universe, where everything exploded out of nothing for no reason and just formed into balls, and then here we are working jobs. At the very top of that pyramid of power is basically the nation-state governments and the people who control them. Whereas if you're in a creative environment...
I would still go to work as a welder whether the Earth was flat or a globe.
Yeah. If you're looking at it like, am I going to eat my breakfast tomorrow if the Earth isn't a globe? Yeah. I mean, you're still going to do the same practical shit. It's the bigger things in question, right? Like how it got here and what that implies about the nature of the Earth that we're on. Its resources, its size, its limitations, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And basically, to the point of the power, essentially, what it shows is that on a flat Earth, which is what we have, it's a flat, motionless, and contained environment, which can't come about by a Big Bang, can't come about by any accidentalism. It comes about through some form of intelligent creation. And if that's the case, then it means that the top of the power pyramid is not the nation-state governments, and the people might look to a different source for authority, which would be a threat to those people who wish to have and be seen as the ultimate power on the Earth.
Even themselves.
When you're using like Google Maps to get somewhere and it's using...
Yeah, hold on. We're doing one topic here about what's the difference between the two. If the Google Maps one's easy. If you're using Google Maps, you're using Google Maps, okay? Easy there.
Yeah, no, but it uses global positioning systems, satellites in space.
All right, you're too dumb, dude. No, you're using it. It's not using anything else. Yeah, another way to parse this out, too, is find out the difference between which model offers what and which model
Well, before we move on to that, can I get that he understood what I said? or
Oh yeah,
disagree,
I'm going with
concede?
you.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying to the guy before he goes off on Google Earth.
Oh yeah, is it the same dude?
I don't know. Is it a different dude?
I thought it was different.
Same one, Crit.
Oh shit, my bad.
Seems he lost
Yeah.
interest in the whole why would they lie.
Man,
thing.
every time I try and have a conversation, and I'm not being rude,
Oh, dude, you're in your
interrupting
feels.
people.
Get out of your
Well, I just
feels.
gave you an explanation. I just gave you my speculation, which you asked for, and then instead of responding, you were just like, "Right, so Google Maps, satellites." Could you respond? Did it
Let's
make any
stay on this
sense?
one topic. You want to know what the difference would be between Model A and Model B. On Model A, you've got a higher power that you would have to think about. On Model B, what you got? Google Maps, that's what you're going to go with? So Model A, I've got some other reason for your choices you make. In Model B, you've got Google Maps. Is it going to respond or what? Just done for the day? Flamed out?
He's muted right now.
Oh, okay. Let's head back in.
Dude, I'm not
What's the
going to
guy's
have a
name?
conversation or listen to you guys talk if you're going to mute me. All right.
Well, don't run away.
It's not
We will.
feelings. I
Okay,
don't care
dude,
about running away. I was having a perfectly good
listen, pay
conversation.
attention. This is why
I
you're
was
getting
trying to
muted.
tie
You're
it
getting
in.
told. See, look at, I'm going to tab in and mute you. We will run this room the way we want to run it. You are not required. This room will continue without you. Like he's going to come in here and run the show. What the fuck, dude?
Or did he bounce?
Hope so. Otherwise, he was broken. I'm not going to talk to you guys if... Okay, well, bye. Like somehow, like we invited him here. Like, hey, dude, can you come here and talk to us? Well, I'll only talk to you if...
Hmm.
Do you remember who his name was? I could send him the Ghost Rider.
No, I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't know who's talking.
Yeah.
His name was Down Under something or other. Down Under.
Aussie
Holy
Down Under.
shit.
Aussie
That
Down
dude's
Under.
been here all fucking morning, like for hours, saying the same dumb shit over and over again. Oh yeah, now here just clicked on his profile, playing the video game. Playing War Thunder. Dude wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah. So who else we got?
Hey, it's me, Flat Arthur here. Hello, everyone.
What's up?
So I just wanted to tell Crit that isn't what you just said is exactly what Nathan Oakley does every Friday on this server here in this channel, which is run his show with your invitation, if I could say so. But I
Well, that's the difference,
learned
isn't
that-
it? One is by invitation and one is not.
Yeah, but that is besides the point. What I wanted to say is something unexpected happened last week, and I was kind of not happy with that, or you could say I missed the conversation live. But I learned later that somehow Nathan Oakley got banned from here because of using the N word or something. But yeah,
Yeah, we're not gonna
today's
go
Nathan
into
Oakley
all
Day,
that.
isn't it?
We don't need to do that.
Where do we stand that on Nathan Oakley? It is Nathan Oakley Day.
Where do you
It is
stand?
Friday.
I'll tell you where you stand. Don't use any words that are, number one, against TOS and get you booted out of here, or that are racist and get you booted out of here. It's that simple.
Yeah, simply put, like more elaborate. That was simple. Even more elaborate is we offer a safe space for learning here. We use a thing called Bloom's taxonomy. If somebody's worried about their personal identities being under attack, they won't be able to learn. There'll be a barrier to communication. So when you could see that the YouTube channel at the time, people clipped it. There were people like, wow, I can't believe Nathan just did that, unsubscribing. People were stunned that he'd use such racist, bigoted terms. those people felt unwelcomed in the conversation. Those words he used were harmful. So that's
Okay,
why
but
he was. Okay,
yeah,
so when I tell someone, hey, dude, if you don't want to be part of the conversation, if I'm not going to give you some special treatment, no, I will not give you special treatment. I'll make sure that your personal identities, that your needs and wants are met, but I'm not going to bend over backwards to make sure you feel like a special pony.
Well, to be
That's
fair,
exactly what I
just to be
felt
fair
like
to
when
Nathan, we don't want to give the impression that he was saying those words in some kind of malicious attacking context about someone. He was using them kind of in the abstract. But even
Yeah, he didn't
still,
call it.
that's a risk to our TOS. That's a risk to our YouTube channel and our position here on politics. So we can't have that. But
and
anyway,
Yeah,
we
he
don't
didn't
need to
call anyone.
rehash. We
I
don't need
was
to rehash the drama. We're here to talk about the Earth. Nathan's still on his
yep.
server. If you want to go and speak to Nathan, you can go and speak to Nathan.
Right now,
Right.
I'm probably live right now. Yeah, is it the main? Okay, the main thing too is that some people that you have to break ties with. Like if you've got some like agreement between two people and the agreement has switched or the terms have changed and you're no longer willing to contract with that person, you can say no, thank you. That's freedom of association. It's baked into the First Amendment. Here in this channel, we value the First Amendment: freedom of expression, freedom to redress the government for grievances, freedom of religion, freedom of press, and freedom of assembly.
That's exactly the feeling that I got here when you just reprimanded this other guy, Aussie Down Under, right now. That it is not dependent on whether you are a flat earther or a globe earther, because the standards are for everyone, and you are sticking to your standards. So I really appreciate that. But when it comes to what happened last week, if Nathan Oakley was actually mocking someone or someone got
Oh yeah,
offended by what
yeah.
he said, then in that case, Nathan Oakley, from what I learned in the past week, he is also willing to profusely apologize if there was actually someone who got hurt by his words. But his intention, which is what it all matters, were never to actually hurt someone's feelings or
How's
to
this?
offend
When
someone.
you're the senior mod or the room owner, you can run the channel however you wish.
Yeah, I'll just
He's
well
like
said. Like go ahead.
It's like an emissary.
Let Arthur just say his last bit, and then we'll move back onto the topic. So, well said. I get what you're saying. Everyone heard you, and we're back on topic.
So my point is, if Nathan Oakley is willing to come to this channel once again and run his show literally, you guys are going to welcome him, right?
Well, no, that'll be for us to discuss, not anything to do with you. So don't worry about it. Anyway,
All right.
moving on.
This is kind of funny. So you got here. How about this, guys? A little amusing here. Nothing to do with the last topic. It's completely new. So somebody makes a new room, and they're like, "I don't think the flat earthers are very nice. They mute people. My new room hasn't muted anybody." And dude, no one's joined your new room. And then finally someone joins it. So now you've got two people in there, and the person gets muted. And I'm like, dude, you mute 50% of the people in the room.
Well, 100% for not including him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, imagine if we did that. Yeah, imagine if we did that. Like how many people are in here right now? 30 something, I'm guessing. I could have to tab out or tab back in to look. And 15 people were red mic'd.
Most I've ever seen is 7.
Yeah, I know, because we believe here that people could control their own mic. I don't want to control your mic. You do it. You're a big boy.
You're a big boy.
That's what you took from that? Damn, Rob.
Well, it's officially Friday.
Good morning, guys.
Freaky Friday. I'm trying to set up a new event, Freaky Friday, where we bring in conspiracy theorists to talk about anything other than JQ or medical stuff. So what's your big, do like an impromptu one. Rob, give me a conspiracy theory. Like weaponized penguins, robotic pigeons, and what do you got?
I think the CIA got into Nathan's brain and made him do that to try to get rid of flat Earth.
I mean, that's a solid take, because the CIA does control demolitions of minority groups.
Yeah, why would he do something like that, dude? It wasn't even in his right mind.
So, mind control techniques, that's a good conspiracy theory.
Yeah, so the conspiracy theory is, why would the government do these controlled demolitions of minority groups that also don't matter? Why spend billions of dollars infiltrating, collecting information? Is it because what? Knowledge is power? And they want to control who knows what?
It's a good question.
Yeah, run with it, Rob. What do you think?
Someone doesn't like freedom of assembly.
Yeah, quite the contradiction, isn't it? The government says, we're here to protect your rights. You are? Really?
I've never found that to be the case.
You ever heard of the term Tesla-lying?
Tesla? No, I have not. I'm not familiar.
Okay, that's where a police officer goes on the stand and just gives a complete fictitious story about what happened.
Oh, you mean the thing that happens every day in court cases across the country?
Yeah. Yeah, like the police officer is an expert witness, and they just come on the witness stand and just give a complete fabrication. And you can't do anything about it. Like, it's like they rigged the system where you can't really object because they're already considered an expert witness, so they have an expert opinion. But they're also said that you're supposed to trust what they say because they're a police officer. So the jury's hearing somebody who's given their opinion based on their extensive knowledge and expertise, and they're straight up lying. Because without this testimony, the prosecution's like, I don't know, does anyone know what happened? Can someone come forward here and give us what happened here? What's going on?
Sounds like you'd like, I don't know if your news feed is feeding you this, but there's an interesting trial going on here in the U.S., the Karen Reed trial. Whole lot of that going on. Shocking. Problem is, perjury is so rarely prosecuted. I guess we're going off the.
Yeah. Do we have to do this? It's so much better with the flat Earth thing. Can't we just argue about flat Earth?
Well, just give a conspiracy theory, because I know you want to get off flat Earth. I've heard talk to you before, and you're like, I don't really like that you guys are talking about flat Earth because there's lots of things going on that the public needs to be aware of.
Oh, well, that's just my plea. And it's not really so much you guys. I say everybody does that. That's more of a plea to appeal to everybody. But I'm not trying to single you guys out for that. I mean, this is a 24/7
Yeah, so here we go. We got
channel, so I would never want you guys to change anything. That's why I like it here, because you guys are 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah, so we got Freaky Friday, is where we bring in the conspiracy theorist to tell us about what should be talked about rather than the surface of the Earth. Well, what would you talk about if we change this channel to?
Oh, don't change, man. You listen. I might not like flat Earth, but I don't want you to change. I like this place. When I say I don't like flat earthers, I don't mean I don't like you guys personally. I don't even know you guys individually. I'm sure individually you guys are nice guys. I'm just talking about the fucking flat earth as a whole, not individually.
Why don't you like it? What's your thought processes? Like, what led you to not liking it?
I just think it's low. I just think it's low tier. It's like low hanging fruit. It's easy, you know. It's easy to say.
It's easy to figure out we're not on a ball. It's quite easy.
Well, it's pretty easy to say we think the Earth is flat, but we don't know. You know.
Oh, we do know. It's weird that you you don't like people figuring something out. Be a Luddite.
Well, I'm wondering how long it's going to take to figure it out.
It's been figured. How long will it take for everyone to figure it out? That's forever.
Well, why is that though, Indy?
I mean, a sucker's born every minute, like P.T. Barnum said. And you guys are distracted by the circus.
Because the people like you don't ask questions in school. You never asked why. You just nodded along with it.
Shit.
Yeah, and then you get your feelings in the way. I don't like it. Oh.
I asked more questions than anybody. I was kicked out of school multiple times.
No. Oh, in school, maybe. Yeah. You probably ask questions to get kicked out of class.
No.
Anyways, Rob.
Good morning, Indy.
It's bizarre that you're at this place where you say you don't like it. That is weird.
Yeah. You know, it's like I said, not the people.
It's really weird.
Probably go fishing, hang out, smoke a blunt, but as an ideology, I just don't want it. We tried to tell you guys.
And go smoke a blunt. What the hell does that have to do with the price of rice?
Well, I think it's important because how do you know the government is lying to you? They told you marijuana is a Schedule 1 drug, no medicinal value, only abusive. It's only abusive. There's nothing. It's dangerous. It's more dangerous than heroin because at least heroin.
Less leftover.
So why would you believe them if they tell you?
I don't believe them.
Still to this day. If you go on like the DEA's website, they'll tell you that smoking marijuana causes schizophrenia.
Oh yeah, it's all bad and stuff. Like you definitely right there, man. But that all stems back from the 1800s when the cotton industry lobbied against hemp and stuff like that because it's a lot cheaper and anybody can grow anywhere from the northern states to the lower states. It's pretty much just all a business. They didn't want hemp to compete with cotton. And that's what they did. They brought it in and made it illegal and made sure people do it, and now we're stuck with this shit.
Hey, Rob, do you catch and release, or I'm guessing it's freshwater fishing you're doing?
I'm a walleye fisherman, so I eat all my walleye.
Oh, that's good.
But I do catch and release like muskie and bass and stuff like that. I go out for fun. Steelhead, salmon.
Yeah, you've probably seen the videos where the Karens go out to the people who are minding their own business, fishing, and say, "I don't like this."
Yeah, I hear you. I don't like those people either, man. It's crazy how much the other stuff we actually probably seem similar on.
But that kind of sounds like you. I don't like it.
No, I'm not a snowflake. Even Crit knows I'm not a snowflake.
Well, but when it comes to this topic, you are a blizzard.
Yeah, I'm a little cold in it. You're right. I'll give you that, Andy.
And windy.
Oh. I never thought you guys were real, man. Until 3-4 years ago when I came out here, I couldn't believe that this was a real thing.
Why? What was inside your epistemology that would stop you from believing something?
Yeah.
That you witnessed yourself.
Well, I thought it would just be easy as showing you a picture, but obviously that's not going to work. Yeah, I think a lot of Globers, they try to force it. I think a lot of flat earthers too. I think we both try to force each other instead of trying to really...
They should be able to use their own model to explain disagreement. They can't. They can't use their own model. So what they're doing here is they're denying their own model and then on the backswing telling you that you're denying the model. And I'm like, well, doesn't your model have baked in explanation for disagreement? And they're like, yes and no. Like, well, sure, how about use one of your explanations? They can't. Well, why can't you? Because it's settled science with no debate. And I'm like, well, dude, if you had the science that was settled for the first time in the history of science, you would say settled science with debate. Because you'd be holding a royal flush, and I would have, like, an expired coupon to, like, I don't know, like a gas station that's closed, like 10 years ago. I'd have like 3 cents off a gallon for like a gas station that shut down 10 years ago. You'd call, you'd be like, here we go, let's play. Let's debate. Call my bluff. Here's my royal flush. Settled science. But they fold. I'm like, well, here, it looks like you have a royal flush, and I have an expired gas coupon. I call. And then they fold. You're like, damn, really? You just folded with a royal flush? All cards on the table? And they're like, yeah.
We have someone in the chat who thinks they're holding a royal flush. Top pseudo.
No, I just think that you guys are grown men, and it's childish to spread disinformation and very, very radical.
What disinformation?
Listen, brother, you're telling so you know more than all the scientists. Everyone studied this for thousands of years. You're going to tell me that the world is flat?
Disinformation.
That the world is flat like a pancake. The world is not flat like a pancake. That's disinformation. You're lying to many people. It's wrong.
No, mountains and valleys exist.
Wrong.
Mountains and valleys exist.
Hey, bro, do you understand that there was a geological survey profile done of Kansas, and guess what they determined?
What did they determine?
It's flatter than a pancake.
Gotcha, bitch. It's not flatter than Florida.
No, Kansas? No, multiple states.
Florida's the flattest.
They want to determine what's flatter, a pancake or the Earth, and the Earth is flatter than a pancake.
No. The reason why I say pancake is just me. I'm making fun of you guys for believing such childish ideologies at a grown age.
That's the wrong approach to take here, bro. They'll kick you fucking faster than a fucking football.
Yeah, hold on. You can't make fun of us because you don't know what we're talking about yet. If you wanted to make fun, you'd have to at least know what the topic is so your shots would land. You're like in the back 40, like bombing over some other target, and you're trying to figure out why no one gives a shit. You're missing. You're not even over the target yet, dude.
Yeah, pseudo, we're not talking about an ideology. We're just talking about observable, measurable reality, the surface of Earth that we live on.
Observe what?
So,
the reality we live in?
Yeah, the surface that we live on, the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's measured flat.
Yeah. Then how does your observation make you think the world is flat? That's my question.
Well, you observe it to be flat, and then you can check with measurement, and it's still flat. Go outside. Go to the beach.
I go outside. I can see hills. I see
Relate.
curvature. What are you talking about, man? I see mountains. What are you talking about?
The Earth curvature.
Yeah, dude, you're
Really?
confused.
You think so? But when you go to the beach and you look out and you see the horizon, it's just a flat line.
Could you? How big is the Earth? Out of question. Do you know how big it is?
How would you figure that out?
How big is it?
How would I know?
Okay, so you don't even know how big the world is enough to make your observation. Because your observation could be nothing of this size. You don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't know how big the Earth is.
So we do, exactly.
But we do though.
I'm not making the claim.
Your observation is better than mine.
Wow, you're spiraling out, dude. Why are you spiraling out?
And we can explain how we get our.
Rob, shut up. Jesus Christ. So pseudo, you go to the beach, you see the horizon, you see that it's flat. Now what?
It could be flat because I'm perceiving it flat because I'm so small. The Earth could be huge.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so someone's come along and said, okay, it looks flat, but it's actually curved. That's the positive claim. What evidence did they give you for that claim?
What evidence are you giving me that it's actually flat? What are you talking about, man? I can do the same thing back and
observing
forth.
it to be flat. You're already observing that. That's the default. Someone's telling you it's not what it looks like, pseudo. Your eyes are tricking you. Are you asking for some evidence for that or no? You just
Give it
say,
to me.
okay,
Give me all
I guess
your-
reality is wrong.
Give it to me. No, because we could be just like germs on a beach ball.
Okay, so yeah, but you could be, but do you know that you are? That's why I'm asking.
But do you know that you are not? That's the thing. You go back and
Yeah,
forth.
we do. We do, because it measures flat. But I'm asking you, because you think it is a big ball, right? You're a big ball earther.
Yes.
Okay, so what evidence did they give you that the flat horizon is actually a curve? The flat ocean that you observed is actually curved. The flat lake is actually curved. How did they convince you of that?
It's not necessarily about convincing. It's about reality. What are you talking about, man? Because you guys are trying to make me sound.
Reality would be
You're trying to insult my intelligence for not believing you're.
You're insulting yourself. You've gone.
No, you're trying to insult my intelligence for not believing you're radical.
You've gone to the beach. You've viewed it flat. For some reason, you don't have flat in your head. You have curve. How did you get the curve bit in your head when you are witnessing flat? Someone
That's
told you?
basically the question. What's your evidence? Because you're rejecting reality. You're saying, hey, flat horizon, I don't believe you. You're conspiring against me to make me confused.
I'll be back with evidence. Let me get my evidence. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. Good stuff, bro. Wow. He's got some potential.
He gets the picture. Finally, one of them gets it. What we want. And whoever dropped that gotcha bitch earlier, that timing was fucking mint.
Hey, listen, man.
I didn't even hear that.
Adam. What's up, Super Tiny?
You guys want to get someone else in? Can I make a comment real quick?
Let's get another conspiracy theory, Rob. What else is going on in the world?
Well, hold on.
I would just like to say one thing, Crit. I'd like to say one thing, Crit. So what we will do on the beaches, let's say we would take a said measurement from the beach to said boat.
Amazing. Love it. So Kanye East, I see you joined the show. Or did he leave? For fuck's sake, Rob. Okay, Rob, back to your rambling.
Thank you. So what we would do is, if we were on the beach and we had something on the horizon on the beach there on the water, we could take a measurement from that, from our position to that position of the boat.
Like
and then we could have another, and that whatever you want to be, and then you can have another oil rig or a boat further than that first boat, and we would take a measurement. We would combine those measurements and we would see that it doesn't represent a flat stationary plane.
Oh, right. So in your imagination, it's curved, therefore it's curved. That's a great argument.
No, it's not imagination. Like I said, we just experienced it. We just measured it.
Okay,
We
so who did
visualized
that?
it.
So who did that then?
Well, that's how we got the map of the planet, because we took a whole bunch of different measurements and we
Map
put
of
them
the
together and
planet.
they form a
By doing what you just said. I don't think so.
Well, yeah, because you guys said you can't measure. You don't know the
Who
you
was
don't know
that?
the shape. Well, someone just said it. Someone said we don't know.
Who? You don't know. So you don't know what you're talking
we
about.
know.
Okay.
Well, we know.
You know. Do you?
Hey,
Doesn't
Rob,
sound
Yeah,
like
we
you
just
know.
took, yeah. Well, we took all the measurements and we put them together. And when you put them together, they
What
form a
measurements?
picture. That picture looks like a sphere.
What measurements?
Measurements from New York to London, Australia to
Measure
Madagascar.
from New
We
York
have
to
all this,
London. How did you do
we have
that?
a tape measure.
Uh-huh.
They had a
Not
plane
looking
take
good.
off and it carried a tape measure with it, and it unraveled all the way across. And they took the measurement.
This is what you wanted to say?
Well, that answer is about as ridiculous as the answer you guys are giving. How do they measure it? You know, yeah. So now you're saying you can't measure things? Come on, man. So
Rob,
you're
are you okay
telling me-
right now?
Yeah,
Do you have a responsible adult near you?
I am. I'm the only one, dude. Unfortunately, man.
You need to go fishing, Rob.
My wife leaves me home, dude. She just turns the gas off. You know what I'm saying? I'm not allowed to cook. I can't cook.
Yeah, I hope
Play
she
with sharp
unplugged
objects.
everything.
I know she did. I'm
Wow.
safe.
That's a risk.
I'm serious. You guys say you say you can't measure
You're
the
not
place
serious,
you live
Rob.
on
We know you're not
just
serious.
because you know that's
Don't insult our intelligence by telling us you're serious. We know you're not serious.
All right.
Look, Rob,
Well, I'm going to be quiet for a minute. I don't want to push too much. I don't want to get cooked. I don't want to push too much.
his request to know the size of reality is ridiculous. It's not that he knows the size of his own worldview. We ask him, well, how big is the universe? And he's like, I don't know, and I don't
You're
care.
roboting a bit, CB.
Yeah, CB, you're
Huh?
roboting hard, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, that whole what's the size of Earth, that's probably what made him spiral out after realizing he doesn't know the size of Earth. It's quite funny.
No, I'm good. I'm not spiraling. This is just me normally. I'm a very anxious, fast talking guy.
Mumbling.
No, not you, the other guy.
Well, you know, you got to be fast, man. I never know what I'm going to be able to get out, so I try to talk fast again.
It wouldn't, I don't think it would help no matter what speed you went at.
Yeah, facts. I would go very slow, actually, if I were you.
All right. I'm always trying to get better, guys.
Well, what I was saying is that this last guy's request to have the entire the entire size of reality is just ridiculous because he doesn't apply those same standards to his own worldview. We could just ask him, well, how big is the universe? And he'll be like, I don't know and I don't care. And
Well,
that's
the universe has
exactly how
nothing to
we
do with the
feel.
shape of the planet, though. You're
We're
just
not-
obfuscating.
We're not talking about the see, you're not even listening, Rob. It has nothing to
I
do
am
with the
listening. You
shape
said because
or
we don't know the shape of the
size.
universe, we
Hold
don't
on,
know the shape of the
listen.
planet.
Rob, pump
It's
the
not about
brakes.
it's not about the shape or the size, right? This we're talking about the surface, which can only be one or two things. It's either curved or it's not. And that's all we're pointing at. The surface. No one gives a fuck the shape, no one gives a fuck the size, to be totally honest with you. For example, Rob, what is the shape of the universe? Do you even care?
Yeah, I care about the shape of the planet. So the shape of the universe has nothing to do with the shape of the
Hold
Earth.
on. Answer the question. Do you actually like what is the shape of the universe?
I don't know.
Exactly. 100%. So, and what about the size of it? Do you know how big it is?
Okay, so I don't know the shape of the universe, so I can't know the shape of the planet. This is just a jump. This is a leap of faith.
That's not,
dude. It's just-
Rob. You're literally low IQ. I don't know how to help you. But
Okay, Rob, let me walk him through.
You
it
just
step by
say I'm not low IQ. Hold on, Craig. I mean, I have all
you're
the double
super low IQ if you can't.
But I'm
understand
not.
what I'm saying.
Well, listen. I mean, the simple fact that you're bringing up what's the shape of the universe when we're having
Yeah.
shape of the
Well,
it
Rob,
just shows that
this
you're
just
free to
goes
talk
to-
about
Rob,
the shape of the
breathe,
universe.
hold on,
breathe,
hold on.
Rob, breathe.
This just goes to
He
show, Rob.
asked
You,
Sorry, man. Sorry,
He
man.
asked you
Hold on.
about the shape of the universe is because you guys consistently ask us about the shape of what we live on. How would you know?
Yeah, okay. Well, we know, like I was trying to get to,
Oh,
if we
let
have
me.
10 people, okay, if we have 10 people, and they're
Rob,
I'm trying to
Rob, slow
trying to
down.
Yeah.
Slow down, Rob. How would you know the shape of the universe? You're pretty quick to jump the gun there.
I don't care about finding the shape of the universe. I'm worried about the shape of the
Exactly.
planet.
Maybe we don't care
Exactly.
about the shape of our
Wait.
existence either, other than the fact
Then why do you call it flat Earth then?
because that's the bit we live on
Rob,
that we can
you have to
tell.
understand. You can't compare a globe to a flat Earth because what you'll end up with is some sort of flat object in the solar system or the universe. You're better off if you're thinking of the flat Earth like the universe, because this is it, bro. This is reality. It's not like one object and then this other thing that we exist within. That's your guys' worldview. The globe is a thing in a place. That place, you don't know what shape it is. You don't know how big it is. But for some reason, you need us to know the shape and size of reality. We don't care, just like you don't. It's so simple.
There's no comparison of knowing the shape of the universe compared to the shape of the planet. I mean, it's
Yes, there is.
just
No,
obvious.
Rob. Yes,
There's not.
Rob. Yes, hold on
I can
one
explain
second.
to you why if I can
Rob,
get
no,
it
you
out.
cannot. You cannot. For you, you can't. But that's our worldview. I don't know how else to help you. It's what you cannot do is we have a globe object and then we have the flat earth object and we're comparing the two. Those two don't go together. They're not like each other at all. If you really want to try to compare your worldview to ours, it's your universe versus flat earth. Those two are much more alike than some little object in the solar system. Flat earth is not like that. You can't compare
That's an
those
opinion.
two. No, it's not an opinion. That's just our position. That's fact. So when you
Okay,
say,
well,
well,
your
you
position
need
is
to
an
know the
opinion.
shape and size of the earth, then that's you knowing the shape and size of the universe. It's no different. And the fact that you don't care about it,
That's just absurd. It's just absurd.
it's not absurd. What's absurd is how little you understand of our position after all this time you've been here. And we're telling you right now our position, and you're still confused. That's what's crazy.
No, I am not. If you want to know why it's confusing to people, it was not confusing to me.
That is
Some
crazy.
people,
No, you're not
because you
confusing
guys,
to us.
because
You are confused
your
yourself.
position floats. Your position floats and changes.
Dude.
No, you're not confusing anyone. You are confused yourself.
If 10 people take 10 different measurements from 10 different areas and they combine those measurements, you can form an idea of what you're sitting on. It's a real simple concept.
Well,
Measurements
that's
work.
not what we don't do that here. We don't come up with ideas and concepts of how the Earth is. We just measure the Earth, observe the Earth,
No, you don't
navigate on
measure
the
the Earth.
Earth,
You
and
never
that
measured the
is
Earth. You've
flat.
never measured the Earth.
Yes, we do.
You have
Yeah. What do you
never
mean?
You have never measured the Earth. You yourself?
Again, one more time. We're not talking about the entirety of reality. We're talking about measuring the surface for its deviation from any sort of straight edge. That's what we're looking for, curvature. The surface. I don't know how to how do you not understand this? The surface can
I
either be
do
curving or it's
understand
not.
it.
So that's what's
You
being
keep
measured
saying that, but I do.
for curvature. It's not. We're not talking about we measured every single part of reality. Now we know the whole size. No one's talking about that.
Yeah, no one's talking about measuring reality, bro. I mean,
Yes.
that's a ridiculous statement to begin with.
I
to say
just
you
said we measure the Earth, and you're like, no, you don't.
Yeah, because you won't. Yeah, you don't. Because if you're trying to say that we can't take, okay, if we measure the Earth and we put the measurements together.
Are you talking the whole Earth?
Oh, so now it's the whole. I don't know. Is reality whole or is reality half?
I'm asking
you.
I'm asking you.
Is reality whole or reality half?
You're retarded, dude. Do you requiring us to measure the whole Earth?
That's a cop out to call someone a retard. It's just a cop out.
You are being retarded.
Argument.
You are being retarded.
Okay, well, the feeling's mutual, man, but I don't call you retard, do I?
No, I don't. I mean, pretty clear on live stream right now. I think one of the two of us is sounding retarded, not both. But are you talking about measuring the whole Earth, or when I say measure the Earth, we're measuring for this curvature?
Like Dalton said, opinions vary.
You're not answering questions at this point, so you're just giving up. But are you talking about measuring the whole Earth, or when I say measure the Earth, we're talking about?
No, I'm trying to tell you how you measure the whole Earth, but you won't let me get it out. I'm trying to be very.
My house showing us a picture, like you said earlier.
Indy. Yes, Bear and Indy, please. How about this? If we go, let's go back to New York to London. Okay, so you say we can't measure the distance with one shot with a tape measure because that's just too long, right? But if we have multiple people on the way all the way over there from New York to London, and they each take certain measurements, and then at the end they put those measurements together to form a fucking an equation. You can see that when you add these measurements together, you get a curved surface.
You just jumped to that. You didn't make any concise like this point to this point. You just went from well, we measured and there's curvature. Where?
Well, it's in there if you know what you're looking for, because, like I said, if you put
Where? It
measurements
has to be
together,
on the Earth.
well, because listen, like it's like the flight from New York to London. On a flat Earth, the fastest flight would be a straight line over there. But when they take the flights, they don't make straight flights; they make
Where do you
curved
see
flights.
that? Where do you see that?
On the
He
FAA
doesn't.
information.
No, you don't.
You see that on the headrest in on the screen in the flame, or like where do you see that?
No, you see it on the flight path, the flight log of the FAA.
Yeah, have you ever? Hey, Rob, have you ever noticed? Yeah, like on the flight tracker apps, have you ever noticed, Rob, that the line in front of the plane will be curved and the line behind it straight?
Please elaborate, Indy.
I was just asking if you've ever noticed that.
Yeah, can you please elaborate on your question? I mean, do I see the flat?
No, have you noticed that? Yes or no is my question.
No, I know. I'm trying to ask you what do you want me to notice again? I'm not understanding.
Never mind, bro. You're not doing a good job.
Please don't get upset, Indy. I'm being serious. Please don't get upset.
I'm not. Who?
Hey, Rob.
I thought this was
Rob.
Indy.
You're confused if you think I'm Indio. You're confused. You need to take the wax out of your ears.
My bad, brother. My bad, brother.
I'm not 1/10.
Hey, Rob. Rob, does the globe answer all of your questions?
Nothing answers everybody's questions. No, of course not.
What questions aren't answered for you on the globe?
Well, what kind of questions am I asking?
I'm asking you personally. Does the globe satisfy all of your questions?
As to pertaining to the shape of the planet we live on, yeah, it does.
So the globe answers all of your questions. Everything you need to know is colored in for you, correct?
Only that which pertaining to the shape of the planet.
You don't have any questions about the globe. You don't have any criticism about the globe. You just take it all, right?
Yeah, he takes it all. Pause.
You take it all?
Take it all.
Take it.
Yeah.
Take that.
So why are you around here?
Oh, come on, man.
For all these years. Yeah, if the globe does it all for you and you take it all, why are you here?
Because I find it intriguing other people's ideas and views of things that they perceive to be lies or false and see how they deal with it.
But you said we didn't have an idea.
So are you here just to stir up some shit?
Facts.
Well, a little bit. That's kind of what Globers do, right?
Okay, good. All right, you're playing my song, man. You're playing my song.
Well, just enough to have fun. Like I said, I don't want to get kicked or banned anymore.
Okay. Have fun. Yeah, it's all good fun. Yeah, it's all real good fun. I mean, now you're talking about some real fun. I mean, do you really want to bring something and swing it right now? You got anything interesting to say?
Yeah, I posted it in chat. Well, we're actually on the topic, but you guys are trying to run away from it. That's why you keep taking this time out.
Yeah, but what you got? What
we're
you
talking
got?
about measurements. The same thing we started with. Measurement.
Yeah, measurement. Okay, flat, planar. What else you got?
Well, he's talking about going from point A to point B on a plane. That's insane.
Are you measurements planar?
From point A to point. Traveling from point A to point B.
Planar, Rob?
I can't talk to two people at one time. Sorry, guys.
No, go ahead.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you, brother. The other guy, not you, Rob. I'll interrupt you all day.
I think it's just lag. You're all right. I was just saying that. Are we really going back to like 2015 with this argument? Like, well, we go from point A and then we arrive at point B. Therefore, it's a globe. That doesn't connect. That doesn't.
Yeah, that's dumb. No. Okay, you go from point A to point B, you're on the X. You're on a horizontal plane. What do you have to say about that, Rob?
Ooh.
I say your understanding of spherical geometry is mediocre.
You don't have a sphere yet. You
Wow,
haven't really
hold on,
like.
Rob, hold on. You've jumped the gun there, brother. You've assumed a sphere. Your whole purpose here is to prove the sphere. So you've got to prove it before you can use it.
You hear that,
That's
Rob?
yeah, I know. It sounded really good to you guys, didn't it? But it's really not. Really
Yeah,
good.
it does.
We call
The
it
sphere, is
stuff
not a sphere. The sphere is what it is. It's on you guys to prove that it's not a sphere.
Yeah, it's cap.
No, it's what we do is just show how the Earth is utilized as a plane every single day of your life and your daddy's life and your granddaddy's life, and I don't know if you're going to have any offspring, but it'll still be a plane and treated and operated on with all the big boy stuff. You know about big boy stuff? Roads and rail and piping and flight and trains and subs and ships and war ballistics and cool stuff like that. You know all about that kind of stuff, how men use it?
Yeah, all things that prove the globe.
On a plane? On a plane, on an X and Y? That's what you call a globe, isn't it? So everywhere you're looking at it, it's on a plane, isn't it? Everywhere. You can't escape it. Everyone, everywhere, at all times measures it as a plane, don't they?
No.
Don't they, Rob? Huh?
No, they do not.
No. What is plumbing level? Is that a 90?
Relative to what?
Relative to just hanging it in the air, a plumb and a level. Is that going to show you a 90? Yes or no, homeboy?
Well, like I said, relative to what position?
Relative to anywhere you want to go. You want to be on a mountaintop, on the ground, underwater, in a 45-degree mine shaft? Where do you want to go? Hang a plumb and a spirit level. Is that a 90?
Yeah,
come on, you're so smart. Relative to nothing, just that's what it is, isn't it? It's a 90. Isn't it?
Haven't said I'm smart. Haven't said I'm smart one time.
But you don't have to.
Facts.
It's best that you don't.
I know.
But you keep coming back like you're a dumbass. So that's fine. You want to have any more fun?
Yeah.
Rob?
Yeah,
let's
that's why I
do
come
it.
back
Man.
every
Let's
day.
do it. So right now, are we looking at 90s?
And I said, it's relative to your perception of where you're at on Earth.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means. How does it change?
Well, if I'm on the side of a hill, I get 90 degrees from the side of the hill.
No. If you hang a plumb on the side of a hill, what's it doing? Is it vertical? I mean, are you Googling right now? What's wrong, Rob? You're so wordy. You drop a plumb and you're like baffled. Here comes your roboting. Here's your roboting. Yeah. Next thing you know, your food's going to be ready. Yeah. So you're hanging a plumb on the side of a mountain. What's it doing? Is it vertical? Yeah. You can get out from under the covers, Rob. Get out from under the covers so your Wi-Fi will come through.
All right, give me a minute. Let me fix my shit.
Yeah. It's going to take more than a minute, my friend. Still not fixed, Rob.
Domo, arigato.
Only on Fridays. Roboto.
Bro,
It sounds like he needs to drop out. He needs to drop out and rejoin.
Wait.
We also have some new people. Looks like Buddha Bear. We just spoke to Buddha Bear before. Okay.
Microphone check 1-0.
And there we are, and we are live.
Turn me up in the headphone, Joe. Give me a beat.
What's he want? A beat?
Pretty much.
Friday morning, I'm arguing with flat earthers instead of watching gay porn.
No, what you're doing, yeah, that's sick. But, yeah, you are obsessed with balls, aren't you, Rob? Do you hear yourself presupposing Earth being a planet like 3 times a minute?
Well, you're saying it's presupposed as of now because we know, but it wasn't presupposed.
You keep chanting it. You keep talking about things being measured flat, and then you say, well, on the planet.
Oh, that's old. Sorry, old house. I should know better.
No, do you hear yourself say it? I'm just asking you a question.
Yes, but it's not I'm not presupposing anything because it's
So how do you know Earth to be a planet?
Because we measured it to be so, and we have a picture of it from outside off the surface. We have a picture.
Okay. You're exposing your gullibility, bro.
Kind of sound like a rookie, Rob. You've been doing this for years, man. This is the best you got right now?
Well, I listen to Gene Simmons, man. Keep it simple. You know what I'm saying?
Gene Simmons? Yeah. Okay.
You got to keep it simple.
Hold on. Gene Simmons ripped off Peter Chris and Ace Frehley.
Are you not talking about the actress?
No.
The actress.
Yeah.
Rob's in his lipstick and dragging thigh highs right now.
Oh, yeah.
You want to all night, don't you, Rob?
No, I'm actually, it ain't worth it.
Are you just in the thigh highs right
I'll
now?
be whatever you guys want me to be.
Oh, that's one of those. Okay. A tumbleweed.
Well, I mean, whatever I say, I'm going to get tore up about it.
You know what women really love, Rob, is indecisive men. They can't get enough.
Don't lie to
I've been
him.
with the same woman for 27 years, 25 years.
Was it
for
come
real?
on?
You better go check on her. You better go check on her, Rob.
Is that your high school sweetheart?
Yeah.
There's another man.
Yeah, when you're married, when you're married this long, there's nothing to expect. Trust me.
Damn, bro. All right, nice.
Yeah,
Heavy.
she ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Ain't love grand.
You know what I think it is? I think sometimes I have delusions of grandeur myself. That I think, all I gotta do is come in here with my Rob Noxious fucking talking and shit, and all I gotta do is say the right thing to somebody, and something. It's just not. It's not really reasonable. I have delusions too, you know. That I'm gonna be some kind of savior, or someone's gonna listen to me. I'm just a dude on the internet. What I say.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
You should know that, Rob.
Gonna give yourself some collard greens.
You have mastered the half retard thing, though, Rob. You're doing pretty good on that one.
Damn, bro.
Hey, some people say I'm the best
It's
retard.
at least 3/4.
I mean, I've been told I'm the best retard on the internet. So.
Damn.
I mean, so far you got a crooked plumb bob on a mountainside that's quite intriguing. That's like your step one. Already jacked up.
Yeah. Well, there's not many people who are willing to take a beating every day like I am.
Hey, yo, pause. Yeah, these Globers really do like a little bit of punishments. Kind of weird. But hey, we're here to dish it
Not,
out.
not most of them. Most of them hide out in other fucking channels and talk shit about it. Don't want to come and argue because they're just cowards too. See, I don't like those nerds either. I don't like nerdy ass dudes either who think they know everything. You know, I like to argue with those guys too.
Yeah.
Trust me, if you think when I go into a Globe server, I'm some kind of lovable guy, they hate me over it. That's crit. They don't like me because I give shit to them too. I don't like anybody.
Like
who thinks
what? Like what?
Like
What kind of shit do you give a Glover? Like, give me an example.
everything from
Shit.
being a know-it-all to fucking using education as a malformed fucking some kind of malformed bias that you're better than
What a load of
somebody.
shit.
I mean, ask Trit. I'm not lying. I don't lie. If I'm lying, then Cook can tell you. I go over there, I get shit on more than you guys would ever believe. Matter of fact, those guys treat me sometimes worse than you guys do.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, man. Life as Rob Noxious is not easy. You guys think it's easy to wake up like this every day?
He's a glutton for punishment.
Facts.
No, I just don't like the whole. I don't like the idea of anybody at all saying they have everything figured out because how can anybody have anything figured out?
I've got just the clip for you, Rob.
Bring out the gimp. Thank you.
That's so strange, Rob, because you were just complaining.
That shit is so funny.
Yeah, Rob, you were just complaining that we didn't have everything all figured out.
Well, listen, again, I will reiterate. We don't have everything figured out, but there are some things we do have figured out. Why is that so hard for you to understand?
No, I'm talking about the flat Earth, dude. You're denying the reality of flat Earth right in front of your eyes and saying, "Well, what about what's at the end? It's like."
Well, no, because if it was listen, whatever we're living on, whatever it is, I don't give a fuck the shape at all. You would be able to figure out what it is. To say that you can't because of some
figure out what it is.
Yeah, Rob,
You just said you had pictures. You just said you had pictures of the entirety of it. Another man gave you the God's eye view of it, in case you were wondering, right? You got the pictures, right, Rob? Of the whole enchilada, right?
That's crazy.
It's no big deal, right?
Yeah, and Rob, if we're not living on what that picture depicts, then the entire outer space story is just a farce.
Yeah.
I think the outer space story is more important to you, Rob, than the whole. If it's flat around, I don't know. But things being light years away from you, sure as shit matters a lot.
Yeah, I think that's just weird. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Rob, do you still have a lightsaber?
No.
Probably sold it.
Man, in the mid 2000s, I was a prepper, dude. I got like 10,000 rounds of ammo. I had all kinds of food and shit.
So you're easily convinced.
No, I'm just aware of my surroundings.
What do you think?
That's cap, bro.
You think people have been lying, Rob?
Oh, I know people have been lying.
Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Because human beings have motives.
What? Human beings have motives. I
know. Here's where you think you guys. I'll let you guys play this. I know. Well, why do you believe what the shape is? Because the shape is verifiable by anybody. The government never told you shape.
No, it's not.
None of these guys ever told you shape. You can figure it out yourself.
Yeah, your pictures come from the government.
That's not true at all. I have pictures from.
That is true.
I have pictures from private people too.
Oh Lord.
Who? Name one person.
There's a high school class. There's a couple high school classrooms that send balloons up into 70 miles up every year. They do it for high school project.
And then what? Pictures of what, curvature?
Pictures of a curved
People
object.
in high school send balloons 78 miles in the air.
Yeah, look it up.
Is that right? Do you understand what kind of balloon has to be to go that high?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, are you talking about like a balloon from the grocery store, or a special kind of balloon?
I don't know. You tell me the one that goes up in the like 70 miles.
I don't know. Have you ever seen a Saddaloon?
Yep.
You know what those balloons look like?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Is that the kind of balloon you're talking about?
No.
No. You know why they look that? You know why they look that way?
Yeah.
Why?
Got him.
Because they have to be able to withstand the forces of which you're going upon. You can't make them out of latex like a normal balloon.
And your high school got busy sewing one together, I guess, huh?
Yeah, bro. 10th grade.
Not my high school. Not my high school. Like I said, I know it's less laughable. You guys can laugh it up instead of looking it up and find out that I'm not lying. High school is. Now you may disagree that it happens, but they're telling you what they're telling you, so you can decipher. Yeah, you can argue about what they're lying. But to say to laugh about it and say, "Oh, are they doing it?" Well,
you might stink.
Sorry. It's just fucking headset. I'm gonna get a new headset.
So Google's at the level of sophomores, guys, in high school. Same technology.
Well, balloons are pretty simple technology. Even you guys can do it.
It's simple. Yeah, it's simple.
Yeah, you honestly, you guys can buy a GoPro, right? You guys can build a balloon.
Balloons
You
are
guys
pretty
can set it up yourself.
simple. The problem is altitude, Rob. The problem's your altitude you're talking about. Yeah, balloons are fantastic at parties and stuff, but altitude becomes a problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, for a hot air balloon, maybe. Not for a helium-filled balloon.
For anything. Things just don't launch from here and just keep going.
Well, they do if they're filled with helium.
Do they? They just keep going? There's not a maximum altitude?
No, helium escapes into space.
Like the balloons do as well? You think the balloons are going off into space, Rob?
No, I don't think the balloons go to space. They go to like the thermosphere. Maybe some of them never reach the exo. Maybe.
They can't go any farther, you're saying?
No, it'll burn up. You can't go to the spot where it's hot. You'll burn up. That's why that's why balloons only go
burning up. Burning up is the only reason?
Oh, I don't know about the only reason. It's one of the big ones.
Oh. It's just the one you had in the chamber. Okay.
Hey, Rob, you've heard the term tiny earther before, haven't you?
The song by Elton John?
Close.
We need a remix.
Good one there.
Tiny earther.
Call Helio.
Curve if you wanna.
Rob just tiny earther.
There's some beautiful
you
voices.
get what that means, right? Rob?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just messing around. No, I'm not familiar.
He's been here for years and doesn't know what tiny earther is. Okay, never mind then.
All right, I know.
Hold on.
Shit on me. I'm sorry. I don't know.
I also thought Flat Earth was a planet all this time.
A tiny earther are going to be those types of people that see a ship at the horizon about 1 mile away going over curvature. And they're going to say, that's where curvature's at. 1 mile away is where the globe starts curving.
No, the globe. See, this is what I.
A lot of your garlic. Dude, a lot of your garlic bread and space videos, they showing this curved horizon, those would be tiny Earths.
Right. Because there's so much curvature over so little of an area that they're about, right? Planet New Mexico.
Yeah, all these pictures you talk about, I don't think you really examine the quote unquote pictures, Rob.
Rob knows.
Pontchartrain. Hey, Rob. Lake Pontchartrain. The power lines. You've seen that one, haven't you?
Yep, yes, I have.
Yeah, tiny earther.
It's the causeway.
Yeah, tiny earther.
Yeah,
no, it's not tiny. That's not tiny, actually. It's a very long bridge.
That's about
how
as
big
big
is
as
the Earth? Does he know? Does he know how big the Earth is claimed to be?
Radius of 3959, 25,000 miles in
Okay.
circumference.
All right. So how are you seeing that much curvature from ground level, like with the Pontchartrain thing, or on the balloons? How are you seeing that much curvature
Okay, well, that's easy
on an
because
Earth that big?
No,
okay,
you're not seeing that much curvature, Rob. It's silly, and
I
you
think
know it. I'm in Louisiana. It's
all right.
Pontchartrain.
Well then
Yeah,
go there and
but
take a picture
no,
of it.
there's not.
Go there.
No, you don't. That's not a real.
Okay. You're in Louisiana. And how many times have you been to Lake Pontchartrain and observed things and done an experiment? Have you done any?
I'm telling you, it's called Lake Pontchartrain. That is not an actual picture of Lake Pontchartrain as far as the curvature that you're seeing to
Then
show
why don't you
that
go
the
there?
Earth is
Why don't
that
you go there and take
small.
a picture then and prove it? You live there, you said.
I'm just telling you, people are going to be talking about Lake Pontchartrain. They're going to tell you that's some sort of real photo. If you're putting all of your standards on that one photo, then that's going to be your standards.
Yeah. Well, no. If you supplied me a picture right now, I could go with a different standard. But you live there and you haven't even
There
been
you
there.
go. Hey, Rob, slow down. Why don't you have a look in text chat? 41 past the hour. There's drone footage of the roadway.
And Rob, I don't think you hear yourself sometimes because you said something crazy there. You said, why don't you just go make an observation and do an experiment? Like, what experiment are you speaking of?
The one that your hypothesis is that there's no curvature
Okay,
of
so
Earth.
yeah, your circular reasoning of your wishful thinking is not experimental.
Sure. You go there to Lake Pontchartrain and take your own picture.
Okay, sure.
So you guys are posting pictures of someone else, but when I post pictures of someone else, they get shot down. But your pictures are okay.
Well, you're the one who said go there yourself. We can go there ourselves. We can all
I know,
get
and I'm
pictures
waiting
of
for you.
Dude.
Well, Oldhouse, this
Get a
guy
grip.
says he lives there. This guy says he lives there. Louisiana is a very small state. You can drive to Lake Pontchartrain within a couple hours, guaranteed.
Not that small.
Hey, Rob, check it out. The side view of the bridge. Isn't that awesome?
Oh shit!
Not much curve in that.
Also,
well, I haven't
the
been
water's
I haven't been to Lake Pontchartrain. I haven't been to Lake Pontchartrain, but I have been to the Florida Key Bridge, and that bridge goes over the ocean long miles, and you can't see the end of the bridge one end. Why is that?
It's
Why
so
would you
flat.
be
There's
able
a
to?
vanishing point.
Yeah. Why
It's a
should you be able
classic
to?
example of that.
Yeah, vanishing point is to do with art and pictures. It's nothing to do with reality.
Well, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the bridge that's about 6 feet over the water.
No, it's like 23 feet over the water, actually.
Okay, 20 feet over the water. It's not some giant bridge above,
Shit, the Florida Keys themselves are 153 miles long. You should be able to see Florida. You should be able to see Key West, the tower at Key West from the Isle Morada. Shit, I heard someone in here say they can see Cuba from Florida Keys. That's crazy.
Yeah, I got distracted earlier, but the whole tiny earther thing, Rob, I've seen you guys do it. A lot of you do it. You'll say, oh, pictures from space. Then we'll beg, which picture are you talking about? And 1 out of 5 people will actually post a picture. And then, it just depends on what the picture is. But you can use what's being shown on this ball, your ball picture. I mean, I could bring up a picture from NASA that shows Italy covering 1/8 of the Earth's surface. Does that sound right?
Depends on the angle you're looking at and how far you're.
Oh my lord. Okay, dude.
I can prove it. Hold on, this is a good point.
Hey, Rob. Rob, slow down, Rob. I want you to think for a second. Rob, you're talking and you shouldn't be. Rob, remember, at ISS level, they only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So how are they going to do an 8% photo when they can't even see barely 3?
Again, because they're relatively not that far off the surface of the planet.
So they get closer and they can see more. When in order to see more, you've got to back further away.
So if I take a basketball,
are broken in the head, Rob.
All right, sorry, Bandhammer. I'll work on it. So if you take a ball,
and he's going to continue.
If you take a basketball, you draw Italy on it. If you put that ball to your face, you're only going to see a little bit of Italy. The further you move the ball away from the face, the more Italy you'll see, and the more.
That's what I just said to you.
But here's the problem, Rob. You've got Italy and the curve. Do you see what I posted? Rob.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, brother. Jesus Christ, guys.
Your prayers are noted. Okay, so there you have Italy and the curve. So complete that curve. Make a circle out of that curve. Can you do that?
In that picture, you can see
do that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And
so can you fit Asia on the rest of that ball?
Absolutely.
Where?
It's right up to the upper right hand side on the other side of the ball. And the bottom line is
now add North America, South America, Europe, Australia, and all the oceans and seas surrounding. Can you fit all
they're
of that?
There. It's a ball.
Oh, dude, you're a lost cause, Rob. You truly are a lost cause. No offense.
Sorry you feel that way. Okay, no offense.
You're proving it. You're demonstrating it.
Well, I can explain to you why you're seeing what you're seeing. It's because the angle of the view you're looking at is limited. Now, if you were to back up, you would see that it's all there, and this actually proves that it is.
You have to keep the same curve, no matter how. You have to keep the same curve landmass relationship, no matter how far back you move.
But there's a curve in the picture. There's actually a curve in the picture. You're trying.
Yeah.
You're not even acknowledging.
And if you complete that circle,
Rob, slow down, Rob. Less than 600 words a second. Now,
I wasn't talking.
You were talking too much, Rob. Look at the image, and the curve is not a consistent curve to start off with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that. You know that with your eyes.
It's gonna look pretty fucking stupid. Okay. But anyway,
you measure that. You measure that with your eyes. You said the curve's not such good eyes. You just know that.
Yeah, you can see
stuff like it's stuff like that makes you guys look bad. Just claiming things you don't even know.
Well, why don't you print the image out and then get yourself a little compass and draw the curve on there, and you'll notice it straightens out at the edges, and you can prove it for yourself, mate.
Well, we don't want to use compasses because worst compass is going to take you. How can we use a compass on any type of thing you're explaining? You can never use a compass because a compass would take me from South Africa, South America, and Tasmania.
Okay, Rob, you're going off on a tangent. Rob,
no, I'm not.
The compass I was talking about was the one with a spike on one side and a bloody pencil on the other for drawing circles.
Yeah, of course it is, man. Oh, I know. That kind of compass.
Oh, click. Yeah. Okay, Fortnite, just stay with it. You're going all right. Now, where did Top Pseudo go?
Yeah, I'm going to take a break. I got to work out. I'm going to listen. Thanks for the time, guys. I appreciate it.
Top Pseudo said he was going to be 5 minutes, like an hour ago, and he hasn't popped
an hour ago.
But he's dumped a whole pile of shit. I'm going to read it out just for our entertainment. If anyone drops in, tell me, and we'll let them yap. Alrighty, number 1. Ships disappear hull first over the horizon.
Bruh.
As a ship sails away, its hull vanishes before its mast. On a flat surface, the entire ship would shrink uniformly. On a sphere, it drops below the curve. Nice straw man. But anyways, we'll go on to the next one. Number 2, lunar eclipses. During a lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow on the moon is always circular. Only a sphere casts a perfectly round shadow in every orientation. Well, obviously this guy's never seen the ruler shadow over the ping pong ball, I think it is, or orange. But we'll leave that alone. Number 3. Variation in star constellations. Travellers moving north see Polaris climb higher in the sky. Heading south, new constellations, e.g. the Southern Cross, appear. On a flat Earth, all stars would be visible from everywhere. Wow, this guy must have some good vision. Anyways, number 4, time zones and sun angles. Ooh, I don't think that's going to end well. Sunrise and sunset times vary by longitude in perfect agreement with a rotating sphere. Oh, they must have made a deal that in the back of the car. Here's a brown bag. You just come up with this time. Sun angle measurements, e.g. Eratosthenes' experiment in 240 BCE yield Earth's circumference within a few percent. Wow. Number 5, satellite orbits and GPS. Satellites orbit because of Earth's gravity, sending signals, GPS, TV, weather data that only work if they circle a spherical mass. Number 6, photographs and videos from space. Since the 1960s, countless manned and unmanned missions have returned imagery and telemetry showing a round Earth. Even private companies now launch rockets and drones that visibly confirm curvature. And lucky last, airline flight paths. The shortest routes, great circle paths between distant cities, make no sense on a flat map, but are direct straight lines on a globe, matching flight durations perfectly. Wow. So,
yeah, you guys are all kids, still believe in this childish, childish.
He decided to turn up. Okay.
No, because I gave you I got the evidence for you. I gave it
shut
to
the
you.
fuck up.
I gave you the evidence. Stop.
Shut up. That's not
Evidence.
fucking evidence. That's
You
a
didn't
big
give
pile
evidence.
of shit. So we're going to go through them one at a time and explain them to you so you understand what's going on. So now that you've had your little spurg out, you've got it out of your system. The first one, ships disappear hull first over the horizon. So your claim is that it's a physical geometric position that ships disappear. So at whatever distance from you. That's always consistent. You don't want to talk now. No? Yep.
But my chat
What'd you say?
GPT
Say it again,
list
say it
is
again.
evidence.
And yeah, you can mute me and play your little censorship game. It's fine, but you're total coward. I understand.
You've been unmuted for
Continue.
like 30 seconds, Dubbo.
Yeah, continue.
As I was saying, number 1, ships disappear hull first over the horizon. As the ship sails away, its hull vanishes before its mast. On a flat surface, that's a straw man. On a flat surface, the entire ship would shrink uniformly. On a sphere, it drops below the curve. So that means...
Thank you. Yes. And to note, the human eye cannot...
That's not
all the curvature.
Hold on.
You can't see all the curvature with the human eye.
Tom Pseudo, what are you thanking me for? For reading your dumb shit out?
No, for reading it because it's proving you wrong. It's just proving your childish, very, very childish rhetoric that you guys spread, your disinformation, propaganda.
I'm not spreading disinformation. I'm reading your fuckwittery out.
Yeah, it's proving you wrong. Thank you.
You're a flat
It hasn't proven anything.
You pasted a bunch of disinformation, bro.
So, as I said, Top Pseudo.
Yeah, flat Earth.
While you were yapping too much, stop yapping and start listening. We're going to go through these one at a time so you can understand them. Because all you've done is gone, I fucking hate flat earthers. I'm going to get on ChatGPT and it's going to sort it all out for me. And ChatGPT's printed out a heap of horse shit. And
That's fact.
yeah, you've come in here thinking it's some kind of win
This is ChatGPT?
I don't care where you got it from. The
You
only
got
thing
this
that's missing
straight up
out of that
Google
is
or
go climb a
ChatGPT, bro.
tree.
Yeah, I did research, something that you guys never do.
No, you didn't.
Research. You just Googled it. You just copy pasted the first thing off
No.
Google. That's not research, bro. I bet we could take any one of these points and go deeper. You're gonna get lost quick.
Let's get the first
Yeah,
one then.
I'll bring you the university grid.
Yeah, hey, top pseudo. We're going to go through the first one. Now, instead of me tearing it to shreds, would you like to explain it further?
It's explained right there. And the human eye cannot see everything, and you guys know that too.
So ships disappear, hull first. Jeez, he likes it, doesn't he? Ships disappear, hull first, over the horizon. As a ship sails away, its hull vanishes before its mast. That's probably because it's half submerged in water, you numpty. Its mast on a flat surface. Now, this is the bit that I've got a problem with because you're straight up strawmanning us. On a flat surface, the entire ship would shrink uniformly. Well, it does. It disappears out of vision. It's called perspective.
Yeah, and why does it do so?
Why does it disappear out of your vision? A thing called perspective. It's called angular resolution. Your eyes can only resolve an image down to a certain size. Outside of that, it just blurs in with the background.
So then you should be able to zoom in on the boat and bring back the bottom of the hole.
Not forever. And it's in the bottom of the holes in the water, so I don't know how you would do that.
Bottom of these days as perspective, then zooming in would bring it back, and it never does.
Not forever. You can't see forever, dude.
All right. So, anyways, Top Pseudo was answering this, not some other random.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
So you haven't acknowledged the fact that I've told you about perspective.
Perspective what? Okay, can the human eye see everything? Like, what are you talking about? Can we see the amount of curvature? Because you're saying it perceives flat. Yes, it perceives flat on the horizon.
You're conflating perspective.
You guys are trying.
Oh my God! You're conflating perspective with curvature. You're seeing something disappear, and you're instantly jumping straight on the curvature.
No, I'm not. It's you guys.
You are
are
yet
saying
to
that, when I go to the
prove
beach,
your
I look at the horizon.
curvature.
Why does it look flat?
There's a thing called angular resolution. I want you to say angular resolution, so I know that you heard it.
Angular resolution. I've heard it. Continue.
Excellent. Do you know what angular resolution is?
Why is it relevant? Please tell me why is it relevant. Like, you guys, this is ridiculous.
No?
This is really ridiculous.
Yeah, it might be ridiculous because you think you've got some kind of win, and you think by rumpusing me it's going to help you, and you don't understand that I've got the loudest, fucking, most obnoxious voice here. You are not going to beat me on this. So you can take a seat and fucking learn something, or you can keep going the way you're going and lose anyways.
You're so pathetic. You're so pathetic.
So that's all you've got. So instead of saying, I'm sorry, I don't know what angular resolution is, it's just you're pathetic. Because
I said explain it. And why is it relevant to this conversation? But you just want to keep yapping your lip.
No, you're the one yapping. Your ability to resolve an image.
Can you explain
anything less than 18 fucking inches at 1 mile, you will not be able to resolve clearly.
Yeah, it's relative. It's relevant to the conversation because your claims are ignoring it.
My claims are not ignoring it.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, you just made it clear. You're asking it to be explained.
Okay, so at how many miles do we see the Earth?
How childish!
Curvature. Then you guys call me childish, and you guys are the ones beating me.
The other problem is also breathe. So what you're claiming with ships disappearing over the horizon, that this is a physical attribute. This is something that happens at the same distance all the time.
Obviously, our eyes can't perceive it all because we can't.
Hold on, I didn't say you could fucking
talk. You guys
talk.
know this.
Hey, Top Pseudo. Yeah, my goodness. Stop fucking talking through people. It's not doing you any favours. So what that means is, if you...
Okay, explain to me.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. If he does it again, I'm kicking him. I don't care how entertaining he is. So when you're standing on the beach, and I'm going to assume you're 6 foot tall, you might be a fat little midget, I don't care. I'll assume you're 6 foot tall.
So, can someone explain light attenuation with an equation?
Not a problem. You can have your question when everyone else is finished. So you're standing at the beach, Top Pseudo. You're 6'4".
Yes.
How far
Yes,
away
continue.
is the How far away is the little boat disappearing?
How am I supposed to measure that with just my eyes? What are you talking about, man?
If it's a fixed distance
You want me to
on a
measure all
board,
this
you would know exactly where the fucking thing is.
God.
Oh my
You're
God, he's
ridiculous.
not going to help you.
Okay, explain to me, since you guys know everything, since you guys know obviously more than scientists.
Well, it's
that have been
your
studying this
claim.
for-
It's your claim that they
explain it to me.
disappear.
No, you guys know it all.
It's your claim that the ships disappear hull first over the horizon. Do you need to read side chat? It's there in black and white. You printed it up for us. We didn't chase you down and print it up on your behalf. You're the dubbo that come in here and done it by yourself. I'll read it out for you. Obviously, you mustn't have read it. Ships disappear, hull first over the horizon. As ships sail away, its hull vanishes before its mast. You posted that. You're the one that's got to explain that. So, at what distance does your little ship disappear over the horizon?
You're so
Based on your
pathetic.
6 foot
You only bring these. You only bring the precise measure.
We don't need all your sophistry, dude. We just need a direct answer. At what distance, for a 6-foot observer, would the ship start disappearing? Bottom up. Very simple.
Keep playing your tyrant censorship games.
Keep crying instead of answering a direct question. One more chance. Matrix, if you want to, or Banhammer, if you want to state it again, maybe you didn't listen. We can try again.
Well, just so you know, AJ, at 46 past the hour, Top Pseudo posted his cough cough proofs of curvature. So if you want to scroll up and have a laugh, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, that's cool. I can see his first one. Ships disappear hull first over the horizon. What is the distance to this geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer? Very simple question. Banhammer's asked you like 3 times in the last minute.
Okay, I want you guys to tell me, because you guys know everything, obviously, and
No, we're not going to tell you the ins and outs of your claim. You need to support your claim. If you believe ships are disappearing over a physical geometric horizon, you need to support that and tell us where that geometric horizon is for a 6-foot observer. That's your claim, not ours.
you stop the censorship and the tyrant behavior. It's very childish.
No, you like to talk over everybody and try and run the conversation, as well as run your mouth, and not answer any questions that are put forward to you for you to support your claims. Stop your fucking whinging and answer the question, or stay on mute.
So pathetic. Do you feel bad about yourself?
You're childish and we're childish. Let's move on.
You can't control yourself, so you need to be controlled. So, are you going to answer the question, or are you going to complain like a little bitch?
You are allowed to answer, I don't know.
I've said I don't know, and that you guys obviously know more than me.
Nah, stop.
All the scientists.
Stop. We don't need the add-on. We don't need the add-on. All you had to say is, I don't know. That's it.
You guys tell me, because I don't know how you want me to proceed with the human eye, the naked human eye.
Stop. It's nothing to do with you. Can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? All you have to do is say, I don't know. How do you calculate this? And I would have said, that's easy, my friend. Just punch into Google Earth Curve Calculator. That's it. And you pick your favourite calculator and you put in eye height, 6 feet. The one that I use has a metric imperial switch on it, so you can pick whatever your poison is. So if your metric, go there. If you want to use freedom units, click on imperial. You chuck in your eye height, 6 feet. Chuck in how far you want to see. In this case, I threw in 20 miles for you. And then you click the calculate button. I'm pretty sure you can do that because you managed to Google that other shit. But anyways, it gives you a number for Horizon. 2.999547 miles. So at 2.9, so let's just round it off to 3, so it's much easier. At 3 miles, that's where the boat's going to start disappearing bottom up. Okay?
Yes, where's your refutation? I'm waiting for you to refute this.
I just read the fucking thing out to you, you dubbo.
Yes. Keep explaining to me that I'm correct. Thank you.
I haven't explained you correct. I'm just explained to you how you can use a calculator. And how can you be correct when you've not given us a distance? I've had to read the actual fucking calculated distance out for you.
He would like us to refute his claim that he made that he did not understand, and we had to explain to him. Now he would like us to refute our own explanation that we gave him. Dude, you're a fucking peanut. You got anything in your head?
Just because you bring me numbers that could be botched, I don't know how authentic they are.
Oh,
just because you brought us statements that could be botched.
Your problem. Your claim. Yeah? Go and look into it for yourself, you fucking retard.
AJ, keep doing this. I hope you feel better because it's so pathetic.
I feel great, man. I feel great.
No,
yeah?
I know you love the censorship. I know.
The problem is dumb people like yourself don't realise you're dumb because you're too dumb and you think you sound smart, yeah? You're coming in here making claims that you know nothing about, asking us to explain your claims to you, and then asking us to debunk those claims that you don't understand. Are you okay? This is ridiculous.
Okay, AJ, just because Banhammer gives me botched numbers that I can't confirm are true, doesn't make you guys...
Nothing to do with botched numbers. Prove the numbers he gave were botched. Because you are given a radius value and you can work this out yourself if you know how to do any sort of mathematical equations.
No, I could easily do the mathematical equations. It's just so funny and ironic how you guys are stuck on this one. You guys are stuck on the first one. My first
prove what Banhammer said and the equations given are incorrect. You're going to support that claim or you're just going to throw it out there again? More baseless assertions.
Wait, let me confirm. Give me the numbers again. Let me confirm these numbers. Which calculator app, whatever are you guys using?
Okay,
your propaganda machine? Your disinformation machine?
Okay, Numpty, at 8 minutes past the hour, I did a screenshot.
Okay, beautiful.
Eye height, 6 feet. Target distance, 20 miles. Clicked on the calculate button, and it gave me 2.999547 miles. At that distance, that's where your bullshit starts disappearing, allegedly bottom up. Do you agree with that, yes or no? Considering it's your claim and all.
I mean, let me see this. I don't know if this could even... How can I even know this is on his website? It's not even .com. What is this .io?
Here's an idea. I'm just going to throw it out there. Instead of you, maybe or maybe not...
No, but it's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the start of yours? Anyways, as I was saying, instead of you, maybe or maybe not trusting my ability to look up an Earth curve calculator, why don't you get the fuck off your ass and do it yourself? There's an option for everyone.
You guys are hilarious. You guys are bringing numbers, thinking you're intelligent.
Hang on a minute. You're the one that's supposed to supply the numbers.
When the naked eye can't...
You're the one who's supposed to supply the numbers. You're the one that made the claim. Not us. You. You're claiming boats disappear over a horizon. If you live on a ball tard with a radius of 39, 59 miles, That horizon is the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. If you don't like that, then you're probably in the wrong fucking spot, because that's how to work it out with the given radius. So you've got a problem. You're seeing shit disappearing a lot further than that. So are we. In which case, debunks your ball-tard. Or it hints the fact that the ball-tard may be a lot bigger. Either way, I don't give a fuck which way you lean. I'm not going to lose any sleep.
Trying, coward. I'm on the whatever Earth curve calculator you guys are using. Your propaganda machine. I'm on the website. Yeah.
Has nothing to do with the Earth curve calculator. You can pull this up for yourself. There is a known horizon distance based off the calculations of the radius of the Earth. For a 6-foot observer, you're going to see no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers to the horizon. This is just information out there for everybody. And if you knew how to do the mathematical equations, you could work that out for yourself based off a 3959 mile radius, rather than just making more baseless claims that this is all botched up mathematics from a biased Globe website.
Yeah, you guys are ridiculous. Wow. Can't believe it.
Incoming Adam. I knew it.
Why is it ridiculous to go through what you posted?
Because he doesn't know his own claim.
I'm going through these. No, I'm going through these numbers.
Well, because he doesn't know his own claim, and then when he's debunked, he wants to claim that the numbers that are given by the Globe are incorrect and biased.
Pushing your propaganda machine, your radicalism, on which
it might be inconvenient for you, but it's not ridiculous.
Just so you know, that propaganda machine, as you so called it, or radicalism, they're Globe-tard websites. Don't tell anyone.
I'll be back. I'm going for a smoke, guys. You can deal
So
with
can
it
you
for a
guys
minute.
disprove any of my other? Can you guys disprove any of my other points, or do I have you stopped on this one? You guys fighting and
We're
crying
not stuck
like
on
little
it.
children.
Actually, we are stuck on it because you're a dumb shit that didn't
Yes,
bring us
because
the numbers
you're pathetic.
associated with
Okay.
Yeah, you think it's ridiculous that it's been sussed out.
it. Look at Sporadix posted that shit up. That's funny. Oh, man. So, if you live on a ball with a radius 3,959 miles, do you or do you not agree that the 6-foot observer would start not seeing it at about 3 miles?
Okay, can we talk about the lunar eclipse, you cowards? Since you guys obviously have to concede on this argument.
Why would I concede on something that you've provided no data for?
No, because just listen, providing botched numbers does not make you correct. I can give you random numbers and make myself sound smart.
stupid.
Anybody could do that.
Okay, Pseudo.
Stop deceiving yourself.
Pseudo.
Stop deceiving
okay,
yourself.
you're
The
not
world is not
listening.
flat.
You're a fucking moron. So I'm going to help you listen. Right, Pseudo. If you don't like that calculator, pick another one. If you don't like that one, pick another one. I didn't hold a gun to your head and say you must use that one. I just use a random one myself. I don't even give a fuck because I know what the formula is. It sounds like you're coping because all of a sudden one of these flat earthers that you consider yourself more intelligent than has shown you how to work it out and you've just realised, oh crap, I might be in a bit of shit here.
Yeah, I love the censorship, but whoever wrote that comment, old horse, whatever you are, it's not coping. It's you who's coping.
Yes,
Actually,
you are.
with your
You are
childish radicalism.
coping
It's
big
you who's
time.
coping. But It's called
Sustained.
projection. It's called projection. That's where you guys feel, so you project it on me. It's okay. It's totally fine though. But let's continue. Can we talk about lunar eclipse, or you guys are just too afraid to
Well,
go
it's
there?
going to go the same way.
It's that you're going to get the same result.
No, we'll
It's
finish
gonna
up
go the
here
same-
first.
yeah.
because- We'll finish up here first with a citation. Give me 2 minutes.
This is going to be good.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, all the
Endless,
things you copy,
you don't know
all the
anything.
things you
Endless,
copy and
you
pasted
know
are
nothing.
just full of empty assumptions. That's why you think it's ridiculous when that's pointed out. Why are you? I mean, why are you
guys are so
lashing out
toxic.
at us when you obviously
You guys are
copy and
so
pasted
toxic.
that stuff? Okay, just keep talking over me. Thank you.
Copy and pasted what? I did the. You're mad because I did the research and actually did my due diligence.
You didn't research anything.
Pathetic coward.
Call it what
And you
you
guys
want.
attack
Control
me.
C, Control V.
No one's attacking you. That's what I'm asking. Why are you taking it so personal when it's something you obviously just copy and pasted?
I didn't copy and paste because you guys are grown men.
You
living
typed
in
that
a
out?
childish
You
experience. You are a grown man living in a child. How do you
Pseudo?
believe in this?
Do you honestly
grown men or are
believe,
we childish? Which is it?
Pseudo, do you honestly believe you're the first person this week that's copy and pasted that pile of shit? Like, seriously, dude. We get a couple per week of those lists dropped in here. I'm just impressed you didn't drop Professor fucking Dave.
Endless, can you bring me some real evidence and not some screwed propaganda, fake picture? I don't even know what this is. Endless, give me some real evidence, please. Not these fake diagrams. These childish for kids that it deceives kids. Obviously, why you guys believe it because you guys are childish in mindset, but it can't deceive me. I'm a grown man.
Listen to the spiral.
Yeah, why don't you just reset Top Pseudo?
No,
this
someone give me. Because no one's giving me any
spazzing
evidence.
isn't working out for you,
Can someone
bro.
disprove me that? Because Endless is just he's screwing. I don't know what Endless is doing in the side chat, but could someone actually just give me anything? Can you disprove me? The lunar theory? Because it's obviously with the eclipse. If you look at this,
The lunar theory.
Ow, how could you?
You sound like a lunatic, bro.
I'm not a
Okay,
lunatic.
you know
you
your
guys,
shit
you guys are
disappearing
childish.
over the horizon. If you don't shut up, you're going to get
God.
helped. Right,
With the horizon
so let's
shit.
just get this here.
You guys have to concede to that argument because you guys obviously know
There's
it's false.
not
The human naked eye.
look, the only concession you're going to have is you're going to concede to shut the fuck up. Now, in the text chat, there's a picture or image of two stinking oil rigs. Now, the question I'm going to put forward to you, young fellow, is where is the horizon in said image?
Are you done now?
That's where you're supposed to talk, and you're supposed to answer the question.
No, are you guys done now? Because I'm just tired. I'm tired of this whole censorship tyrant. Like you guys are grown men. I don't know how to mute me. Like it's totally.
Okay, you've probably learnt, or maybe not, that we don't really give a shit about the matter. The more you complain about it, the more red flags you're going to get. So, we're going to try again. In the text chat, or side chat, whatever you want to call it, at 18 minutes past the hour, there's an image with two oil rigs in it. Question getting put forward is where is the horizon in said image?
Okay, beautiful. Let me disprove you and all your boyfriends in the background.
All we want to know is where's the horizon in said image? That's all. I know you can do it. You're a grown man, remember?
Okay, beautiful. So, do you guys know anything about the human eye and the visual view?
All we want to know is where's the horizon in said image. Now, I know you can do it. All you're being is difficult at the moment. Now, you're going to grow out of this, and I'm here to help you do it, mate. Now, look at the image and ask yourself, what is a horizon? A horizon is blah, blah, blah. Now, where is the horizon in that image?
So can we talk about the naked human eye and how much it can perceive, or you guys just want to totally discard all that?
He's asking me to use your eyes right now.
Yeah. So you can use your eyes. That's awesome. And look at that image and tell us all where the horizon is. Now, I'm just going to point out to you, you dodging such a simple question is not looking good for all the YouTube viewers. All the ballers out there, they're rooting for you, brother. Now, come on.
I'm not dodging any questions. I could totally answer everything you guys have to answer.
Where is the
I just want to
horizon?
ask you a simple question.
So where is the horizon?
Oh my goodness, so pathetic. And how do I know any of this information is totally correct? This is not screwed. You're just giving me an image here that could be
correct. I have
fabricated.
given you an image. Where is the
It looks
horizon?
very fallacious. No, I'm sorry. It just looks very fallacious.
How does an image look fallacious?
Because just the way it's...
Where's the horizon?
No, just the way it's
laid
laid
out.
out.
Do you even know what a horizon
I can't
is?
trust it.
Where,
I do know what
do you even know what a horizon is?
I do know what a horizon is, but I can't answer.
What
the
is a
question because
horizon?
the picture is very fallacious. It's very deceiving. It looks very deceiving. I don't want to answer your question.
How does that
How can I
image look
trust your
deceiving?
source? How can I trust your source? You're just literally
I will
giving me a
explain
picture
that to you.
with
Can
two
you
oil
shut
rigs.
the fuck up? Fair income. If I'm allowed to break TOS one day, I'm going to involve my computer screen. No, better not say it. Anyways, I don't give a fuck what you think the image looks like, whether it's fallacious or whether it's some fat Sheila in a fucking tutu. Nobody cares, boy. The question on the table was, where is the horizon? Now, if you answer the fucking question, someone's going to go, oh, wow, you're correct, or that's incorrect. That's probably about as far as you're going to go with that image. What you do need to know about the image is that is one frame out of video footage. So, your claims of the image being fallacious and you not wanting to answer the question because of such is a load of fucking crap. So, the question again, where is the horizon in that image?
Are you going to let me speak, or are you going to keep your Tyra and censorship
I'm just
parade?
wanting you to answer a question.
Yeah, like the third time, I don't know, this is the fifth time, sixth time.
I just want you to
picture
answer
is
the
very
question.
fallacious. How do
We're
I know
not
this?
into your fucking meta bullshit.
You know, pseudo. If you were honest, you could just ask straight up instead of dancing around like a fucking 5-year-old. Can I get the source of that image? Can I see the video? Who has done this? Why has it been repeated, etc.? You can ask those types of questions, straight up, bro. Come on.
He can also ask what is a horizon, because it doesn't sound that he knows what a horizon is.
Well, actually,
that
Jamesy,
too.
he posted up earlier, 48 past the hour, something like that, a whole list of things. And one of them was ships disappearing over the horizon. So if you've posted something like that, one would assume that you knew what a horizon was. That's why I'm asking him, where's the horizon in that image?
Yeah, it's actually hilarious how you guys didn't provide me with the information instead of just giving me this totally fabricated picture that could be. It looks totally.
Excuse me, gentlemen of the panel, did I or did I not tell this young fellow that this is one frame out of video footage? I might have forgotten to. I wish QE was in here. He'd have fun with you. So,
Okay, listen, no. Old horse, whatever your name is.
No. That's not where the horizon is. I don't think it's in Old Horse's house or backyard. And maybe, Old Horse, is the horizon in your backyard?
Yeah, I can see things in the distance.
Nah.
I don't know why my name is so hard to read, but apparently it is.
It's a bunch of bullshit. But yeah, I'm not hoping. It's you guys are.
No, the horizon is not bullshit. The horizon is not bullshit, bro.
Give me the
That's
source.
not the definition
not
of a
picture
horizon.
frame, this fabricated picture frame. Give me the source, not this fallacious picture frame, please. I don't want to answer your question. It's very fallacious.
the answer
You guys just
because you don't know what a horizon is. What is a horizon?
I know what horizon is, actually. I'm looking at
What
one
is
right
it?
now. The sun
Define
is setting where I'm
it.
at.
Define it. Define horizon.
You guys are so pathetic. So pathetic.
Dude,
You
chill
guys have
out.
me going around in circles. Playing no, because it's just ridiculous now. This is ridiculous.
Chill and start over. Or this is a useless conversation if you're not going to change your attitude a little bit.
It is useless because you guys are just totally like this. I'm talking to grown man.
You want to be muted?
You guys can mute me. It's fine. Like I'm not a tyrant. I don't believe in censorship like you guys. It helps your theories.
Top pseudo.
Dude.
At 25 minutes past the hour, the video where that frame came from is up for your convenience. Or for your coat.
Thank you.
Whichever way you want to view it.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Keep the at-homes. I love it. Okay, so can I look at this video now? You're gonna give me time to look at it and actually observe it and
off you go.
No, it's not fabricated and fallacious. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, take the time you need, man.
Yeah, mute yourself up too. I don't want to listen to your fucking shit while you're watching it.
Yeah.
Hey, and top pseudo, remember that's a 1 foot observer's height. It's a tripod over the water.
And who made this video? What's the study? What was the whole purpose? Can you give me that information as well?
Would you like me to wipe your ass and brush your fucking teeth while I'm sitting here? Maybe make you a cup of cocoa. Put some little marshmallows in it? Anything else you'd like? Maybe your pillow to be fluffed? Fuck's sake.
I mean, dude, you may want to just check the description first, because it might be in there. I don't know, I haven't looked, but, you know, do your research first.
Sorry, Q.
Hey, top pseudo, man, you gotta stop acting like you're gonna change people's minds and just have a conversation, dude. Ain't no one here gonna change, dude. So you gotta just stop getting that out of your mind.
I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I know that this is embedded. This childish rhetoric is embedded in your skull. It's sad, but it is what it is.
So,
insulting him isn't gonna get you anywhere, dude. They're just gonna think
He's
you out of
not.
here.
He's coping, Rob. That's cope that you're hearing.
I know
Can I
what it is.
Can I finish the video? Can I finish the video? I'm like, I get 3 minutes in and then I just hear side chatter.
I see what you guys are saying about the Globers, but these Globers, they get so aggravated, they don't know how to control themselves, dude.
Yeah, bro, you opened up, man. Like, if you don't want to, you know, have any back and forth, don't get back in. You know, and you need not paint such a wide brush here. You don't know exactly who you're talking to. At least not yet.
Yeah, clarifying your claims.
Yeah. Sorry. I know that I'm talking to the most. I know that.
And talking over everybody. Yeah, clarifying your claims is not ridiculous, dude. You made a claim, boats are going over the horizon. You were asked to clarify that with what distance this horizon is at. You couldn't do that. Asked us what that distance was, and then told us that that distance was incorrect without providing any evidence that it was incorrect. And you can't because you didn't know in the first place, and it had to be explained to you. So, in the chat, distance to horizon formula from Great Lakes sailing, 1.169 times the square root of your eye height.
AJ, you're wasting your time. He's watching a video. You may as well go and yell at a brick wall. Typical of young kids, he's not going to do two things at once. Not capable.
Sorry, I didn't know he was watching a video.
Yeah, you're back. He's changed. Rob says no one's going to change, but he's changed a little bit because he actually is now. He asked for the source, and now he's going to watch it. But yeah, he's going through stages of grief. He's in denial right now. Rob thinks he's solving this, but welcome back.
And it shouldn't be long, right? That video isn't
10 minutes.
too lengthy. Really?
Yeah.
Maybe we could.
And what he's going to have to do is establish, in the first instance, the curvature of the Earth measured drop over distance to claim a geometric horizon in the first place.
I mean, perhaps we could maybe expedite it by giving him a timestamp as to where that frame was actually taken or when.
He didn't ask for that. He just asked for the source. I provided it, and I smiled.
That's true. No problem. Yeah, I'm just, throwing it out there. If we happen to know. But who knows? Whatever.
About 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I second that. Whatever.
Yeah, the video's pretty fallacious as well. Like, this is really comedy. This is comedy, guys.
No worries, man. So, at the end of the day, he just wants to hand wave, dismiss everything, claim everything.
No. I'm not dismissing.
Well, yeah, when you say that this video is fallacious, yeah, you're dismissing, dude. Don't talk over the top.
I mean, what do you even mean by fallacious? Like, a video is fallacious?
From the human eye, why can't you observe it? Why do you have to zoom in with the camera? How do we know
that's the whole point? Hold on. It's 9.41 miles away.
It is, but from the human eye, you can't see it, but he has to zoom in to see it. What are you guys talking about? From the human eye, you can see the first one.
You just asked us, why does he have to zoom in?
Goodness.
It's 9.41 Did the fucking middle of my sentence jump up and stop the fucking start of yours? Fuck me sideways, boy. You asked us, why does he need to zoom in? Now, I don't know about you, young fellow, but I can't see 9.41 miles away at 1 foot. Okay? The reason he probably zoomed in is because it's 9.41 miles away.
I guess he seems. I guess he just seems. He seems. No, my apologies too. I guess he thinks that somehow the need to zoom in, like, nullifies our point. Like, what do you think, Pseudo? Do you mean to imply that, like, the sheer fact of zooming in is like going over a curve or something?
No, what I'm implying is that I'm proving. You guys prove that without zooming in, you're proving the curvature of the Earth. That's the reason why you can't see that it's 9.9 miles away. The curve is there. The curvature is there. I'm going to give you the mathematical science. I'm going to give you numbers too. Don't worry.
Telescopes see around corners, Mel. Is that what we're saying?
Exactly.
His claim is that by zooming in and being able to see the horizon beyond 9 miles, that's proving curvature, because you wouldn't be able to see that if you didn't zoom in.
Yes, that's my whole point.
Okay, so that's absolutely ridiculous, because you understand if something is hidden behind a physical curve, something physical, that no zooming in is going to bring that object back into view from behind a physical curve.
You wouldn't believe this. The one earlier was saying the same thing.
Pseudo, do you see how misguided that statement is?
How is it misguided? Please explain to me, because
I just explained it to you. Yeah? No zooming in is going to bring something back from behind a physical obstruction.
No, but it's part. If you actually look closely, part of it is obstructed. It's not the same. It's not the same as the one closer. I'll show it to you. Because
has nothing to do with the oil rigs. It has to do with the fact that the horizon is beyond the oil rigs. They are there as a demarcation for distance, because we know the distance that they are offshore. The horizon is behind. Now, according to the equation, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, a 1 foot observer, we shouldn't be seeing the horizon at 9 miles.
No, you guys are. This is very wrong. This is very wrong.
Pseudo, the horizon's in the wrong place.
Can I explain it to you?
No, you don't understand it.
Why you guys are wrong?
You can't explain it. No, because we it's not a question of us being wrong. You'd be saying that the horizon is wrong. Is the horizon wrong when it's beyond the rigs?
It's the horizon's not. You guys are trying to interpret this to fit your narrative. I know what you guys are doing. It's totally fine.
No, it's not to fit our narrative.
You guys say I'm
According to the
coping and you guys do all this.
model,
There's no
you understand
interpreting
this?
anything to fit any narrative.
Yes.
Horizon, top pseudo. Listen carefully.
Hold on, dude.
If you
Let me
live on a
ask him.
ball,
Let me ask him.
it's yours. Go, Cyclone.
Top pseudo, do you recognize that the horizon is beyond the rigs, not in front of them?
Yes, I understand that. Yes.
Okay, but the globe model says it has to be in front of them. Okay? You understand? That's the problem. So you don't have the geometry that you think you have, basically. Simple, see?
No, because I know it's a deception, and you guys still want to obviously ignore the human eye.
Horizon's a deception?
We can't observe any form of curvature with just the human eye alone.
Yeah, there's
so
no
you guys think,
curvature
the
there.
Earth is flat. Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, there's no curvature there, because if it was there, it would be the horizon would be in front of the rigs, but it's not.
There is curvature.
See? So why is the horizon beyond the rigs and not in front of them?
Sounds like he's outside. He should be able to see that it's flat. When he's outside, he doesn't.
No, I'm looking. I'm on the rooftop right now. I'm looking. The sun is setting. I'm looking at the horizon as we speak, and you guys are trying to make me sound like a fool.
See the
I don't know
Earth,
the horizon.
you see the Earth curving.
We don't have
You
to
see
do
the
much
Earth
for that.
curving now.
It's simple. The horizon should be in front of the rigs, according to the globe model, but you see it beyond the rigs, so not the globe model. Pretty simple.
It doesn't have to be. If you're talking about the oil rig image, if you brought the picture up, you can see like what is probably an inferior mirage.
It probably or is be.
I'm just gonna ban Oliver.
Why? Why are you guys banning him? Wow, this is what you guys
got
do.
A mirage, not an Earth curve.
Anyone disproves your theory, you guys just ban them? That's very
actually
weird.
pseudo. He didn't disprove anything.
No, he was just mumbling. What he was saying what you're probably saying is enter excuse.
Yeah, he was about to tell you
Oliver,
that all the water you see is a
for what has
mirage.
happened to you. That's a shame what happened to you, Oliver.
Hey, Pseudo, you don't have to apologise. Maybe you could suggest to your good friend that he goes and looks up what an inferior mirage is, and then he can look at the comparison of the definition of inferior mirage and to what the image shows. Wouldn't that be a grand idea? Hint, Oliver, fuck off and go and check it out.
Yeah, let's Google what an inferior mirage looks like, and I'll look at a picture and compare them side by side and see if they're the same.
Yeah, and Pseudo, if you think about it, dude, him chirping in while we're having a discussion already, number one, it's kind of rude. Yeah, you got to admit that. Number two, at best, what he did was suggest a possibility as to what's going on. Right? Not a he didn't prove anything. He made a suggestion. Now, we've all heard that one before, so we know it's incorrect. But worse yet, he didn't provide any substance to support what he said. Right? So what makes you think he proved something? Right? Do you know who this guy is? Perhaps he's been in here before.
No,
and we all know that
he's just desperate for any excuse.
Come on, man. Like, Pseudo,
you guys are just looking for excuses. So
okay, yeah. I'll give you guys that. I don't know any context, or I don't know anything about that. Okay, you guys are correct.
Yeah, please.
So glad he said that.
Okay, so we're still waiting for why the horizon is beyond the rigs and not in front of them if it's this Earth curve, which is supposed to be in front of them.
Yeah, can I please do my due diligence, please? Like, I'm not going to take everything you have to say for granted.
It'll save you talking baseless shit, yeah.
And perhaps, Pseudo, maybe you missed it earlier there, but if you go to around the 2-minute mark, as suggested by Banhammer earlier, that's where you will find the parts of the video where that frame was actually clipped from. So, unless you already did that before and you're doing other stuff, but assuming you're actually watching the video to full, completely, apparently you don't need to do that. But whatever, do your thing.
So, Oliver, have you worked out what an inferior mirage is yet?
I know the general principles of it, yeah.
So you know the general principles, or you know what it is? Maybe you should look up the definition of what an inferior mirage is.
Well, should we just agree on the definition?
Okay,
How about you go and look it up?
Okay, Banhammer and everybody. So can I finally disprove you guys wrong, and can you guys finally open yourselves to the truth? Do you guys know what
Can
lens
you prove the horizon
distortion
wrong? Is that what you're going to do?
Do you know what
You're
lens
going to prove the
distortion is?
horizon wrong?
Do you know what lens distortion is? Yes or no question.
Please describe to us what lens distortion is and how it affects this image.
Okay, beautiful. In binoculars or maybe a phone cameras, they often like this, the light. It could wrap around edges, hiding suitable curvature, like in the lens, unless it's corrected. So
You're saying
I'll bring you the definition.
the
Don't
lens
worry.
is curving around the curve.
No. I'm saying the lens. It could be fallacious when you're using a camera because of the distortion with the lens itself.
You keep misusing that word.
Because they do curve. I'll show you.
Don't know
Don't
what
worry.
that word means, it seems.
I'll show you.
So, Pseudo, the problem you've got there, if you're claiming that the lenses produce curvature, if we take the lens away, that takes the curvature away.
No, it's the lens is distorting the curvature. It's just deceiving us all.
The
Don't
lens
worry.
is distorting the curvature. The lens creates the curvature.
The issue you have is you're claiming that the lens distortion is creating a horizon 10 times.
Yeah, that's creating the false image. That's what we're all seeing. That's why we're all being deceived. It's not just you guys. It's me as well. Don't worry.
You're claiming that a lens is distorting this image, that the horizon appears to be 10 times further than what we should be seeing it at.
Is too?
Yes, that's what you're saying.
Bends the light downwards. Yes, which lifting it lifts like the on the horizon. It bends the light, so it's in another. Don't worry, I'll bring you.
Top Pseudo, I need you to think for this for a second. Just use your brain. If the lens is causing it, that means everything gets shifted. So if the lens is causing everything to bend down, that means the foreground bends down, mid bends down, rear bends down, sky bends down. Everything bends down at the same rate because it's due to the lens. The lens does not magically.
No, but the lens distorts the image.
The lens
It distorts the image
does
and it's
not.
hiding
The
suitable
lens.
curvature.
Shut
Unless
the
it's
fuck up.
corrected.
The lens does not magically make the fucking horizon jump behind the oil rigs.
But
it's supposed to be in front.
Udo, this is obviously something that you've got no clue about. I don't even know where you're getting this from. So, what's your source for what you're saying right now?
It's simple. Can you look up refraction and then look up lens distortion?
Post us the citation for your claim that that the camera is somehow flattening out.
It's called
the
refraction
curve
and lens
being able to
distortion. This
see
is not. It's not a.
beyond. Let's see, so post your source then that's saying the horizon is the being optically what the camera's being beyond the curve because of lens distortion.
Yes.
So lens distortion in a camera lets you see round corners and curves. That's your argument. Who told
Because
you
of
that?
refraction. Yes, it is.
What I heard from you is because refraction, line of sight for the military no longer works because if it's in front of them, it's most likely somewhere else, according to you guys. So the military has got to be notified that line of sight does not work.
No, so Top Pseudo, what you've actually done here is you've removed your geometric horizon. If you're claiming refraction in this instance, which we're going to run through and debunk anyway, but you've got to understand, if you're claiming refraction, this means that we can never have a horizon measurement. This means you don't have a distance to the horizon because you don't have a geometric horizon to measure. It's refracted all the time.
And stop calling on God through people's sentences. It's rude.
Yeah, so this is just the total baseless coke that you're doing right now, which we hear all the time, but it's just funny considering how confident you were when you came in here. It's massive coke, bro.
Okay.
You're saying we can see round corners for no reason. You're saying that the horizon that should be in front of the rig.
I didn't say that.
No, magically
you can't
isn't.
see with the human naked eye. How many times
The horizon is supposed to be in front of the rig, dude. The curve is supposed to be in front of the rig. What happened to it?
It's there. It's called that. How you mentioned
it would be blocking the rig.
It's part of it. You guys are just trying to bring me fallacious evidence.
So there's a curve of water blocking those rigs, according to you.
Oh my god!
Is there? Look at the
with
fucking
the naked
image,
human eye.
Pseudo.
I couldn't even see the image. What are you talking about? You have to zoom in.
You can't see the horizon there, so you've got no curvature there.
You can. What are you talking about?
No, there's no horizon there. It's behind the rigs, not in front of them. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay.
So why can't you
do you
see
get
with the
it?
naked eye?
Stop being a retard.
That's a beautiful question.
Settle down.
Very
Since you came in here, I can't believe you guys are believing all this. I can't believe you guys are believing all this. I'm going to prove the horizon wrong. How did you do that?
If it's okay, Sokka, I want to ask him, why can't we see the curve with the human eye?
With the naked human eye?
Eyes. I mean, eyes are eyes. Why can't I see it?
There's a lot of reasons. That's a very smart question, but I'll tell you. Don't worry.
But if I look at a basketball, I can see it's curved.
Yeah, but our eyes can't perceive the curve because the Earth is so huge and vast. We can't perceive.
If you pick up a basketball,
and we're so small, and
yeah,
you
but
can't
dude,
perceive that with
pick
our
up
eyes.
a basketball.
That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yeah, but Pseudo, listen, bro. If you pick up a basketball and just look real close at it, you can still see its curve.
But how small a basketball is compared to the whole Earth?
Yeah, but
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Earth isn't that big,
like
man.
germs on a beach ball. It's like germs on a beach
man,
ball.
Earth is not that big. If you look at the measurement,
it is, brother. It is.
Wait, stop, Pseudo. All measurements say that we should be able to see it. Why can't we see it?
There are many reasons. Like I told you, there's refraction. There could be many reasons why you can't see it. And the eyes too. How many times I gotta say this? You can't see refraction. You'll never be able to see it.
Can you give me the calculations for refraction? Is it consistent every single time?
He's coping.
Oliver, shut up. Oliver, I guarantee you this guy can't even tell you what the law of refraction is. Can you please explain to us what is the law of refraction?
Also, I want to side note real quick for you guys.
Refraction is when the light is bent downward, lifting the horizon. It looks like the appearance of the horizon upward. It's almost like
Top Pseudo. I'm telling you out. If you look in the side chat, Top Pseudo, I'm taking notes. So far, we have it's huge. Eyes are small, and these are the reasons why we cannot see the globe.
He's doing well.
How was I wrong? The Earth is so vast. How am I wrong? Every scientist would agree with me right now. It's just you guys only here. What are you talking about?
Well, no. Here's what I'm struggling to understand. Right?
Can you see everything with the human eye?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Dude, just relax. It's not that deep. So what we are struggling to understand, right, is according to science, we can see a very subtle curve at about 35k feet. We can see an obvious curve about 65 to 70,000 feet, and we can see the whole curve from space, right? You can see the horizon distance at about 250 miles. You can see the horizon distance dramatically at about 900 miles up. We can see some curve at, a 3-degree dip angle. We can also see a very, a minor threshold at about 1 angular degree, right? We can, through science, say this is what it takes to see it. But why can't we actually see it according to the data?
At ground level.
At ground level, because the Earth is just simply too vast for us to even notice it with the human eye. How many times I gotta say this?
I'm talking about
science.
When you say just looking at boats, you could see the curve though.
If you're looking at ground level, let's say you have somewhere like 7 or 14 miles. Say you're just at sea.
Hey man,
you're talking about an arc of like 0.1 degrees. Like,
okay, question for you guys then. Okay, a question for you guys. This is an honest question. When you're at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa and you look at the sun and you see the sunset, you can go all the way to the top of the Burj Khalifa and see the sunset again for a second time. Why is that so?
I see coping through the conversation.
Can we please just get actual answers instead of just you can't? So average human eye level height's about between 5 and 6 feet, right? The horizon distance at eye level is about 3 odd miles, 5 kilometers, and the Earth drops apparently 8 inches per mile square. 0.2 meters per kilometer square, I think it is. So at 3 miles, it should drop 6 feet, right? Which is short, below detection threshold. But if we extend it to 6 miles, it should drop 24 odd feet. Correct? Would you agree with that, Pseudo?
Yes.
Okay.
Since you guys obviously know more than scientists and have all these qualifications that nobody knows of.
This is science. This is what your biggest scientists say. At 6 miles, there should be a 24-foot drop. Do you agree?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Can you show me a 24-odd foot drop at 6 miles?
Again, with these mathematical games that you guys want to play, this propaganda machine. Okay, let's do this. We can play your game. This is totally fine. That's what you guys do. That's what you guys been doing since the beginning.
Hold on.
That's funny.
Pseudo, I'd say it's not necessarily that it's a game. It's just it doesn't account for the atmosphere. When we are in the atmosphere, so we have to account for that in calculations.
No, you don't, bro. You need to prove that that's actually going on, Oliver. You're begging the question. You don't know that you've even got a curved ground, let alone a curved air ball that's around the ground, let alone curved light rays going around this imagined curved surface in the imagined curved air ball. Oliver, you've got literally nothing but a coping model when it comes to the horizon debunking the geometry of the globe. So no. Yes, the numbers, Top Pseudo, your mathematical numbers that you don't like, that's your globe religion. If you don't like it, good luck. That's what you believe, apparently. Oliver, you sound like you might be able to have a more cogent conversation than Pseudo. So why don't you tell us how you know that the horizon is actually in front of the rig when we observe it beyond them?
Well, it's due to a mirage.
No way.
So the horizon isn't due to curve of the Earth, then?
No, the appearance.
Can I ask, what is the type of mirage that is pushing the horizon back 10 times further than it should be observed and bringing it back up above the curve? What is the type of...
Well, can you show the picture?
That's occurring. What's happening here? What's the effect?
You show the picture? Well, can you show the picture?
Well, I think the better question to ask him is a mirage always consistent? Is it always a mirage?
No, he doesn't need to define the mirage. No, because he doesn't know what a mirage is if he's claiming that it moves the geometric horizon 10 times its physical distance. He doesn't know what a mirage is, so you'd have to define that.
Even if we just want, personally, I would say, sure, I'll give it to you. It's a mirage. Is there always a mirage? Can we observe it without the mirage?
Well, yes. The claim is. Hang on a second, guys. The claim is refraction. Yeah. Now, the issue that they have when they want to claim mirages and they want to claim refraction, they no longer have a geometric horizon to measure to, because it's always refracted or miraged due to the atmospheric conditions. You no longer have a radius value. Your own claim is debunking your globe measurements.
Well, let's, for example, even say, sure, mirage or refraction. Usually these are prominent during mornings or days, more common due to temperature differentials, right?
I would actually disagree with that. I am not. I would disagree that there is any atmospheric refraction occurring according to their definition.
My point would be, even if I was to accept there was, right, can you prove there's always a mirage or always a refraction? Because we can measure at night and there'll be neither of those things. And the results won't change.
You're kind of looking at the distortion of the image, and usually it's when stuff is layered on top of each other. So it's not like a consistent image. For example, oil rigs. We know that image of the oil rig in the background, a crane doesn't look how a crane looks on that oil rig.
That's what I told
Oliver, let me ask you this.
I told them lens distortion, but they didn't believe me. That's what I said.
Hang on a second, guys. Everyone, this needs to be corrected again, because the point of this image has nothing to do with the oil rigs, except for them being a marker for distance to show that the horizon that should be at 1 mile is now out beyond 9.41 miles. Has nothing to do with this image, the cranes, and what's being explained, except for showing a distance to the horizon.
If we were to start from a neutral standpoint and we're asking ourselves, let's be neutral. We don't know what shape the Earth is. How would we go about determining it?
We would measure the properties of the surface.
But you understand my curiosity, what do you mean by measure the properties of the surface?
I don't think anyone's going to measure, AJ. You're just going to live on Earth. You're going to walk around. Everything appears to be marginally flat. And if no one was to tell you it's a ball, you would never think it was a ball.
But that's not how science is done.
Okay, so who discovered the Earth was a ball?
Do you believe?
None of this is science.
Hang on. Do you believe that science has something to do with adjudicating the shape of the Earth, Oliver?
Adjudicating as in what? Telling people what it is.
It's telling you what the shape of the Earth is. Yeah, let's do it this way. Does science tell us what the shape of the Earth is? Is this anything to do with science? Okay. Yeah. So I'd say from the beginning, you're in a category error, because science has nothing to do with shapes. Science proves cause and effect relationships only. We would be looking at geometry and direct measurements. So again, you asked, what would we do if we didn't know the shape of the Earth? We would be taking some direct measurements. Yeah. We would be seeing if there's any drop over distance from a horizontal.
But that's what people do.
Yep, and what they do is they don't find any curvature. They measure a flat surface in every instance. And we can start with water, because all water at rest is going to lie flat. It's going to be level. It's going to be horizontal.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
No, that's not incorrect. Would you like a citation?
Yes, please enlighten me, since you guys are so intelligent.
No problems. Nothing to do with me. It's just a citation on the physics of water. Yeah? and how water behaves at rest.
Guys, I'd say one thing though. Like there are lots of points I could bring up, but why can't we do this over land? Say where we know the terrain is like
Do it over
very
land.
flat.
We can do this over land, and we do this over land every day when we survey for building sites, etc. When we're navigating,
we
However,
level
what my first
on
is
building
that
sites. We level
water,
the ground.
yeah, when we measure, water is always level, and 70% of the water, 70% of the Earth is water. Yeah.
Got some laser tests at salt flats if you like.
Yeah, but it's very gradual. We're not able to see with the human eye.
Why so vague, buddy? Just tell us exactly how gradual it is.
I put it down. You can see it in the side chat.
Why?
70% of the Earth's surface.
The thing is, could we not just do it with cities over fairly flat terrain? Like, could you not just say
do this with cities? Yeah, we go out and we survey, and we survey elevation angles and depression angles for the topography of the Earth based on mean sea level. Yeah, heights above mean sea level. Right. So when So, I'll drop something for you.
Because would you not be able to see, like, say, just across land, like different?
Yes, you can. It depends again on the topography. So when we survey land, we're taking a theodolite. If we're doing, say, something size of a bridge, a small city, etc., and we're using planar surveying, and this theodolite is going to measure horizontal and vertical angles where they are flat out to 260 kilometers square, which would be equal sides of 16.12 kilometers. Therefore, you would, in this instance, you would actually have 20.3 meters missing curvature at sea level. So again, we're measuring horizontal and vertical angles.
No, I mean, as in, so when people bring up the sea, we're obviously saying, well, refraction is going to be a major component of that.
No, refraction isn't a major component when we're talking about the sea. We're talking about mean sea level, where we obtain heights above mean sea level when we survey, and we measure horizontal and vertical angles from the surface of the Earth. Well, Earth is not measured to be curving. Now, if we want to talk about, again, evidence of the Earth being flat, water at rest is going to be level. This is why it's called sea level, mean sea level.
That's not true. Like I just said, that's not true. I just put in the side chat. That's not true.
That is true.
But shouldn't it just hold? Shouldn't it just hold over land as well? So you're seeing cities, say, like 100 miles apart. Like on a clear day, logic follows that if they're on the same terrain and there's no like high enough relief land,
yeah, you can see in between in the distance.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can see distant cities as you're approaching.
Yeah, but from what distance?
When you're
far enough that it debunks your globe. So if that's the problem, no problem.
So could you guys show an example of like them seeing a city skyline from a different city skyline, like say like 100 miles away?
We got that Mount Canigou image, if anyone's got it.
Over the ocean.
Oliver, they don't have it. They're coping, but they could try to find it.
No. We got
well, why are you even chiming in? You've provided nothing but copes. You've got no evidence for your globe religion. Why are you trying to throw shade?
I've been so I often go to the lakes in the UK. And I've been on some of the mountains in the South Lakes. No, sorry, not you. Well, do you know the Fells in Cumbria? I mean, you're British, aren't you?
I know that lakes are flat, so yeah, you've got flat lakes.
Well, no, not the lakes. The Lake District is a mountainous region. In the South Lakes,
yeah, but all the lakes themselves are flat, aren't they?
Oh yeah, sure. But I cannot make out. I cannot make out on the clearest of days Manchester from the South Lakes.
You can make out all the water's flat, right? You can make that out.
But why can't I see Manchester on a flat Earth?
Okay, there's many reasons why you can't.
Of the lake. Well, hold on. Before we go into that, you're kind of whistling past the graveyard. Why can't you detect any curvature of a lake?
You can.
Perfect. Show me the measurement.
Hold on. I think Thunderfoot did a video on this a while back.
I posted it on this. I commented on the side shot like 3 times now. You can read it, man.
What, you've measured the lake's curvature?
No, there's a very gradual curvature.
You guys are saying that lakes are curved for some reason.
They are.
Here we go, guys. Let's settle the
MC Tune measure Lake Tahoe.
Let's settle the curving water once and for all. From science in pre-K. So you guys should have learnt this back in pre-K, yeah? Before you even started school. Water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force such as wind. From the physics hyper textbook, water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life that you guys are denying. Since water pressure is independent of volume, the levels should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. We do not have curving water. Rob, please let us talk to these guys. I see you unmuting. We don't have curving water.
Before you start, Rob, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Water is the finest level of finest lowest
point. Shut the fuck up, Rob. Shut the fuck up.
This is why we use mean sea level. We don't have curving water.
Help them out there. So yeah, you've got flat lakes. We agree. That would be a flat Earth. Okay, what's next?
The thing is, lakes aren't exactly flat. Like not.
Okay. So this brings us back to who has measured a curved lake.
Well, I suppose I could just get
NASA measure a curved lake.
You don't need NASA to do like most measurements.
You don't need NASA. NASA don't need to prove their curved lake theory.
Yeah, who cares about NASA here?
You, since you follow their religion.
NASA didn't come up with a globe.
NASA and these other little anonymous space cartoon companies are the only people providing you any evidence of this spinning ball fantasy that you believe in.
Globe? No.
Yes. Okay, so without using any of those agencies, what's the evidence that you have for Earth being a spinning ball of water in a vacuum?
How about the gravity? Gravity, I just put it in the side chat as well.
Let him try, Top Pseudo. So without using those space agencies who you're saying you don't follow their religion, without using them, what's your evidence for the spinning space ball of water in a vacuum?
Why can't we use gravity? It's very logical.
Why can't we use gravity? Pseudo, you've already given up. Shut the fuck up.
Disappearance of objects over long distance, the Coriolis effects, the day-night cycle. Tides.
Right, okay. Which one of those are you gonna claim proves you live on a spinning ball?
They all work in conjunction. That's what a theory is built on.
So let's go with the curvature for starters. So the horizon one, that's not going to work because the horizon isn't geometric. Remember, we've already debunked that. Coriolis, no, you don't have that. There's no motion of the Earth, none detected, never detected in human history. What was your other one? Day and night. The sun moves, fine. Doesn't tell you live on a spinning ball. What else you got?
Why is the sun moving? Okay. Why
is the sun moving? Why is the sun moving? Is that your evidence that you live on a spinning ball?
No. If we're doing science,
well, it's the evidence we're looking for, Oliver.
No, this is science.
If we're doing science, we need to figure out.
No, we're not doing science. We're asking you what evidence you have for the Earth being a big spinning ball of water in a vacuum. Since you said you don't just have to trust the space agencies, you've figured it out. What have you done, Oliver?
Ancients had that inclination.
ancients had so ancients had an inclination, therefore you have knowledge. Is that right?
No, I'm saying it's not exclusive to modern like astronomy and space exploration.
Meaningless. What's the evidence?
That evidence goes back thousands of years.
So what did they do thousands of years ago that you can then verify and prove you're living a ball?
Well, okay, so we can go all the way back to Eratosthenes with his measurements.
Well, he didn't measure a ball Earth, though, so no, you couldn't do that. He just assumed a ball Earth.
No, what? Hold on, but what's the alternative to what Eratosthenes?
Did he know that it was a ball Earth? Did he know it was a globe?
The alternative would be what I suggested, Oliver, which would be a direct measurement of the Earth's surface showing a drop over distance from the horizontal. Go and have a look for yourself. My question to you is, what was Eratosthenes trying to achieve with what he did? What was his point?
You can show that the horizontal of like sea level.
Hang on a second. We're talking now about Eratosthenes, yeah? What did Eratosthenes do? What was the point? What was he trying to achieve?
He was trying to measure if Earth's a sphere, how big is it?
If Earth's a sphere, how big is it? No. How would he have known it was a sphere? Did he know it was a sphere, or did he assume it was a sphere?
They assumed at the time based on what.
Okay, so we're not really interested in stories of assumptions. We're asking for some proof.
Well,
so hang on, Oliver. So he took an angle measurement. He then assumed that the Earth was a ball. He made calculations based off those angle measurements to what he assumed the circumference of that sphere may be. So in the first instance, he didn't measure any curvature of the Earth. He didn't measure any drop over distance. He made a calculation based off a belief.
So just more nonsense.
How do you guys present hypotheses though? When you're talking about science, what do you see as that?
What Eratosthenes did was not science. He had no hypotheses. A hypothesis is your belief on the cause of an effect that you've witnessed occurring in nature.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we just point out that the lakes aren't curved, and that's it. You're done.
All of Eratosthenes' angles were measured in reference to a horizontal plane. Eratosthenes needed a flat Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which way you guys go, it always comes back to the flat Earth. Your elevation angles require a horizontal baseline. Even in the Eratosthenes sticks and shadows from the BC super advanced Globee Proof 500, it's flat Earth.
One thing. How are you guys confirming that the Earth is flat? Like to your
because water is flat, remember? So if water is 70% of the Earth's surface, like they tell us, that means it's 70% flat. You got a 70% flat ball there.
Hold on. 70% of what?
The Earth's surface, they say, covered in water.
Yep, they say.
Yep.
Why you go?
Could be any amount. Doesn't matter because the water is flat, isn't it?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, Oliver, we view and witness every day that the Earth is flat and stationary. We then utilize and build upon the Earth as flat and stationary. And to do that, we measure the Earth as flat and stationary. Okay?
So,
when we navigate, we measure the Earth to be flat and stationary, or you wouldn't be using celestial navigation. That's the answer.
Okay. You're saying you built upon this, so what a flat Earth has established?
No. Don't start this. So are you conceding that the Earth is flat then?
I'm granting you if the Earth is flat.
Earth is flat. No, not if the Earth is flat, because if it's not, you need to let us know. Show us. Where's it not? Show us that curved lake, bro. Which lake was it? Windermere?
Show us that elevation
He won't do that.
angle
But
with a curved adjacent.
Yeah, the picture I just sent you guys proves the Earth, why the Earth is round. It's a globe and why you see two sunsets.
Oh, does it
Thank
really?
you. Yeah, thank you.
what were you going to ask about the Earth measurement, though?
In terms of what, well, I kept trying to make a point, and people are jumping in, and then I forgot my point.
You were just
Your
about
point
to
was
say
that the
something
lakes
about
don't
the
curve.
Earth measurement.
I don't even understand what flat earthers think the Earth is.
Well,
Horizontal
it's
plane.
just a description of the surface. That's all
Did
it
he
is.
short circuit and
It's a
not answer the question
topographical
at all?
plane. It's topographical. It's not moving.
But guys, surface of what?
The ground,
The place we
Oliver.
live.
Oliver, you know when you go outside and you see the earth
come
and you
on.
see bodies of water? That's what we're
Short-circuiting,
talking about.
Oliver. Stop talking.
Oliver, it's observable, measurable, empirical, the ground that you walk on, the ground that you observe when you go outside into reality and off the internet, off the YouTube cartoons of balls in space. That's what we're talking about. Physical Earth. Okay? Do you understand that?
So I would ask, right?
Now do you understand that's what we're talking about?
No, because you're not giving
No, you
any
still don't understand. You still don't understand that it's the physical surface of Earth that we're talking about.
Right, right. If you ask me...
No, what's confusing you?
Can I explain?
No, because if you say you don't know what the physical surface of the Earth is, then it sounds like you're just intentionally being a retard to be annoying. You know exactly what we're talking about.
If you pointed... Is it?
That's a very direct question, and he's like,
look, there's the Earth. You don't know what that is.
Yeah, just talk over me. Yeah, whatever.
Hold on. Oliver, what do you think, for example, about what AJ pointed out, that water is level?
It's water. You're not going to notice at ground level what water like bending horizontally. I'm saying
water doesn't do that.
You would if it curved.
We're now talking about physics. And the physics of water is that water at rest is flat. It's level.
Do you have
something where you can show curving water?
In his imagination, but that's it.
Right,
on TV.
guys. This is just plain childish.
Oliver, you're spiraling. Oliver, you're spiraling. Get yourself together. Get it together.
Sorry, Cyclone. It's not plain childish because I provided you citations from the National Air and Space Museum, from the physics hypertext book, and from Libra texts, right? All of them on water, pressure, and the physics of water. Now, you need to rebut this instead of claiming that this is childish.
Because it's level tangential to the vector of gravity.
No, it's not level tangential to the vector of gravity.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You won't have any 90-degree angles at your zenith position.
Right, you guys love using ChatGPT as a source, so ask ChatGPT what I just said.
And now you're lying, yeah?
Yeah, that's Globers, Oliver. You're confused. You're confused, Oliver. That's you, Globers.
Nobody here has used ChatGPT as a source, you liar.
But you.
Yeah, why'd you have to resort to lying, Oliver? If you have such a dynamite argument that the lakes are curving, you wouldn't have to resort to childish lying and saying, I don't know what the surface of Earth is when I look outside. You wouldn't have to be doing all that. You'd just be saying, this guy measured a curved lake. Here's his measurement. But you can't do that, can you? I wonder why.
Struggling to accept is willful rejection.
Yeah, Tuxedo's trying really hard as well. They bully me because the lakes aren't curved. They're bullies. No, Top Pseudo. That's just the natural physics of water. If that upsets you, Well, go be a pussy somewhere else.
How many times did I explain it to you? How many times I put in the VC when no one wants to put in the chat? How many times? Read it.
Well,
Read
you
it then.
explained.
Read it.
We explained it to you. We explained it to you because apparently you guys didn't realize that water's level.
Can you explain why the curvature is so gradual?
Could you explain why water finds its level and is flat when it rests? Could you explain that?
Without curvature?
Please.
It's curved. It's very gradual. I just told you.
Please define how gradual the curvature is, and how much should the Earth? Hang on, and how much should the Earth be curving, so that you can show this gradual curvature that we shouldn't see
in water.
Yes, you posted a radius value in the chat.
What's the radius?
You posted the radius value. He posted it in the chat. What did you post? And then what did I ask you, Pseudo? It's not the time to be quiet now. What's the radius?
Just start tossing to somebody.
I'm bringing information. I'm bringing it to you. You give me.
No, you already posted it. You already wrote it in the chat.
Yeah, more detailed because you guys just. You guys
No. Just tell us what the radius is. What's the radius? What's the radius? You don't even know what you posted.
I know the radius. I'll tell you the radius. I'll read the whole
what's
thing.
the radius?
I'll
just tell me the radius. Just the number. Just the number. Just the number. My what melt?
6,200 kilometers. Yeah, 6,000.
Okay. Who measured that? Who measured that?
Oh my goodness! See, so you with your fallacious attempt to just propaganda.
Fallacious for telling you to justify your values that you're presenting. Who measured that value? 6371. Very specific. Who measured that?
Who recorded your picture? Who recorded?
Who measured it? Top Pseudo. Top Pseudo. Where did that number come from? Where did that number come from?
Such a hypocrite.
Because that's what your curve's based on. So Top Pseudo, you don't know where the number came from. You don't know how they got it.
Didn't you explain all the evidence you presented? Cyclone AJ, we did that. He won't even explain the evidence he presented. What's wrong with him?
Yeah, we've presented that water is
an
not
Earth curve
curved.
calculator. We were handing him these numbers to begin with.
Exactly.
No chance. He doesn't know where the numbers come from. Doesn't know what they mean. Top Pseudo, you're just spiraling out. Stop it. It's embarrassing.
I would ask again, what do you guys think the Earth actually is, like, as a whole entity?
Told you already. The horizontal topographic plane. Stationary.
Is it infinite? Is it finite? Where is it located in?
How would you answer those questions? What would you do to answer those questions, Oliver?
You explore the Earth, don't you?
You explore the Earth, so you were going to have to explore the entirety of the Earth to demonstrate its full proportions. Have you done that?
Billions of people have. We have footage.
Billions of people have explored the entirety of the Earth. Could you name one?
He said billions.
It's a cyclone. Like what? The thing is, if you have,
I'll take that as a no.
In order to navigate
Bear Grylls,
map and chart,
Ray Mears,
all of it requires a horizontal plane of reference.
Every day.
Hang on. What you're presenting is just a fallacy, yeah? Appeal to ad populum. You believe that a lot of people have explored the extremities of the Earth, therefore it must be true. Do you have anything else other than fallacious reasoning?
That's all he's presented so far, so I doubt it.
Top Pseudo's upset that the water's flat. What a shame. Top Pseudo, why don't you just show us where it's curved then? Just show us who's measured a curved lake. Simple.
Because you guys are just going to debunk and claim my...
Oh yeah, we're just going to debunk your imagination. What would you bring? Your imagination?
There's no... Of course it's imagination. How I observe the Earth and see the curvature.
So it's imagination. Well, so you don't have anything actually in reality. Okay, so which of these scientists measured the curve? Which scientist measured the curve? Which one measured the curve?
People have been studying this for how long? For years and years and years. Before you were alive?
Years and years and years and years, and which one measured the curve?
Did you measure the curve? So how do you know? Okay, exactly.
No, it doesn't exist. How could you measure it?
We could play this game.
Something that doesn't exist. Well, I'll be winning then, because I'll be saying no, there's no curve, and you'll be saying, yeah, I can't provide any measurement of it. So there you go. You agree?
Could you explain to me why we can see two sunsets then?
Why would I need to do that?
Because that it proves the Earth is a globe, because there's no possible other way.
Right. Well, you'll need curvature for that then. So show us who measured that.
Oh my goodness, I'll show you guys. Yeah, for sure. This is crazy.
That's incorrect.
Another nice fallacious argument you've got there.
Let me guess. You rise in elevation and see farther.
Climb a tree.
You rise in elevation and you see farther. Is that what you're about to put on the table?
Hey, who muted Oliver?
Yeah. That's all.
Did Oliver get muted for?
If you want, yeah. All right.
That's all.
What was Oliver muted for?
He was interrupting while the other guy was trying to speak. You guys were talking to Top Pseudo, and
Oliver don't do that.
He was addressing me. Cyclone was talking
one at a time, guys. To be fair, we were kind of going between both of them, so let's we'll give him a break. But yeah, try and keep it one at a time, guys.
Are you guys not curious about what the Earth actually is? Say if you heavily dispute the...
Are you not? Because you're the one that seems to be resisting the basic fact that bodies of water at rest are flat.
No,
wouldn't you be curious?
Well, if I thought everything I know was a conspiracy, you'd think if I was in a community...
Who's saying that? No, you know that water is flat. That's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, that's you projecting, Oliver. He stated that we're dealing with reality when we go outside, when we get off the internet. That's the reality of things.
Oliver, listen, this is where you're getting confused, right? We're not making a claim, because this is the problem, right? We've been taught to think about the Earth in this, like, third-party...
You're back.
Position with your actual perspective, tools available to you. What we find is that it's not a spinning ball because it's got no curve. But what that means it is in totality, we can't say because we can't get that view. But what's measured and observed is just a motionless topographical plane. Okay? Answer your question?
No conspiracy, man. Wouldn't flat Earth? Well, by definition, it would be a conspiracy if everyone's trying to.
It's probably a delusion. I don't think you're a conspirator. I think you're delusional, to be honest.
Well, either way, what's more likely, that the Earth is conspiring against us, the physical geometric Earth, or some people in government have lied about Earth being a ball?
Yeah, do you believe you can explore the Earth on your own? Do you believe you can just go to places like Antarctica and no-fly zones? Do you believe you can gather the information you desire?
You see people doing it every year.
No, you don't. What are you talking about? There's limits to where you can go, bro, for many reasons. Practical reasons, legal reasons. You can't just run around wherever you want.
It's funny because flat earthers actually went to Antarctica and proved that the Earth is round.
Oh, it's funny. Yeah, in Antarctica. Did you see that on YouTube, bro? Good stuff.
You guys do realize that people go to the North and South Pole every single year, right? It's not illegal.
Did you realize that none of them have ever detected any curvature or spin of the surface of the Earth? Do you realize that?
Yeah, that's besides your argument. I'm just responding.
That's besides your argument. No, that is our argument. That is our argument. Our argument
is Polaris.
Our argument is that there's no curvature.
Someone just claimed that they've been to the North Pole.
Can we just agree as well? When people visited Antarctica, I think they did that like it was the final experiment thing that went viral. Then flat
You
Earth.
think, or do you know the facts? Do you think, or are you about to make up some shit?
One of them travelled from Australia, the others travelled from South America, and they ended up at the same place and both recorded their flights. How does that work on a flat Earth?
Well, you see, the pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they fly. So that's how.
How does it work on a flat Earth?
Listen, you're straw man flat Earth. You probably think that flat Earth is a gigantic pizza map. Nobody here believes that's the case. There are retarded flat earthers who do think that's the case.
We don't even need to give him all that. We don't need to give him all that. He's asking, how does a plane fly over a flat Earth? Well, the pilot raises up in elevation, levels out the plane, flies flat for a number of hours, and then lands again, treating the entire thing as flat and motionless. Could you tell me how you can fly for hours over a flat, motionless surface and then make that a ball? Could you explain that to me?
You're flying at any point you're flying tangential to the ground. So as you move,
flat level. You're going horizontal and level. You're going level horizontal over the flat surface. You're not tangential to a curved surface. You don't have a curved surface, remember? You couldn't find any measurements of the curved lakes. The pilots aren't adjusting for any curvature. They're not dipping their nose down. They're not adjusting for any spin. They're not saying, well, it's going to be this point in a few hours because it's spinning around. No, they just treat it as flat and motionless. So it's on you to tell us how that works on a spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball in a vacuum. Please, explain.
Why is the horizon below, like, the level indicator of the plane?
Because it's below you.
Maybe due to weather.
Yeah, well, you're above it, aren't you? So maybe that would be why. But again, you kind of dodged the issue. You should be asking, why is there no curve? Why is there no motion? It's supposed to be a spinning ball, isn't it?
You do have to account for that on a plane.
Oh, okay. So why don't the pilots? Why don't the pilots?
Well, ask any pilot.
Yeah, we have. They said they don't. It's in the manuals. They say treat it as flat and motionless. Yeah, dude, you've not looked into this. You've not looked into this. The pilots openly treat it as flat and motionless.
And just show an image.
You could just show a cartoon. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, we could show you cartoons of a flat Earth. Would you accept that?
If you can show me one that appears to match reality.
Right. See, that's your problem. You're looking for a cartoon that you believe matches reality, quote unquote. Well, why aren't you bothered about reality not matching the globe cartoon model that says a horizon should be at 1.2 miles for a 1-foot observer? Doesn't seem to bother you when that doesn't match reality. We didn't think you guys were interested in reality. Why didn't you say?
You don't even ask questions about reality. You start from the position.
Yeah, I do. No, I asked, well, in reality, we experience a flat, motionless Earth, right? Everyone knows that. And then in reality, who's measured a curved lake? And no one has. No one's measured any curve. So that's it. Reality says no curve. You're the ones that are saying, I can imagine this, and what if this? Imagination.
Have you ever gone skiing? Have you ever
just understand, Oliver, most people that are flat earthers, they were globe believers first and they actually looked into it. So you're wrong.
They didn't know that. Hold on. I'll accept that probably all of them believed in a globe. But I think as it stands for all of you, none of you actually know the science of how a globe works.
Science. The science of how a globe works. That is priceless, Oliver. That's priceless. Oliver, name one scientist that proved the globe.
One scientist?
Yeah.
What, Kepler?
How did he prove a globe?
How was he a scientist?
He was looking at orbits of the celestial bodies.
Okay, so he was looking at lights in the sky. How did he prove a globe?
Yeah, from flat Earth, I should add.
They only work on a rotating Earth.
Oh, right. So that's what he did. So he looked at some lights in the sky moving, and then he declared this only works on a rotating Earth, and that was proof that the Earth's a ball. Is it? Is that right?
What do you see when you look at some of those lights with a telescope?
That's not science.
Little blobs of light. So yeah, that wouldn't. Yeah, for starters, that's not science. That's you just looking at lights in the sky.
Hold on. When we look at like bodies with a telescope, what do we see in the solar system?
You don't even know you're in a solar system yet, Oliver.
That's observation.
Okay.
The Earth's measurement is not science either.
So what do we see? What do we see?
I'll graduate.
No.
I'll graduate.
Hold on, Ox. Hold on, Roto. So you're saying, what do we see? So we look up, we see a light moving in the sky. Now what?
We use a telescope, right, to resolve that light further, and suddenly
it's a tiny little blob of light, even with a telescope.
You know that we can see planets.
You see a little blob of light in the sky, moving. Okay, now what? How are we getting to the spinning ball cartoon?
I don't believe he's looked through a telescope at all.
No, probably not. So you see your little blob of light moving, and then what? You just declare?
No, it was how they orbited and appeared in the sky over every
that just
single
means how they move. So they move. We agree they move. People have watched the stars move for thousands of years, and they didn't think we must be on a spinning ball. So that's not a proof.
Most people didn't really think about it because they weren't even in
Most people didn't think about it. So what was the difference? What changed?
People got educated and they started to investigate.
You're not tying this to Earth being a ball. Kepler has got his little telescope out. What was the zoom on Kepler's telescope? Do you know?
People got educated.
How good was it?
Times.
Okay, so he's looking in the opposite direction of Earth, and somehow this is going to tell him what the Earth is. Right? You want to walk us through that?
Have you guys seen like observations of space?
Oh, dude, what about Kepler?
Yeah, but just any observation.
You were talking about the science. You said we just don't understand the science. We're asking you to explain all this science. It sounds very legit. So why don't you explain it, Oliver? Kepler looked through a telescope, apparently, saw some lights moving in the sky, and then what? How did he prove the Earth was a ball?
Because
Or do you not understand the science?
The observations seem to agree with the heliocentric model.
Those observations being what?
The fact that some of the orbits appeared to wobble, and it didn't line.
So some of the lights moving in the sky appear to wobble as they move. Is that what you're saying?
You mean Polaris?
No.
Okay, so you see a particular movement of the lights in the sky, but that's not telling you anything about the ground in and of itself. How are you getting to that link?
Well, you're gonna take things as reference points, aren't you?
What does that mean
with
regards to the ground being a ball?
If I'm in a car and the mountains are appearing to get bigger.
No, let's imagine you're looking at lights in the sky. How does that tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
It's telling you relative motion.
Relative motion of what? The motion of the stars?
Well, it can be both.
Both what? What do you mean? No, you're only observing motion of the stars, remember? They're moving around, wobbling, even.
So would that be like Ptolemaic motion or Tychonian motion?
Yeah. So a planet's just going to wobble in their orbits? Is that what happens?
He's not answering the question.
That's what you observe. So you've just said you observed that. You said you're observing the planets moving. They're moving through the sky. Yes, and?
Yeah. So one of the conclusions which the entire scientific community ended up
science. Stop saying that.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. This is gold. The entire scientific community saw the lights moving in the sky, and then what?
Big high five.
most people ended up discounting the Earth-centric model.
Wow. So they saw the stars move, and then what does that mean? So they saw the stars move, and then they decided what? The stars aren't moving.
No, that the Earth is moving relative to everything else.
So it wasn't. So the stars moving that you observe, it's not the stars moving. It's now the ground moving beneath you. Is that right? That's what Kepler figured out by looking at the stars moving. Is that what you're saying?
He actually made some
so how did he know that? Because that sounds like just a claim. That just sounds like oh, isn't this possible? How did they prove that? How did you prove that?
Oliver should feel very embarrassed right now. Is he self-reflecting?
Oh, yeah, because you guys are like the pinnacle.
No, see, don't distract him. See, don't jump in with these little comments, because these guys are already teetering on a knife's edge of their sanity. So they're just going to fly off the handle. So Oliver, he's looking through the telescope. He's seeing the lights moving. He's seeing the lights moving, and then somehow you're saying that means the ground's moving. Is that right?
Yeah, that was the inference.
Okay, so how do you prove that? Now you're on to another claim. See how your claims are just stacking and stacking here, and so far, no evidence provided, just assumption. Let's just assume we're the ones moving, yeah? Why not? And then if we assume it, we can just declare it to be true. So, what evidence do you have for that, Oliver? Because I'm walking about right now, nothing's moving. How are you going to convince me? How did you measure it? How fast do you think you're moving? Do you know that?
Well, at the equator, it'd be 1,000 miles an hour.
Jesus Christ, you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour. And how do you detect that, Oliver?
The spin of the Earth.
Yes, how do you detect that?
Your hair parting.
You can use
looking at the stars.
You can actually detect it because gravity's less here at the equator.
Dudes. Oliver has just said he believes that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Let's let him explain why he believes this.
You can use instruments like literally a flat earther
like
used
a guitar? Like a banjo? What are we using?
I was saying
a flute, probably.
Well, do you want me to say?
I'm just joking. Yeah, go on. How did you detect it? 1,000 miles an hour. That's fast.
Yeah, literally a flat earther used a ring laser gyrometer, and it literally showed drift in line.
Oh, damn. Drift of what? Drift of what?
Well, the laser.
The laser? So not the Earth.
Yeah, probably wasn't calibrated if it was drifting. So
I would love to go deep into the technical specifics of this.
Nah, dudes. He's not. He doesn't know anything about this. There's no way we're getting to the technicals of the ring laser gyro with him. He literally just presented that a flat earther is the guy who's proved that the Earth's spinning. Didn't you Globies do that?
Always a flat earther that proves the globe.
Do you guys? Yeah. How come we're the ones that have to do everything? You guys just don't do anything. So come on, Oliver, be serious.
Lazy.
How do you know? How do you know that the ground's moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
You can test it with the Coriolis effect as well.
Optical illusion.
Okay, so I'm outside right now. What do I need to do?
Do you have a sniper rifle in a distant target?
Oh, God.
Of course.
You already identified that he's claim stacking. He won't be able to explain or break down or quantify how this makes sense on a flat Earth. So, I mean, yeah.
Of course. That's the point.
This is for entertainment.
Why do you think we're all here? Why do you think we're all here?
Oh, indeed.
So go on, 1,000 miles an hour? I'm outside. How do we know? Me and you are standing at a beach. I'm like, wow, nice still day today, isn't it? And you're like, no, what are you talking about? Clearly we're moving at 1,000 miles an hour, at least. And I'm like, well, Oliver, that sounds crazy to me, but I'll give you an opportunity to prove it. What do you do?
Everything's in motion. There's no such thing as a static thing in reality. Everything is in motion.
What are you sitting in your chair? Are you sitting in your chair right now?
Yeah, but relative.
How in motion are you? So you're sitting in your chair right now, but you think you're going at what? 1,000 miles an hour?
No, I'd be going at whatever it would be relative to mine.
What do you think? You think you're about 700 miles an hour in your swivel chair?
hundreds of miles an hour relative to
So
the
you
Earth's
think you're moving at hundreds of miles an hour sitting in front of your PC, and we're the crazy ones?
That's why I
is there a law of inertia? Is there a law of motion? Does that not exist? Does that not exist? Oliver, does the law of inertia not exist, Oliver?
The Earth's spinning, so I'm not going to experience inertia
Well, you
unless
haven't proven that yet, Oliver. That's what we're waiting for your evidence for.
Okay, go to a different part of the Earth and measure yourself, and then go to somewhere north and measure yourself.
What do you mean, like my height? My height, do you mean?
No, in your weight.
Measure myself. My weight?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, okay, so I go to one place and I'm like, what? What's my difference going to be? What do you mean?
It may be, it's like less than a kilo or something. But there will be a difference.
Less than a kilo.
Or have you not looked
so we go and weigh ourselves, and then how do you translate that weight to a speed of the ground exactly? Please explain that.
Because that's the inference.
An inference?
Why would you wait?
Why would you infer anything about the ground being at speed with your weight on a scale in your bathroom?
Why would the weights be different?
Well, you saying why would the weight be different is not equivalent to saying the weight is different because the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. How did you make that jump?
Yeah, I ate breakfast this morning and I gained 1.5 pounds.
Do you know what a logical leap is? Do you know what a leap of logic is?
Hold on.
Oliver, let me ask you a question about weighing yourself with two different places. So when I go in the bathroom in the morning and I weigh 200 pounds, and then at night I weigh 199, did I move somewhere else on the Earth that there I'm spinning faster and getting thrown off? And it's just the same scale in the bathroom. Just walk on it.
Or did you digest and eat something or something? Did natural shedding happen?
Oh, why do you guys dislike the scientific method?
Well, we don't. We don't.
Scientific method, my friend.
Amazing. Yeah.
You're not dude. You're not using the scientific method. Okay.
But whenever I bring
assuming that a weight has changed due to centrifugal forces, due to the speed of the rotation in the location that you're at, how did you rule out any other forces to claim that it's a centrifugal force?
Because it's consistent across the equator.
How did you rule out any other forces that may be at play? How was this isolated from other forces? And how was this experimented and tested?
Because it has the best explanatory power.
No, you haven't answered the question.
My cheating girlfriend has great explanatory power, dude.
What's your IV? What's your DV? How did you manipulate the speed of the spin of the Earth in order to prove your hypothesis?
What did you just beg the question and assume the speed of? Or did you just beg the question and assume the speed of the Earth based off what we're given as a globe?
You don't beg the question if you're investigating what the shape of the Earth is. You start with
as the proof of your shape, then it's circular reasoning.
No,
we're just making claims, Oliver.
Hold on. Demonstrate the circularity then.
What?
This whole thing is circular, Oliver. You were asked to demonstrate this 1,000 mile an hour motion of the ground like 15 minutes ago, and we've still got absolutely nothing. You said weigh yourself, and that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, since we've been off the surface of the Earth, everything else has been, I don't know.
Again,
here's what the audience is hearing, right? The audience hears this. If Earth is so big, then I shouldn't detect the motion. I don't detect the motion, therefore Earth is so big.
Yeah, they're all flat earthers. I'm not preaching.
Yeah, you're a flat earther too, Oliver. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
Here's what he's actually saying. It's treated as stationary.
So just more circular reasoning than sporadic E, hey?
Yep, that's all it is. With the false premise baked in.
No, demonstrate the circularity.
I just told you what the audience hears right now. Did you not listen?
Couldn't I just do
of your circular reasoning?
Couldn't I just do this with anything? Couldn't I just say, "Hey, nuclear energy is fake. Prove to me nuclear energy exists." Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't. That's a fluke. That's CGI.
We can't do it with our position because
how do you go build a nuclear reactor and I'll prove it to you?
Yeah, no, you couldn't do that to us.
Right, so I say, guys, I can't build a nuclear reactor.
I can, though.
Sucks to be you. You can go to the lake, though. You can go to the beach. You can observe a flat horizon. You can observe flat water. You can do all that pretty easily, can't you? Yeah.
No, I'm saying
navigation.
All you would do is point to a pillar of steam, anyways, and say, "See."
No, I'd show you the principles and the evidence we have, but obviously, if you
don't have the evidence, we've been asking for the evidence, Oliver, and you haven't given us any. That's the problem.
Just claim stack after claim stack.
We've got all the evidence, Oliver.
But again, you could do this with anything. I don't even know what your guys' epistemology is.
No, you can do this with things. You can only do this with things that you make claims about but provide no evidence for, because that's what we're doing. You're making claims. We're asking for evidence. You're providing none. So it would be similar to if you said, "Well, unicorns are real," and we said, "Okay, what's the evidence?" And you said, "Well, I don't have any evidence." Then it would be the same.
You know what? You're right. I've been lacking in evidence I've shown. Do you want me to show you a very, very good piece of evidence?
Is it verifiable? Is it verifiable?
Is it
please?
Or do we just have to believe it?
We'd love to see.
Right.
Listen,
it can support a logical deduction too.
I'm off for the rest of the day today, so I can go repeat it. So let's see it.
Well, I don't know how you'd repeat this, but if you want to watch it.
Oh, okay. It's an unverifiable story claim. A cartoon. Is it a cartoon from space video?
You're the one who would have to... Wait, hold on. Let's be rational. If you say it's a cartoon, you're making a counterclaim. So then you have to provide evidence of your counterclaim.
Well, no, you would have to be able to provide some verification.
Why don't you get that? They asked for something very specific that he can test on his day off, that he can go validate for himself, and you can't provide that even?
Well, Oliver, I said, is it verifiable? What's the video of? What's the video of?
An amateur rocket launch from the desert up to like 90 kilometers.
Showing what?
A curved Earth.
Okay, and is that
a curved camera?
Or is that the curve? Is that the curve that can't be measured or detected, or is that a lens distortion?
What? It's 90 kilometers up.
We heard all about lens distortion
what kind of lens
like 30 minutes ago.
They say in the video. They show you the camera in the video to say what camera they used.
Okay, and is it a curved lens?
Do you want me to just link you to the point in the video where they showed the camera?
Will you watch it and then tell me?
We want you to know your claim. Let me give you an epistemic framework to work from, okay? Convince us it's possible with a deductive logical syllogism, then back it up with a real-world demonstration that's verifiable. Pretty easy, right? Sounds reasonable?
Yeah, the guy did that.
Okay, good. Now go for it.
Yeah, the guy did that.
Give us a deductive logical framework first, and then show us the video.
What, the Earth is curved? That is my deductive framework.
No, a syllogism. Like, you got a premise, conclusion.
Yeah, P1.
Try the modus ponens, okay? Try the modus ponens. Make it easy. If A, then B, A, therefore B.
Yeah, if the Earth is curved, then we should see it. If the Earth is curved and it's 12,500 kilometers, we should see it from a high enough altitude, say like 90 kilometers. Right. P2.
You got the math for that? We're going to need to see the math for that. Make sure that checks out. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson and others have said that you can't see the curve from 120,000 feet.
Right,
see it from the ISS altitude.
Yes, Cyclone. They can do you 3 times better, so it's almost 300,000 feet that they go up to.
Yeah, but they also say that from the ISS, which is 250 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's much higher.
Great, show us the
you said
math.
it was, no, you said it was 90 kilometers.
You can test.
No. Hold on. Why did you do that bait and switch? I told you about the rocket. You said the ISS.
Yeah. So you said, you said the 90 kilometer rocket is showing curve, but we've got guys who operate planetariums with PhDs showing the math, saying that you wouldn't be able to see it, the curve, from the ISS, which is 250 miles, which is way higher than your 90 kilometers, isn't it? So are you contradicting the PhD Globers who say you can't see it from the ISS?
Okay, link the source.
Someone got the Paul Larson thing handy?
That would work, yeah. Who's got Paul Larson? Who's got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat?
Yeah, they'll post it in the chat for you. Your greatest nemesis, Globers. And anyway, if it was true that you could see it from a 90 kilometer rocket and that's curve of the Earth, then you should be able to measure it on the ground, but no one can.
My video's too big. I just posted that.
All right, there's Paul Larson.
All right, there you go.
How do I go in the side chat? Oh,
click the chat
button at the bottom, right?
Can you just link the video?
There you go. I mean, you can batter out the math in AutoCAD or whatever and see.
I have AutoCAD.
These guys tell you how to do it.
Hold on. I have AutoCAD. I have Inventor. Like, pick your poison.
There you go.
Could show it.
Good. There you go. So, 250 miles above a 59 mile radius ball. How much of that surface are you going to see?
I've got AutoCAD, so let's just fucking do it.
Yeah, let's do it. This is going to be good because I love when you guys whip out AutoCAD. I got some numbers for you too. Go ahead, start it up.
Right, circle. So, globe claim, 12,500 kilometers.
You should share your screen.
Before I share it, I'm going to cover things because I don't exactly want you guys to.
Yeah, make sure you don't dox yourself. Hey, don't worry about us. It's the Globers that try and dox people and get in touch with employers and all this fucking weird shit. But you're right anyway. Internet anonymity. Don't have any personal shit going on your screen.
We're going to use AutoCAD to get an angle from the surface of a circle.
Hold on, I'm just dimensioning it so it's clear. Oh, fucking tiny dimension though.
You say about dementia?
Dimensions.
It's getting globe dementia.
Yeah, that's what I thought he said. I got globe dementia.
Fuck off.
No, you're a good sport, Oliver. You've been all right.
Even if I wholly disagree with you guys, you're at least funny.
You do wholly
also correct.
Whenever you come to your senses, let us know. We will always be here.
Yeah, we've got your flat Earth tag waiting for you, bro.
Make sure that you can do live when you have AutoCAD open. We're going to do an exercise real quick when you get done.
Radwin loves himself some AutoCAD. So this is good.
I love it.
Since you guys don't trust the lakes and the oceans that are out there, it needs to come through some geometry program. We'll do it this way, I guess.
What do you invent? What do you invent that you use AutoCAD Inventor?
Well, I'm
arguments.
I'm a mechanical engineer, so.
Oh, amazing! So you know then that gas pressure requires containment, yeah?
Well, it depends on what the context you're talking about.
Well, let's talk about gas pressure. We're going to get off into the weeds, but gas pressure requires containment. As an engineer, you know that.
A difference in gas pressure. Well, again, you don't necessarily need a container.
Gas pressure. Well, the definition of it is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So yeah, container is a pretty integral part.
Dude, tell me you work with air pressures all day long.
Hey, guys, before you move on to that topic, he provided a video saying that the video shows the curvatures of the globe Earth. You're saying this is the evidence of the globe? This is a video that you posted?
Yeah, it's evidence.
So when it shows concavity in the imagery, does that mean that it's a concave Earth?
Ooh, nice. So yeah, let's catch you up. I don't know if maybe you just joined Gemsy, but he was going to go in AutoCAD to test the claim that a 90-kilometer height would show you curvature of the Earth. But if his video is already showing concavity, we can just shut it down there and say, well, I guess that's a lens distortion, barreling, whatever. So that's
Look, sir, I posted
curvature of the
your
Earth.
video. I posted a video you posted, and it shows the curvature going in a concave way. No, that's not that. Does that mean you're inside of the ball?
Where you show?
Posted it in the side chat, I guess.
I posted it. 1 minute after the hour.
Shit, that ruins that video.
So will it be concave now, Oliver?
Oliver, so you're claiming it's a concave Earth? You're a concaver.
What? Wait, hold on. Let me do this thing in AutoCAD.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter now, Oliver, because he's just showing you that it's obviously a lens distortion. Because it's going concave. It's going the wrong way.
It's wobbling around.
It's curving upwards. So Oliver, you'd recognize that if it's going concave.
So basically, stop wasting your time without wasting your time.
Remove that from your folder of Globe Proof. You don't need that one anymore. We'll start removing things from your folder of Globe Proof until it's completely empty. That shouldn't take long.
Can do it in Inventor as well if you want, but I've got something in AutoCAD, but we might need to develop it a bit. It's not. Bro, I've got the computer screen in front of me. In fact, I'll put something to block my. Hold on.
So are you a concaverter?
Yeah, Oliver, could you address the concave thing we're seeing in your video?
Where?
Gemsy. You posted it in the text chat. What's the timestamp, Gemsy?
1 minute after the hour, and then I'm gonna post the second one just now.
Well, it's right near the edge of the barrel.
So that's barrel distortion.
Yeah.
So we can't look at that video and say, right, we can rely on this as curvature because there's barrel distortion. Curving things. You agree?
Well, no, because you get barrel distortion. Exaggerate.
So your curve's the real curve, but the other curve, that's not real curve. That's your argument?
So when I see the concave Earth, and I look at your video, I see concave Earth, I can say the Earth is concave, because that's your evidence.
Yeah, how do we know your one's not the barrel distortion and the concave is the true?
Where'd you get minimum barrel distortion?
Minimum?
Come on, Oliver.
Yeah.
Say your video's no good, so we can Get on with your AutoCAD fan. Make sure you tell your friends at work that what you did today.
Was it Oliver that said he was the engineer, or was that another guy?
No, Oliver.
Oliver is the engineer.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Oliver the concaverter.
That gas pressure argument's going to hit you hard, Oliver. Brace yourself. Hold on to your desk. Oliver, did you think it was going to be this hard to prove the globe? Probably not, right?
My video chat isn't enabled. Hello?
You're probably new to the server or something, or you haven't been posting much text. That's why you don't have the terms.
Yeah, I've turned on video and I don't have permissions.
Doesn't matter. We tell you to turn it off anyway because it limits the room. It caps it to 25 people, so we don't allow video in here.
On, not sharing a screen.
Sorry?
And that's why you can't use it, because we're beyond 25. But yeah.
Should I just take pictures?
Or do screenshots?
Sure.
Yeah. Hold on. Well, it's not screenshots because I'm using it on a different laptop. I'm on my phone at the moment.
AutoCAD Mobile Edition. Good one, Amish.
I would draw it, but I don't need drawing alls and ISS hovering above circles and shit in SolidWorks on my work computer.
I could fix the dimensions so they're like clearly visible, but I can't really be bothered messing about with it in settings if it's not showing it to the required size. But that's 90 kilometers up. I did a circle of radius. Well, it typically calculates in meters, but I've just done it to 6.25 million meters. So you can see the Earth curving from that height. I could just do it in Inventor as well. Oh, fucking Inventor.
You mean curving like concave? Like we saw on the video?
Again, if you're right near the end of the barrel, you're going to see barrel distortion. But, like, if you guys can link me, because you're familiar with cameras, like you're seemingly much more familiar than I am, you'd know that along the central axis, horizontal and vertical, that's where you get minimal distortion. And regardless, in the video, you're seeing an arc.
So are you saying this is the globe that we're seeing? Where was this video? Like Arizona or something like that?
I don't know which desert they fired the rocket from.
So are you saying that like 90% of the world is a desert or something? Because if this is Arizona, this is planet Arizona, right?
Well, it's above the Mojave, so most of what you're going to see is the Mojave, isn't it?
So the Mojave Desert. So this is planet Mojave Desert, because you're saying this is the planet Earth, and all we see is a desert.
You're not seeing the entire Earth from 90 kilometers up. Well, you see,
well, we don't. Planet Hollywood, but planet California.
Well, why would you see it? Why would you see the rest of the Earth?
Yeah, but if that's the curve of the Earth, where are you going to fit the rest of the Earth? If what fills the frame is California.
Well, you can just work out the arc. If it's arcing by a few degrees.
I was just hoping you would answer that question. So you're going with planet California?
No,
sounds like an Eagle song.
No, the Mojave Desert extends far beyond California.
So behind this we have Asia. Behind this we have all the other continents.
You can see the Pacific.
We can see. Oh, so we have the Pacific here.
What kind of desert is that? It sounds like the ocean. Anyways,
well, the Pacific is next to California.
Just a moment of levity. But you're not going to be able to. You're not going. Where are you going to fit Africa in this?
What?
Forget about Africa. Where are you going to feed all the oceans that are missing in here?
On the other side of the Earth. You can see the reflection of the camera in the footage.
Yeah. So we can see like a little bit of water, so a small section of the Pacific Ocean. So this is like planet Mojave Desert and a section of the Pacific Ocean, and that's it.
Have you seen how large the Mojave is? Well, I guess you guys question what the Earth even looks like. So, like,
it's pretty big. It's pretty big. So
it's across the curve of the Earth. It's much bigger than we thought.
So you're basing your conclusion that you live on a globe because you saw some curvature here, but we also saw you saw convexity, so therefore it's a globe. But what happened when you saw concavity and also horizontal? Because in a section of the video, it looks horizontal, then convex, then concave, then horizontal, then convex, then concave. So what's happening?
Yeah, so you're looking at it. You're looking at it when the footage is along the central axis of the camera.
So the curvature we're saying is lens distortion, not the ground, not the Earth. You agree?
Sorry?
The curvature that we see in the video, in the footage, you're saying that it's lens distortion.
When it's around the edge, yeah, you get some lens distortion.
So that's what it is. That's what you're looking at when you see any curvature.
No. Take a picture, right? And you'll be able to notice some lens distortion around the edges. This is impossible to avoid.
Okay, nobody's disagreeing with that. So that's what you're seeing. When you're claiming curvature of the Earth, even though you cannot measure any curvature or the waters across the Earth or the waters across it, but you're saying the lens distortion is the curvature of the Earth. That's what you're arguing.
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
yeah.
If you take a picture of a ball, could I just claim lens? If you take a picture of a ball, could I just claim lens distortion for how it looks curved?
You're saying a ball like a basketball?
Yeah. Could I just claim lens distortion?
The Earth is not a basketball. You know that, right?
Everyone.
Water is not a basketball. You know you can't. You know, if you're gonna talk about basketballs and what they do and how they work and the physics of basketballs or water in relation to the basketballs, you know, you cannot have water on the outside of a spinning basketball, right? And the gas pressure, you need it in the inside, not in the outside. So the basketball argument debunks your claim about Earth being a spinning globe with water outside of it.
What does that gas pressure argument?
Yeah, you could say, yeah, hold on 1 second. You could say it's distorted, then we could throw you the ball. Go on.
Yeah. So, but when we talk about gas pressure, like, what do you guys even mean?
The gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Or any surface. It doesn't have to be a container.
Shut up, Matthew.
Yeah. So when you so when something's exerting a gas pressure, right? Why, when we go up higher in altitude, does the gas pressure lessen?
That's still gas pressure. You have gas pressure.
Why is it less?
It is gas pressure.
Why is it less than ground level?
Why do you have gas pressure in the first place? Because you have containment. If you didn't have containment, there wouldn't be gas pressure.
More gases at the ground where the gases start. That's why.
Yeah, the gas cycles, you know. You have gases being produced at the ground. You have more gases there. You have depth.
So why is it denser at ground level?
Because that's where the gas is produced. Like you depth.
In it,
always
right,
comes out of the ground. Always.
Guys, right. If I attach a hose to a vessel and I pump it, and shouldn't you qualify? Oh, the gas pressure is going to be much more at this end of the vessel than that end of the vessel.
The gas pressure requires containment.
And yet, if we measure it, the gas pressure is the same throughout. It's evenly distributed within the container.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. It's a static system that you're dealing with. It's not a dynamic system. What we live in is a very dynamic system. So gas pressure is always moving. That's how weather's created. Low pressure, high pressure systems are always intermingling. So you're never going to have a consistent static pressure like the way you're trying to imagine.
Yeah, so why is the gas pressure lower at higher altitudes?
Because it's produced on the ground level, so you don't have the same type of pressure you do it in the upper atmosphere as you do it lower. That's just well established in like a common sense, really. I mean,
yeah. Again, also, excuse me, friend. Excuse me. No, you're asking a question about cause and effect. So what we would need from you first, just because you're asking the question doesn't mean we have to give you an answer. What we're observing is gas pressure. If you want to claim that you can get gas pressure without a container, as in the open system of Earth to the open vacuum of space, then please do so.
Yeah, well, my explanation would be gravity.
Well, okay, so now you just need to show us the gravity. Good luck.
Again, the differential pressure as you leave the ground level in a container.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's the observation. So we have pressure. You agree we have pressure. Now I want you to show me pressure using gravity or gas pressure without a container. That's all you need to show me.
Where is gravity within the definition of gas pressure?
You can literally show that if you just fill a container with denser and denser like liquids or like whatever, and you can see them separate out into.
But we're not talking about liquids, sir. You're using liquid and gas as interchangeably. Sir, Oliver, 1 second. In this instance, we're only talking about gas. So you have to use that specific example for your demonstration. You can't use liquid; it's not gas. Does that make sense?
Well, in the science of thermofluids, they behave in very similar ways.
Yeah, but they're not the same thing. In different states of matter, they are very different. They operate differently.
In the point is, say you have a container.
You can't analogize the same thing that you're trying to make it seem like you have for one for the other. It's not. It doesn't follow. Yeah, it has to be exactly the same. Like two types of gases, you could analogize that, but you can't do it to where it's like liquid and gas, because they're very different states of matter. They're fluid. Both of them are fluid. That's the conflation that you're trying to use, but you can't use it in that way because we're demonstrating gas pressure. And that's the thing that you need to use an example as.
And my contention is you don't have a consistent gas pressure in what you're calling a container.
What do you mean in Earth, like the outside?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you don't have a consistent gas pressure. It lowers significantly with altitude.
It is on the surface. The surface is said to be around, and it fluctuates, right? But it's said to be around 14 psi. So you're incorrect. Yeah. It is said to be around that, so you'd have a breathable air on the surface.
Yeah, it's not my claim. Yeah, that's not my claim.
Oh, okay. So you think
you don't have consistent, but I mean it is consistent.
So are we supposed to have a consistent pressure in a dynamic system? Is that what we observe in dynamic systems? Is consistent pressure?
Well, but I mean, as far as are you talking about breathable air, like what we're breathing here on the surface, or what do you mean? Like
13.7 psi, you don't have that consistently with altitude. You should inside a container.
Yeah, that's agreed. I mean, nobody's going to dispute that. That's obvious, right? Which is what I'm saying, that you're denying the obvious truth, right? It's common sense. Everybody knows this. So what about that is as a mystery to you?
If we're inside a container, why would it vary so much to the point it's a fraction up high of what it is at ground level if we're inside a container? The law of entropy should dictate that the gas fills the available volume with roughly the same pressure all the time.
But that's only if it has expansion of available space. It doesn't have available space. It's going to stay within a remaining dynamic system. It'll be shifting within it. It'll be fluctuating. It'll be fluctuating within the low-high pressure systems, but it will never be like to where it's expanding out continuously.
Also, it feels like you're assuming there's only one type of gas, but there's multiple different gas combinations of different weights and densities and effects via heat and cooling that affect pressure at different altitudes, mixture, balance, and overall makeup of the atmosphere is different because of different gases. Just like if you had a container full of anything else, if you added more than one type of matter to the container, it would overall change the atmosphere inside the container.
Gases all exert pressures on each other. If you know about the gas law, they all exert pressures on each other, so they're all fairly mixed. Can literally look this up.
Yeah, but you just said a second ago, according to the laws of entropy, that the gas must fill the available volume. So why isn't the gas on Earth filling the available volume of space?
Again, because of gravity.
Yeah, you don't have a gravity.
Yeah, the problem is that gas pressure. I'm sorry, Oliver. The problem is gas pressure is not defined, and I think you need to find out what the definition for gas pressure is. And I think that's going to answer a lot of the problems of your trying to conflate what you think gas pressure is into an answer to what it isn't. Right? Gravity is in no way affecting gas pressure. It's not even anything in the equation. It's not factored in the equation either. So gas pressure. I'm sorry, Oliver, but you need to define gas pressure if you want to continue to have a discussion about it, because it seems like there's a gap of knowledge that you have that you don't understand what it is. So you're misrepresenting it, and you're trying to make it sound like it's something that it's not. Using gravity.
Do you guys know about kinetic molecular theory when it comes to like the gas?
Yes, but it disproves your idea that gravity is affecting gas pressure. That kinetic molecular theory states that the gases are moving in random, omnidirectionally. So there's no specific direction that gases have, and there isn't any force that exerts anything onto the molecules except for the walls of a container. That's the only thing that can exert that force, or other molecules.
You've got that nail on the head. So why don't we see that on Earth?
Well, we do see that on Earth. As far as that goes, kinetic molecular theory perfectly explains the natural system that we have.
It doesn't, because we lose gas pressure significantly at higher altitudes. That is not in line with the standard kinetic molecular theory for just a gas pressure uninfluenced by an external force.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a gradient of pressure, that's totally within the boundary of what the explanation for the convention of the kinetic molecular theory should state.
No, it's not.
Definitely expressing itself in nature. You saying no, it's not. It's just but you can't keep refuting what I'm telling you unless you have a demonstration of how it's being refuted. The laws of nature and entropy always supersede, and demonstration, by the way, always supersede just a blatant refuse to understand the physics of nature. Like, you're just refusing nature at this point. You're not demonstrating how you know what you know.
Hey, could I ask Oliver a question quickly? Just a quick hypothetical, Oliver. So you're an engineer. You work for a company that employs engineers, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's say a customer comes to your company and it says, "Hey, we've got access to a large amount of gas. We need to store and transport the gas." What would the solution that you would offer to them as an engineer be?
What, to transport some gas?
Yeah, to store and transport gas. I'm coming to you, a bunch of engineers. Give me something where I can store and transport all this gas that I have. What are you going to give me?
Depending on how much gas there is and what infrastructure they have.
You can answer.
Then what? What are you going to offer?
Yeah, you could find a way to transport it via some pipeline or via trucks with vessels or something like that.
Okay. Now I'm going to come to you and I'm going to say, okay, I want your solution to include no physical material whatsoever. What are you going to say?
Then I guess we just turn a valve and blast it out into the atmosphere.
But that doesn't store or transport it. Then it's just going to disperse into the air, and I'm going to lose all my money on gas.
No, we set it in our parking lot, and we use a big vacuum sucker, and we suck it back down to us, and we store it in our parking lot.
Yeah.
Right, Oliver?
So what about it, Oliver? You can't use any physical material What's your solution to me? What do you tell me?
I'd say I don't have a solution.
Okay, we can't do that. If we want to contain gas, like we have here on Earth that we breathe, you need a physical container.
Yeah, and I'm critiquing that. I'm saying that.
But you don't understand, sir. You don't understand that the definition hasn't been given by you for us to know that you know what it's defined by. So we don't know that you know that it's defined a specific way. You're just going on about saying that it doesn't operate in that manner. Define it, please, so that we all understand that you know what the definition for gas pressure is. And then we can continue to have a discussion about it.
Oliver, let me help you out. I'll throw you a lifeline. Phone a friend. Hey, Oliver, it's Crit. Say my container is the physical force of gravity acting as some kind of force field. Say the weird thing. Say it. Say the weird thing. You'll be okay. You still have a container in your worldview. You just gotta say the weird thing.
No, because it's not.
You need to meditate on that, Oliver. You need to comprehend that. You've just said there is no solution. There is no possibility for you to have gas pressure without a container. That's the point.
If we had a container, and if there wasn't the influence of gravity, the gas pressure would be the same at any altitude.
You can only have no, that's not true. But you can only have gas pressure to begin with if you have a container.
How is it not true? How is it not true?
Where's the gas produced?
Where's the gas the gas has been there for billions of years.
Where's the gas produced? Where does it come from?
What do you mean,
on a
like
daily basis?
do you mean like volcanic activity or from trees, from photosynthesis?
Where's the gas coming from? Okay, so it's all coming from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So where's the highest concentration of the gas going to be?
No, again, because if you attach a hose.
No. Yeah, if you attach a hose and you start dispersing gas into a container, your densest part where the gas is will be at the exit of that hose as it's coming out, just like the surface of the Earth that's producing the gas.
Because once there's pressure, Once there's
yes, Oliver.
Once there's pressure, it will fill the gas it will fill the vessel at a consistent rate and produce a consistent
pressure gradient. Do you get a pressure gradient without any pressure?
If you're filling something,
Oliver,
any pressure
can you have a pressure gradient? Can you have a pressure gradient without pressure?
Can you have a pressure gradient without Of course you need pressure to have a pressure gradient.
Okay, and how do you achieve pressure? Gas pressure.
You need some sort of force to contain it.
You need a container. Yeah.
Yeah, the container is.
So you've got a container, regardless of whether you've got a gradient.
The container is a force. E equals mc squared.
See, this is where your whole thing dies, Oliver, because this is where you jump into imaginary fantasy land again, just like with the curve, just like with the motion. Now you're going to do it again for the gas pressure, and you're going to say, it's a force, an invisible force. Do you know what a container is, Oliver? Do we need to go over the definition of the word container?
Yeah, mass
or the
equals
definition
mc.
of the word gravity. So a container is mass E equals mc squared. So if we go on the dictionary, we look up the Oxford Dictionary and look for container, it's going to say definition mass E equals mc squared. Is that right?
Has he defined gas pressure, Cyclone? I guess I
defined it for him earlier. I told him the definition: force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Other folk told him the definition. I don't know if he just hasn't been listening or if he doesn't know what the word container means. That's what I'm trying to come to.
What's his acknowledgement on the definition? What's his acknowledgement? Hold on, Oliver. Oliver, did you acknowledge that the definition states what it is? It's the characteristics of gas pressure. Are you acknowledging that? Or are you disputing that?
No, you don't need a container to have a pressure.
No. I'm asking how it's defined. Are you acknowledging that or are you disputing that?
I would dispute it if you want to just link a definition and I can just say, yeah, I agree with that. That's fine.
Well, it's what Cyclone read out to you. He's reading the definition. He said he read it out to you, and I don't think we heard an acknowledgement whether you agreed or what you said that's in contention, whether you disputed that.
So just link it.
His contention was that the container could be a force. That was his contention. I don't know if you can understand what you're asking him very directly.
Yeah, hold on. We're still getting down the nuts and bolts whether he understands the definition correctly, or is he disputing that it's defined that way? Because the definition is important. It carries the whole argument for him. In other words, if we're not talking about this very specific thing, we're going to just whistle past the important part, which is him understanding whether it's defined that way or whether he's thinking it doesn't mean that. So he's going to either dispute the definition or he's going to acknowledge it and be like, that's what it is.
Yeah, so just link your source.
Well, I'm driving right now. I thought maybe they handled this already.
Just Google it. Here you go. There's Google. Gas pressure. Gas pressure is the force of the gas particle colliding with the walls of its container. So is the dictionary wrong now?
Yeah, there it is. Do you agree and acknowledge that that's what the definition for gas pressure is? Or for somehow, are you going to redefine gas pressure? You're either going to redefine it and then... let me give you a task, Oliver. Redefining gas pressure is going to be what you're going to have to do if that's not what you agree with, and provide a demonstration of the redefinition of gas pressure. Two things. If you disagree with it. If you agree with it, then we're in alignment. What's
gas pressure?
Well, Oliver, you could also say, Oliver, I'm giving you an out here. Say that Google is in on it.
I need an acknowledgement, sir, that you agree with the definition or you are disputing the very definition of gas pressure.
Yeah, because it's just talking in terms of
Sir, are you agreeing? I need a confirmation, sir. Are you agreeing or disputing, sir, the definition?
Yeah. Agree.
You agree with it? Thank you, sir. Now we can move forward because it's defined. And its definition is pertinent to your argument. Whether or not you can substantiate something that goes against that is going to be irrelevant, because if you're in alignment with it, then you agree with us. Because we also are in alignment with the definition. Exactly what it states gas pressure to be defined by, that's exactly what we say it to be. Same thing.
Yes. The container of this, the container you're proposing has to be in alignment with.
Yes, it's the correct. Yes, correct. A gas pressure definition is in alignment with the container, which is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Otherwise, gas pressure will not be defined in such a way that a container is involved. So it is. So we're all for the container being what the gas pressure definition would be included by force over unit area. So we know now that the definition is using container within its parameters. So you are in alignment with the container.
And we also know that air pressure at 14.7 psi, that's a container measurement.
So why is it a fraction of that at high altitude?
You're talking about the gradient, though. The gradient of pressure is the gradient of pressure is discussed within the confines of a container. That's fine. You're only discussing what happens inside of the pressured system. Pressure system can have variations, such as the one you're describing, which is a gradient of pressure. That's totally within the realm of having gas pressure.
No, not that type of variation.
Well, wait a minute. How do you know? Like
propane tanks.
You can do it. You could do this, right? You could do this with a vessel, right?
Tanks.
Take a large vessel, right? At a certain pressure and pump it up to like 10 atmospheres. It's good. The pressure will increase consistently throughout the vessel. Do you guys dispute this?
That's fine. That's fine. But you're using a static example over the area that Earth is with a dynamic system. So you're trying to conflate static and dynamic, sir. Right now in your example.
Yes. Right. So Earth's not spinning. It's not a spinning ball, but it is a dynamic.
Wait. No. It's a dynamic system because there's a lot about Earth that we haven't discussed yet. we're only talking about the gas pressure right now, but there's other factors that are included, which makes it dynamic. So right now we're only discussing one aspect of it, and for your mind it might be a bit too much because you're trying to figure out how the cosmos are intertwined with our explanation.
Yeah, too much. Me who did exams on it. Yeah, too much. Me who got a degree in it. Yeah.
No, you're trying
to comprehend the definition of gas pressure at the moment. So
you do not have a degree in gas pressure, or you would have said you need a container.
Speak to any gas engineer.
No, Oliver, your cosmology is colliding with your understanding. That's the problem we're having right now. Your cosmology, what you think the Earth is and where it resides, is colliding with the understanding that we're giving you right now as far as contained system.
By the way, guys, do you not think gas engineers everywhere?
Yeah, you're not acknowledging, Oliver. You're not acknowledging what's being said to you, brother. I think what you're bypassing is that people are telling you things, and you're just acting like you're the all-knowing person in this room. You're missing out, dude. You're really missing out on the conversation.
The funny thing
he started off as a mechanical engineer. Now he's a gas engineer. What happened?
And you suggest
he's all kinds of engineer. He's an all-over engineer.
He believes his knowledge is lofty and that he has a better take on what's happening within this conversation. So he's just bypassing what's being said and only inserting what he wants. He's not like really having that conversation. He's just basically saying, "No, you guys are wrong. I'm an engineer. You guys are wrong." And this is your attitude, sir.
Guys. Oh, okay, fine. Right, let's discuss this dynamic system then.
Well, can you confirm that gas pressure requires containment pressure, or are you conceding that, or are you what?
If I grant that, can we discuss the dynamic system?
Okay, so then you understand that we're in a contained environment, not adjacent to a vacuum, uncontained.
I'm granting it for the sake of the argument. So how does this contained environment work in terms of the massive pressure differential?
We got gas cycles.
You have to grant
That's how it works. Yeah, we just have hot and cold, gas cycles, rain, the normal shit you would have inside a container on your back deck if you sealed it up and put a plant inside of it.
Yeah, you ever heard of a terrarium, Oliver?
Yeah, a terrarium isn't going to be like a few millibars at the top and like 1,000 millibars at the bottom.
It's a contained system that has its own gas and water cycle.
Yeah, and it doesn't experience anywhere near.
It's interactive. It's interactive. It forms condensation near the top. It makes its own little microscopic rain inside. So it's forming different pressures. You're lying.
Well, check this.
It's his example of a closed dynamic system, and he wants to ignore it.
In our example, we can have plants and life growing in a sealed container. That's like what we're talking about. Let's test your idea. Okay, let's put some plants and stuff in a vacuum. How does that do?
What?
Do we get all the life? Well, we're talking about contained systems and what makes more sense. What makes more sense for the support of life on Earth as we know it? Well, we can grow plants in a sealed container and they generate their own water and gas cycle just like we have here. But let's test your theory. We're floating around in a giant cosmic vacuum. Okay, let's put some plants and stuff in a vacuum chamber. How do they do?
Yeah, we're not in a vacuum.
Correct. Welcome to reality.
I mean, space isn't a true vacuum either. There's
space doesn't exist.
Well, that's a bold statement, but whatever.
Well, no, it's not. Well, you just agree.
The problem,
we're in a contained environment.
The problem is that there's a gap of knowledge also with, when you go up in, the elevation or altitude, you're not going to be able to tell us what the gas pressure is above anything far beyond the stratosphere. So if you start talking about like, sir, just listen. Just hold on, sir. Like, can you wait just a moment? So when you go past the mesosphere on up, there's this idea that you have an understanding of gas pressure as far as that goes. You're not going to be able to detail to us any pressure beyond the stratosphere because there isn't anything to measure that air pressure. So there's kind of like there's calculations that are going on that people estimate certain ideas of what it is, like way high in the in the sky. But you're not going to be able to tell us what it is. So there's like this idea that you have that there's certain pressure values that are going on above the mesosphere that you won't be able to detail in any measurable way. This is a problem, right? You don't know this probably. You never engaged in this type of discussion, but you probably never looked into it, which I would only assume. Is this true?
No, I do know a bit about the chemistry of space. I mean, you guys deny space, so like.
What do you know about it, sir? What do you know about
I knew the space thing had triggered him. I knew the space thing triggered him.
Space.
Listen, this is why I think you were missing the whole point of the gas pressure discussion. We're pointing out that we're not in space. We're in a contained system. Gas pressure requires a container. You can't have a ball of gas next to a vacuum without physical separation.
That's why there's a great... That's why
you can disagree all you want, but then when we say, "Okay, show us," you can't show us, so we can just dismiss your disagreement.
Yeah, that's why there's a pressure gradient. Do you know what the pressure is?
You're chanting now, Oliver. You've been backed into a corner. We've already taken your point and out to the woodshed and kicked shit out of it. So either you demonstrate gas pressure without a container, or you just go ahead and concede. Yeah, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Yeah, the idea of space is total horseshit. Yeah, you're right.
But it doesn't match reality. That's the problem.
Oh, it matches reality. There's something mentally wrong if you think opposite.
Gas pressure requiring containment doesn't match reality. Are you serious?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't.
Okay, so show us one example of gas pressure without a container.
He can't. He won't understand that the reality is in his mind, not the reality that we all experience.
Because you just said that very boldly. We don't need a container.
The Earth.
Oh no, that would be begging the question. That would be that circular logic that you were asking about earlier. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
No, I'm not. No. I'm already saying.
Yes. You need to prove that. You don't just get to point outside and say C. No, we say C. We say, look, gas pressure. Every example of gas pressure that we can demonstrate is in a container. You don't get to point and say, C, no container. That's fallacious, begging the question.
Show me the walls of this container.
He spiraled downward. He can't answer your question, so he's moving on.
Show me the walls of this container.
Show me the walls. Show me your gravity walls containing gas.
Listen. Hello. Within the demonstrations of kinetic molecular theory, right? Explanations of Boyle's law, observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes, see this word? You hear this word? The walls of the rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure. Causes.
Yeah.
And you're denying this.
Yeah, so where are the walls?
You have the gas pressure. The antecedent, listen, the antecedent to the gas pressure, the cause of the pressure, you already have the pressure, therefore the cause of it is in place already. Doesn't matter what you believe, if you're gonna deny it or whatever you want, but you already have the effect, which is the pressure, and the cause of it, the antecedent, is the containment.
And Oliver, let's not forget, hold on quickly, let's not pretend that you need to see something to believe it, because your whole worldview is based on not seeing what you believe in, i.e. curvature, motion, everything else.
No, it's not.
Listen, within another definition, you were asking about the experts on this topic, right? And they tell you pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. A smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls. Listen, this is the word that you're looking for.
Disconnect. We're just arguing with the brick wall at this point. It's a brick wall you're talking to.
Bro, bro, stop. I'm trying to. He wanted to hear the experts to talk about this, right? And this is the definitions based on the demonstration. Hello, the demonstrations in reality, the things that you're denying reality, because these definitions come from people demonstrating the behavior of gases, right? And within the demonstrations, within reality, pressure is caused by the molecules of molecules of gases hitting the walls of the container. That's the way it's demonstrated. Now you're claiming there's another way. Gas pressure without the container. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you say yeah?
You make the right. You make the claim, right, that Earth is contained. Where's the container?
This is not my claim. You have gas pressure. You breathe in air. Are you breathing air right now? Yes or no?
Well, you know what a silly question that is.
Are you breathing air? You're breathing air, yes. For you to be able to speak and be alive, you are breathing air. Everybody knows this, right? And the antecedent of you breathing air, the gas pressure, the thing that has to be in place for causing the pressure, the gas pressure that you are able to breathe, is containment, a container, because it causes the pressure.
Yep.
Yep, exactly. Welcome.
Yep, you need gas pressure.
Yep.
Right, so where's the container?
Oh my God, it's a brick wall we're talking to.
Yeah, it's an antecedent to the gas pressure. It's well defined within its definition, and it's also in a demonstration that we can provide evidence of that. So when it comes to like what you want to see as far as the Earth's container, we don't need to show that to you. It exists because of it being an antecedent relationship. That's how we know.
No, that's called affirming the consequent.
It's not affirming the consequent because it's demonstrations that we can show you within the context of gas pressure being defined.
No, because you're trying to extend it to all context beyond a specifically explicit definition with regards to like vessels on Earth, which are like higher or lower.
Vessels on Earth, yeah, but the problem is gas pressure is not defined without a container. So if you're trying to say that because of the definition used with vessels here on Earth, that we can't demonstrate anything outside of that, then you're incorrect, because that's how it's defined within the realm of physics. So if you're saying that it can't be defined, or it's supposed to be redefined in another way because we have gravity involved and such, then that's upon you. The onus is on you to demonstrate a definition that describes gas pressure being utilized as not having a container, because that's what the Earth would be. In the essence of you displaying that it's the globe, but then you'd have to show that it doesn't have containment. And then if it does have a container and you say gravity is a container, then that would be the demonstration you'd have to provide. Does that make sense?
What? Demonstrating gravity?
No, demonstrating gas pressure being affected by gravity. You need to keep up with the conversation, sir.
No, that's the logical influence. That's the logical inference, is that it would be affected by gravity.
Right, and you have no demonstration. Correct, but you have no demonstration of this. So it lacks the capability of having the...
Wait, hold on. I have no demonstration of gravity.
No, of gravity affecting gas. Understand that the conversation. So the conversation is very specific. The point that we're discussing is gas pressure, and if the idea that your cosmos is influenced by the idea you believe you live on a globe, well, then that globe is an open system, right? Matter and energy can transfer back and forth throughout the system of the Earth, being a globe.
Yeah, it's an open system. Yeah.
Yes. So then you'd have to show us how you can have an open system, which is no containment, where gas pressure is able to expand out into the available space without it being held down to the Earth. Because your idea is gravity's holding it down, correct? The gases.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a demonstration of this effect?
A demonstration of gravity holding what air molecules down.
Yes.
That's how it works.
No, that's a pragmatic fallacy, sir. You can't say that's how it works just because. You're going to have to show a demonstration of the process. The process is of what it's in contention right now. You say gravity is a container holding the gases down. Now that process needs to be demonstrated by you in some way.
By me personally.
Anyone? Can anyone provide evidence like you or beyond you?
Yeah, they do, and you just say it's lies.
Who sir?
Something better than that's how it works.
Who does it, sir? Who does it?
People who go with a weather balloon and show like a significantly lower pressure.
Sir, we're only talking about within the realm of the troposphere, a higher stratosphere. But beyond that, there's nothing that can tell us that there's a vacuum of space up there, sir.
There's no such thing as a true vacuum.
Yeah, but we're not discussing whether or not you have a way to measure. And I've already explained this to you in a conversation prior, that you don't know any pressure values beyond the stratosphere. So you can't tell me what pressure values are dealing with beyond that.
It's been measured. It's been measured.
Really? What's the name of the device that measures it beyond the stratosphere, sir?
There's all sorts of measuring instruments on satellites.
That's great.
That can measure.
That's great. That's great. Name one.
Name one.
Yes.
Well, no, you're the one disputing it.
No. The answer is no. You won't name one. But this is your big moment, sir, to show us that you're measuring gas pressure at that altitude. Why can't you come forward and tell us which one it is?
Because I'm not omniscient. Oh, I could Google it, but
does this require you being omniscient? Does this require you being omniscient, or you being prepared for this conversation? Which one of those?
Yeah, why is he keep doing all those weird little comments?
If I look it up and tell you, what's the conclusion? Like, what are you going to make?
The conclusion right now, at this moment, sir, is that you do not know, and your pride is getting in the way of you saying you do not know. You could easily state, "I don't know." But
No,
why
you
don't
you claim you know there's a container?
No, I claim I know that you don't know any information of how the air pressure is being measured beyond the mesosphere. So you right now have this idea that it has been done, yet you don't even know what device measures it. And on top of that, you are trying to look for the answer right now, which means what it says to me is, sir, what it says to me is that you don't know the information to substantiate your claim right now. You don't have it.
Do you know that they've drilled through tunnels under mountains to make roads?
What does that have to do with our argument, sir? What does that got to do with our argument, sir?
When somebody doesn't understand something, I have to dumb something down with an analogy. So I'm giving an analogy.
Subject. What are you talking about?
That's how you cope. Mountains.
Oliver, please don't purposefully make yourself any dumber. That will really not help.
You could have told me. You could have easily, Oliver. You could have easily told me you didn't know, and we would have been beyond this discussion already. But the problem is, sir, your pride is telling you. You just said that there's a device that measures pressure beyond the mesosphere, which I told you. You said satellites use them, and I asked you for the actual name of the device or what device, and you don't know that information, sir. What you're doing right now is you're grasping at straws because you want there to be an answer so desperately to save your cosmology. But there isn't any answer, sir. There isn't a device that does that.
Hold on a sec. Just because Oliver's maybe a bit cooked at this point and maybe needs to just chill and listen. There's also Collapse in the VC, who is a globe believer, I believe.
So it literally just says barometers are used. These devices often use techniques like capacitive sensing or piezoelectric sensing to provide precise measurements of pressure in environments where traditional methods may not be effective.
Right. Well, we already explained it, Oliver. The definition of gas pressure is very clear. You said you agreed with it, but then you started saying, well, I could just point outside and say there's no container. I don't really know if we're going to get anywhere with you, because unless you can find that demonstration, you've just got an empty claim. You just got an empty claim. So let's see if Collapse has something. Collapse, you're a strong globe believer, are you not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the best evidence? How can we prove it?
I'm so happy you asked me that question. Yeah, let me provide my evidence again.
Yeah, he's brick too. It seems.
He chuckles, but he doesn't provide anything.
Did I just say to wait? Are you retarded?
I don't know who's arguing at the moment.
Your nervous chuckling doesn't help you collapse.
Dude, nobody's nervous around you. Please.
You are. You are.
Alpha.
The interrogation will begin.
Alpha, you realize I'm the real Alpha here, right?
What's the evidence? Collapse.
That's the evidence right there.
What's the evidence?
The picture, right?
What's your evidence for the globe?
You're asking me for my evidence as I'm speaking about it, dickhead. Wait your turn. The evidence is going to be the
He
picture.
showed a I'll tell Cyclone. He showed a cartoon globe in the text channel.
What's your evidence cartoon?
He has a cartoon globe in the text channel.
Well, what's your evidence? The cartoon. I mean, you can make a claim, but can you provide data for that? What was the evidence?
You posted an image. How did you verify that image was real?
I looked at the source and I was like, "Hey, these people went to outer space and took a picture." School NASA.
How do you know that? How do you know they did that?
Because it's claimed, it's showed. What do you mean?
It's claimed.
They claimed it.
Oh,
So a claim
I
is the
forgot.
evidence. So a claim is the evidence.
Is no, the source. That's the source, right? The source is NASA, and the evidence is the picture.
The source of the claim is NASA.
The
Okay,
source
so how
of the
did you
claim is
prove
NASA.
the claim is true?
And the evidence is the picture.
So that's a claim of being a real picture. How did you verify that?
By looking at the what they did, how they did it.
By
And I was like,
looking
this
at what
logically
they
follows.
did.
Yeah, I
Logically
understand.
follows. Okay, so you're just believing anonymous government
logically rational to make the assumption that they did take these pictures.
standard. Okay, good luck with that. Good luck with that, bro.
What are you running away? Are you scared?
Some
When you say
Alpha, you turn
cartoon, do you
out.
have any sort of evidence?
Quickly see if you had the same shit as every
Do
other
you have
Glover.
any evidence for you to say it's a cartoon? Or are you just asserting that?
Yeah, it's a cartoon image.
Have no evidence.
Yeah, they got Photoshop clouds. We got all that stuff. We can show you.
Okay, how do you know it's Photoshop?
It's created in Photoshop.
How do you know it's
They
created
say
in
they make it in
Photoshop?
Photoshop.
They said they made this image in Photoshop? They said?
Well, I don't know
They said
which
they
one
made
you
this
posted,
picture?
but yeah,
Oh,
they
so
say
you're
they
talking
make
about my
their
evidence
cartoon
without even knowing what my evidence is? Come on now. Raise your
Yeah,
IQ.
because it's a cartoon image of a ball that
How
doesn't
do you know it's
exist.
cartoon without knowing the picture?
Well, because there's measured
Looks like a
glass
cartoon
reality.
ball, man.
There's no curve. There's no curve, is there? So it can't be a real ball, or you've got no curve.
Wait, what am I looking at right there? What does that look like?
Your laughter only makes it obvious that you don't know what you're talking about, bro. Putting a cartoon ball that's evidence for your Earth.
Do you think lakes are curved?
I muted this guy for a second. I'm wondering, can we ask him if he knows who Rob Simmons is?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute him, but it was lagging. Do you know who Rob Simmons is?
First of all, you don't mute me.
Oh my God! You don't mute me because I'll get triggered, and if I get triggered, then you'll hear
I'm
about
a diva. I'm a diva. You can't mute me. For God's sake.
Collapse. I'm going to make this perfectly clear, Collapse. Yes, I do.
Yeah, come on, Prolapse. Don't be like that. Anyway, I'm going to get going, but good hearing you all.
See you, Cyclone. Have a good day.
Take care. Yeah, take care, Cyclone.
Was AFK? Okay. Oh, am I unmuted? Hey guys. So are you guys ready to forfeit your retarded
Unfortunately.
position? Thank God I saved you guys, right?
Whatever,
your
man.
eyes.
You put a cartoon ball and think that you're a top tier debater. Step aside, dude.
Whenever you make a claim, I just need you to back it up with data. How do you know it's cartoon?
Well, it looks like a cartoon, number one. Number two, you just
Looks
trust
like a
whoever
cartoon?
gave it.
That doesn't look like a cartoon.
Yeah, it does. It does.
That doesn't look like a cartoon.
Yes, it does. Dude, there's nothing
By
in
what
that
standards?
image. It's simple. take that image, right? The one that you just showed everybody. Walk outside and point to everything that looks like what you're looking at in that image.
So if I'm on the Earth, how do you expect me to fly to outer space?
That's the point. That's the point.
Oh,
you
so
can't
the
see it
principle
that
here
way,
is
right?
I must
you
be
can't see
able
it that
to
way.
be at the spot they took the
No,
picture.
that's the problem. You can't see it that way, so therefore you can't compare it to anything you see in the physical natural world, which renders it moot. Yay!
Physical natural world. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But hold on.
Can you mute your mic when you're belching?
Oh, when I'm talking, don't talk over me, buddy. Relax. And second of all,
Well, dude, your belching is disgusting, Al. Yeah, you're reversing the burden of proof, anyways. You're just saying, "Here's my picture, believe it."
Yeah, his little or else that he added in, tacked on to the end of his statement. That's why I just muted you again. What the fuck are you going to do about it?
He always does the same shit.
do you know who I am?
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, you really know what. Yeah, I had the same thought.
Well, a standard
Alpha.
cookie cutter
You know
Clover.
I am the. You know I'm the real alpha here, right?
No, you're not, dude.
Beta.
Beta.
Do you know who I am?
Guy says he's a real alpha who puts a
You're gonna
cartoon
learn
ball
fast.
in the text.
Collapsed. One thing I've learned: do not question their masculinity.
Nah, what difference does that make, man? Like, he's not providing an argument. He's not providing any argument. Like, he's just putting a cartoon ball and thinks that everybody's gonna make like this deep thought argument about. Like, there's nothing there, bro. That's like what everybody look. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes in here provides that image of the Earth that he just posted. That's like a rank and file person. That's not an intellectual. This guy's just a regular Joe. Like, come on, he's not even somebody serious.
Besides, he's the one. He's the one playing tough guy and trying to make threats and say weird shit. And I'm just pointing out that he does not have power here.
He's a standard cookie cutter Glober. It's okay. We don't want to talk to each other, do we?
I don't mind talking to him, but I don't know why he's muted. The thing is, like, when he provides that image, it's like what we see from everybody else. Is this all he's going to do? Does he just post images of the Earth as a globe and says that, thus saith NASA, and then we're just going to be like, okay, let's dive into it? I don't think there's much more. You got a trust me, bro, as your explanation. Collapse.
I don't have a trust me.
Yeah, you expect us to say, like, well, NASA gave it to us, so therefore it's true. You can't verify that image should be anything in the physical natural world. You can't do that.
Okay, if I just follow the logic you gave me here, because I've never been to Egypt, the Pyramid of Giza don't actually exist because I'm unable to authenticate it for myself. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what we do, right, when people show us images of foreign lands, what we can do is travel to those foreign lands and find out, hey, man, well, you can, right? It's well within the boundary of something that can be done. Now, what they're showing you here is not something as convenient. So it's something a bit more out of the way, extraordinary, if you will. And so you have to take extraordinary claims a bit different than like normal claim. A normal claim would be, I took a picture of a flower in Japan. And then somebody's like, well, I question that because I don't think that's true. Then they can go visit that place and see that flower exists. But in this case, you have to look at an image of something that you've never seen the Earth look like and take somebody's word for it and then say, well, it's true. Well, what gives it that validity that it is true? You just have to take somebody's word for it, which is what you're doing at the end of the day and think you're a top-tier debater coming in here and saying, like, wow.
You do the same thing, buddy.
Buddy? Like, what do you mean? What are we doing this? How do you equate what we do?
You said you could travel. You said you could travel and look for yourself. You could also be an astronaut and go to outer space.
Unfortunately, you're brick, bro.
I'm just following the same logic.
The pyramids, the Great Wall of China, Niagara Falls, those are not extraordinary claims.
You get
the
what's the
difference,
definition
right?
for okay? By what standards do we say what is and what is not?
You can
define the second law of thermodynamics.
Irrelevant to my question.
You have to defeat that. You have to defeat that in order to get to the location where they're said to have taken this image from. So you'd have to defy the second law of thermodynamics, which is a natural law, right? And so then once defying that, you'd have to then be in a location with a rocket ride or whatever vehicle it would take to get you there, defying the second law. It's so far-fetched, dude. By the time you get to the... Yeah, it is, dude. By the time you get to the place where you're at, you've jumped through so many logical hoops.
Yeah,
the second law is preserved everywhere.
Right,
I know you think it is, but...
And collapse, when you can't present any evidence of Earth's surface curvature, showing us Earth as a ball is an extraordinary claim.
It's not. Just draw an arbitrary line and say...
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I'm doing what you guys are doing. You just draw an arbitrary line and say, this is extraordinary, this is not.
You're not listening and responding, you're just coping.
I am listening and I'm responding, you just don't understand the words that I am saying.
Yeah, I can't even finish the sentence, and you start.
At the end of the day, Collapse, you just believe wherever this image came from.
Like you do.
Like name how. Name how. You're trying to say we do the same.
Have you been to Australia?
Yeah, what are we doing to the same effect as you're doing?
Okay, that's what I'm asking you. Have you been to Australia?
No.
Okay, so do you believe Australia actually exists?
Yes.
But according to your logic, if I'm not there to authenticate it for myself, it doesn't exist.
Is it a land on Earth, or is it something outside of the Earth?
Well, we don't even know because it doesn't exist in your worldview, right?
Yeah, it's in our realm. It's within our realm. It's not outside of our realm. What you're saying is outside of our realm of existence. We exist on the Earth, so the Australia is on the Earth. This image was taken.
If you've never seen
this image, dude, you're not going to allow me to finish. Just let me finish, all right? This image was taken outside of the Earth. This wasn't on the Earth. This was outside of it. You know what it means to be outside? It means you're not on the Earth any longer. So, in other words, unless you had an out-of-body experience, right, like astral project or do some other mystery kind of crazy thing, like get on a fantasy rocket ride and go to a place that's outer space and then look back and they say, okay, I'm going to take a picture of this thing. But that's not what you're doing when you go to Australia. You're on the Earth where everybody lives. So it's not an extraordinary claim. It's not it's not an extraordinary claim as it would be to get on this fantasy idea that you can leave the Earth. We're not leaving the Earth. We're on the Earth. On the Earth, not leaving it. That's the difference.
Again, when I appeal to your standards, though, the principle that you follow, it doesn't even matter simply because you haven't seen it yet. So until you prove to me,
where it is, dude. It's the place
you
where
haven't seen it. Wait, how do you know it's there? You just wait. Are you saying trust me, bro?
It's on the Earth, not outside of the Earth. You're not leaving the Earth.
Now he's projecting and interrupting you. Like, why won't we shut up?
What about Antarctica? What about Antarctica?
It's on the Earth. It's on the Earth too. Antarctica's on the Earth.
What about the investigations people carry out when they go to Antarctica?
What investigations?
Like a 24-hour sun and 24-hour midnight.
That's pointing skyward.
Yeah, what about it? What about it?
It seems to line up with the globe Earth.
Yeah, really. Can you give me the logic behind what the sun looking like in Antarctica would do for geometry of the Earth? Go ahead and give it to me. Do me this, right? Do me this favor. Do it in a logical syllogism with the premise conclusion of how this equals that.
Okay. Premise.
Don't use the circular reasoning you love so much.
Okay.
Yeah, he already failed to equate every claim he made. He already failed miserably every time.
Okay. Question: is the Earth a globe? Premise one: if the Earth is a globe, right, and it's rotating in line around the sun, if it's inclined at the poles, we should logically see at a 22 degree inclination, a 24-hour sun at Antarctica. At the poles, yeah, we should see a 24 hours.
Is that where the megachurch pastor's field trip went, to the South Pole?
Yeah, just let them get to. I want to hear the logic behind it, and then we can critique it afterwards.
In our northern kind of seasonal summer solstice, winter solstice, whatever, we should see a 24-hour sun in the winter and a 24-hour midnight in the summer. Right. P2, right? We test the observation at the poles. There is it agrees with P1. Conclusion: the Earth is a globe.
Holy cow! He actually affirmed the consequent. Hold on a second. You just affirmed the consequent in form. You just did that. You tried to give us a hard time about that earlier, and you just affirmed the consequent. If we had observed the sun, by the way, you screwed yourself with angle because you're not going to get any angles from a ball Earth, but I digress. If we see the sun 24 hours in the south, the Earth is a globe, right? Is that what you said? Okay, so what did you do? You went and verified, right? The Earth is a globe because we saw a 24-hour sun. You affirmed the consequent.
No, affirming the consequent only applies if you're discounting alternative theories of how something could operate.
Oh, okay, no problem. So you discounted the fact that you guys took an elevation angle to the south and therefore verifying a flat Earth? You discounted that part.
Yep.
No, but it disagrees with any sort of flat Earth model.
What model? We didn't claim a model. Do you have a globe model you could show us?
Do I have a globe model I could show you? Absolutely.
Yeah. Great, show it.
Do you want me to just take a picture of my globe and shine a light on it?
No, a globe model. You're talking about a scientific globe model that, you guys talk about making predictions and stuff. Go ahead and post that.
Yeah, this is the one you guys critique.
Oliver, I'll have to talk loud since you can't hear me. It sounds like you have a desk globe that you're going to show says who volcanoes on it and then do an eclipse.
Well, an eclipse is pretty simple to work out.
No, don't red herring away from this. I want to see this globe model.
You want to see a globe model?
No, not a globe model, the globe model.
Guys, you know what the globe model is.
Guys, hey, Oliver, and before you show us the bowling ball and a stick, remember they say it's an oblate spheroid now, pear-shaped, if you will.
But hold on.
Guys.
Wait. When we say an oblate spheroid, how ellipsed is it? Can you tell me how?
You're about to take a picture of a bowling ball and a stick. Don't deny it.
Can you tell me how ellipsed this oblate spheroid is?
It's chubbier at the bottom. Is the picture you were going to show us chubbier at the bottom?
Yeah, he said he was going to take a picture of his globe in his room. That's what he said. You're right.
It is virtually a sphere. It is virtually a sphere. That's like taking a football and saying that it's not a sphere because it's slightly.
So think about this. Yeah, think about this, man. Every time we mention something like the oblate spheroid, that's used in the model for the WGS84 model. So if you look that up, you'll see how oblate that looks and compare it to your desk globe. It's not going to be the same. The WGS84 oblate spheroid model. There's an updated one too, but the last one that was being utilized was that particular one, and it doesn't look like your desk globe.
That's because it's spinning, though. So
just show just show a picture of it. Show a picture of it.
Yeah, the WGS84 model.
Right. I'm saying it's going to look like.
Hold on a second, Oliver. Excuse me, sir. You need to show us your model. We don't have a model to show you. This is your claim.
Yeah, so our model complies with reality. You don't have.
Show me the model. Show me the model. Put it in the post. Just post it in the chat. Just post that model in the chat, please.
The cock diss is strong with this one.
What globe Earth models? Should I just link you to like Google Earth or here we go, interactive Earth 3D map.
No, not a map. You said model. I need the globe Earth model. The one that you said exists, not a 3D interactive map. That's a reification. I need the globe Earth model.
Yeah, the model should have explanatory power.
That's what a map does.
Show us
it's
model. When I use my map, when I use Google Maps, that shows me how earthquakes happen and volcanoes shoot lava into the air.
So that's volcanology. That's not a globe Earth model.
So not what you're trying to present then.
Yeah, because that's volcanology.
Does your globe Earth model have any explanatory power?
Yes.
What does it explain?
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica at our winter.
Really? Show that, please. Show that. I want to see exactly that the globe Earth model you're going to present shows a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Let's see it.
What, as in just link a video of the 24
I don't know why you're wasting time asking questions when you said you have a model. I want you to post it. No more bullshit. No more red herrings. Just do it.
Right here comes, guys.
Okay, am I linking a video?
I don't know. This is your claim. Why are you asking us about the things that you're supposed to have?
Right.
Are you an idiot?
You're right, guys. Let's walk it through. I'm asking you.
Oliver, let's walk this through. You're going to post the globe model or you're going to shut the fuck up.
Okay, I guess I'm shutting the...
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was that. No globe model. See how that easy that was? So don't ask us about flat Earth models.
He posted a 3D globe and it looks like an interactive globe, but it's the map so that you can find places on the Earth. It has nothing to do with explaining how the sun operates.
How would Google Earth even work if the Earth was flat?
Well, it takes what it does is it takes the land as it is as a planar horizontal surface, and what it does when you extrapolate it out, when you zoom out, it turns into a cartoon ball. So that they're only superimposing this spheroid model over the flat Earth. So that's all they're doing. They're just making.
How is the cartoon so accurate?
All right, let me finish.
It's not accurate, dude.
Use Google Earth Pro like I do. Pick a point. Go across the whole country from beach to beach, across the whole country, and then switch to elevation view and tell me what the globe curve is for that distance. And you'll see it's just a straight line with hills on it, the sea level. It's just a straight line across the screen.
Yeah, before GPS, Oliver, when we pulled out maps, we didn't pull out globes. We pulled out flat pieces of paper, which are accurately showing the distances, linear distances.
Do you use GPS?
Before, did you hear what I just said?
I understand you saying we just use physical maps, but do you use GPS currently? I use GPS.
That's what I just said about what we did before GPS.
No, I don't use GPS.
I know.
I use Google Maps or iPhone Maps, either one. I don't use GPS.
Yeah, they use GPS.
It doesn't say GPS on the screen.
Yeah, but they use GPS. That's how they coordinate where you are in reference to prove they use GPS. Prove a map app uses GPS. Okay.
Oh my God. How did they do it before GPS, Oliver?
They want people to go to Sharia chat to talk about flat Earth, and I'm like, why?
Does Google Maps use GPS? Yes, Google Maps uses GPS as one of its primary technologies for determining location.
How does it work?
That's a separate claim. But I can tell you in basic principle, it triangulates your position based on satellites.
You said triangles. I posted an image earlier for you when you drew your thing in AutoCAD. I'm going to repost it for you just so you can tell me the angle that you drew, because you didn't mention the angle in there. So this is going to get real interesting in a second. You're going to love this. We're going to see how accurate AutoCAD is at doing angles. And how accurate do you think they are?
Well, AutoCAD's great for 2D. I don't.
And it is 2D. I use yours. I posted in chat. See that angle I'm pointing at? You got the ball, and then you had the straight line where you're making the distance above with the ISS. Go ahead and use AutoCAD and tell me what that angle is inside there.
What?
Yeah, what I'm looking at here that GPS, Google does not own any GPS satellites or
no, it uses them. It doesn't own them. I don't own the PSN network. I use it.
Okay, so you're putting a Google Earth sticker on your forehead, or what are you doing there?
What the fuck?
You use if anything that uses GPS, you put a Google sticker on it? Is that what you're saying, or what? What are you doing there?
No.
Okay, so Google Maps or Google Earth, you said uses GPS. Therefore, what?
Therefore, its global positioning system. The Earth is a sphere. Satellites are in orbit.
So, all right. So then, if you use it too, then you're a sphere. Walk through the logic here. Okay, so I've got say there's a something that uses something else, and you could also be that something that uses something else. How do you separate the two something else's? Logic. Let's try to get logic here.
Do other people understand this question?
Okay, so you said that Google Earth is a globe because Google Earth uses GPS.
No, Google Earth is not.
You are something, proper noun, that uses GPS. Are you now a globe?
Google Earth is an app.
Okay, it's a proper noun, right? Google Earth is a proper noun. Google Earth uses GPS, therefore Google Earth is a globe. Oliver...
Google Earth is also a declarative sentence.
Yeah, that's another one too. You just say that's volcano. Oliver utilizes GPS, therefore Oliver is a globe. So your logic string doesn't match because you haven't connected these things together yet.
Google Earth is an app that uses satellites orbiting a globe.
No.
Oliver is a person who utilizes satellites, therefore Oliver is a globe.
What?
Not even a joke call, Crit.
Resetting. It's a hard factory reset here.
If you're convinced by your question, like
Oliver, after you reset, give me that angle. You have to tell me what that angle is. I'm doing something, and I can't get that angle. You're the one with the program.
It's going to be like a few degrees, but I'm not at my laptop at the moment.
It's not a few degrees. There's a number you're using. You know what? If you're using AutoCAD and then you go ahead and point to it and says, well, it's a few degrees, I don't think you're using AutoCAD.
Yeah, the problem is mathematically it's approaching 0 degrees and never gets there. You can prove it with the Taylor series.
It's a straight line against a curve. What do you mean it's approaching 0 degrees?
Yeah, you're not an engineer. You would have had this in mathematics.
Oh yeah, I'm not an engineer. Okay.
Yeah, you're not. I'm calling you out. You're not an engineer.
Right. Okay. Okay.
You couldn't be an engineer because you're an Oliver, which is a globe.
Yep. Well, I believe you guys. I must not be an engineer.
Yeah, an engineer couldn't be a globe. An engineer would be a person. But because you're an Oliver that utilizes GPS, and anything that utilizes GPS is a globe, you couldn't be an engineer. You got to be a globe, a ball.
Okay. Right.
See, I'm letting you know that your logic string here is just fucked up.
Yeah, I'm on the globe.
Sure you are.
I think you broke his logic.
Yeah, it's like trying to let him know, like this. We do these wild leaps of logic without connecting the dots, without showing this is your syllogism. Premise 1, premise 2, premise 3. Conclusion.
Yep.
When you skip that part, you end up with some really weird comments. Like you said, Google Earth isn't Google Earth anymore. Google Earth is a globe because Google Earth utilizes GPS.
No, I didn't say that.
All right, well, try again then. Let's hear it. Let's hear it again.
Right. That was your logic. Google Earth uses GPS to determine your location on a globe.
Or what?
What's the or?
Yeah, what were the other options?
Well, I don't know what these other options will be.
Okay, so a vacuous statement. Just a complete, like Amish said, just completely vacuous.
If I say I use a whisk to blend a bunch of vegetables in my blender, what is the alternative statement there?
Non sequitur.
That's what his problem is. He has an equivocation problem.
You're roboting. We can't understand you.
Go ahead.
Drop out.
On Google Earth. On Google Earth, what is the alternative?
I was receiving the call. Go ahead.
Oliver, how did they what was the origin of GPS? How did they get the coordinates for GPS?
A network of GPS satellites triangulate your position.
How did that? Triangulate. So that's a triangle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there such a thing as a triangle that has a curved adjacent?
Yeah, the satellites are within view of each other, so they can transmit
how do you
signals.
get an angle from a curved adjacent?
Yeah, so it's not a curved adjacent.
Oh, yeah. The surface is supposed to be curved, correct?
Yeah, so you place a bunch of satellites at positions around a globe, and they're within view shot of each other. They can still communicate over a globe.
Okay, great.
That's just geometry.
So not to get too far away from the question I asked, which was not answered. How did they get the coordinates in the first place?
The satellites are calculating where they are in reference to a globe.
Okay, before satellites.
Before satellites? Well, before satellites, there wasn't GPS.
Yeah, it was. It was called Ground Positioning System. Just
ground
like now.
positioning.
Yeah, just like they use now. Ground towers. So,
Then I suppose you just use ground towers. Then
I don't want to get away from the question I asked of how they got the coordinates in the first place, and you didn't answer. So let me clarify. Does GPS use latitude and longitude coordinate system?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how they got latitude in the first place before satellites?
Well, you're just going to choose a datum and then measure everything in whatever
you just
metric
tell me.
it is.
Yeah, you just tell me. If you know, if you don't know, just say, I don't know how they got the coordinates.
What do you mean got? They make the coordinates up.
How did Earthlings obtain the coordinate system for latitudes?
They didn't obtain it. They made it up.
They made it up based on what?
What again? Like, it's just the shape of the Earth. You say you're 30 degrees. You're 30 degrees to the parallel. You're 30 degrees to the like. You just use
30
numbers.
That's 30 degrees. So if you're at 30 degrees north latitude, how did they obtain that 30 degrees?
Well, you make it up. They're using a number system from scratch.
So you just make up where you are on Earth? You just make it up?
We make up concepts for everything.
Okay, so let me explain to you, Oliver. So the way they got latitudes in the first place was by elevation angles of Polaris. So when you move away from Polaris, further from the north, Polaris gets lower and lower to the horizon. So when you get at 30 degrees north latitude, you could take an elevation angle from the horizon to Polaris, and you'll get 30 degrees. That's an elevation angle from the horizontal.
Yeah.
You can't have elevation angles from a curved surface.
Yes, you can, because you just take a tangent.
Okay. Does Earth have a tangent, and where is it, and how do I get there? What are the directions? Where is it?
Wherever you are on Earth, take a spirit level. What the axis parallel to that spirit level is your tangent.
So horizontal. So if you are if you're navigating using a horizontal for your 0 point of your sextant, measuring luminaries in the sky above us, elevation angles from the horizon, if you're navigating across a flat plane, which is replicated by your navigational chart on the flat navigational table, and so you're navigating across a flat plane. Now, if you put a curved surface underneath the flat plane, can you see how you'd be out of location?
Yeah, that's why you have azimuthal projection lines.
Yeah, you don't know anything about navigation.
So I'll just end this real quick. Oliver, you don't take a tangent because both the GP and the one taking the measurement, the observer, both on the Earth, and they're both at 90 degrees. So they're both 90 degrees to the adjacent. They're both on the same baseline. They're both on Earth. It's not a ball. It's not a tangent. It's the Earth.
Guys, I don't even know what you reference maps against as true, if you're saying you don't know what...
Yeah, I don't know why you're red herring again. I'll tell you what. Anything that you say from this point forward, if you're going to make a claim, I don't need your arguments from incredulity. You don't understand why we do this. You don't know why we do that. Who gives a fuck? You're going to provide citation, or you're going to show that globe Earth model, or you're going to shut the fuck up.
How about we just have a conversation where I'm not attempting to disprove you? Like, I'm just curious.
How about you just shut the fuck up? Conversating with you is a nightmare. It is brutal. It is torture to our souls.
Yeah,
this is a famously friendly, well-regarded channel.
You can't disprove us because everything you've said so far with GPS and so forth, so on and so forth, is using flat Earth measurements. So
I'll tell you what, Oliver.
Snacks are in the back. The DJ spinning request. Yeah, smoke them if you got them.
We have the most popular channel in this particular Discord, so it can't be that painful. Or maybe we're just creating pain for people who don't know that they have a religious belief in a globe. It sounds like you're one of those people. And here you are for hours. You've been here for hours now, Oliver, and you haven't brought shit.
Yes, the Barbra Streisand effect, though, isn't it? Like, rage bait channels are going to get the most activity.
Well, if you're enraged, I think you should probably hit the road. We don't want you to be so upset.
Well, I mean, if I sound enraged to you, then okay. Well, if I was enraged, I'd just leave, wouldn't I?
Okay, so this is a channel where we talk about the nature of the Earth. Yeah, so what we need is proof of curvature. Or the globe Earth model, if you want to present that you claimed exists but won't post.
It's like I said, are you guys not interested in maps and like where things are? Like,
why are you asking if we're interested in things? We need you to go ahead and bring the evidence of like curvature of the Earth or the globe Earth model. Don't ask any more questions, right? What about the maps? The maps that use latitude, the maps that you use that measure elevation angles to Polaris, the ones that have the GP and the observer taking the angle on the same horizontal baseline?
What's the YouTuber called? Is it like
So now you're going to YouTubers. Why are you red herring away from the thing that I just discussed with you? You are being an asshole.
They present more evidence than I can in this Discord session.
Well, then why don't you bring them in here? Because you're making people upset because you don't know what you're talking about.
Bring the YouTuber in here.
Yeah,
I'll make it.
I can't command a YouTuber to enter the chat.
Yeah,
I don't even know the guy.
Watch how fast the channel fades away.
Who are you going to bring? Professor Dave, that we've drug around by his short hairs
to be honest,
over again? How about McToon? You going to bring McToon? Who are you going to bring?
I mean,
yeah, he didn't know these people have been here already. He's just feel like insulting the group, maybe.
Yeah. Do you know a PhD in cosmology or astronomy? Bring their dumbass in here because they don't know the same thing you don't know. Yeah, dumbasses.
A person with a PhD in cosmology is a dumbass.
They don't have proof of the globe
they're a dumbass.
drop over distance. Dumbasses. Yeah, just like you.
Do you not think that's
right? Wouldn't they have to be because you're appealing to them. If you're reciting all the same arguments that they're giving, then they are dumbasses. If you are a product of their education, they are dumbasses. Because you're a dumbass.
I might disagree with people on many things, but I feel like when somebody has a PhD in the field, I'm not going to call them a dumbass.
Then why
I don't care if they have a PhD.
To anyone.
Why don't they have the answer to how the globe measures to be a curve? Why don't they have the answer then? They say the same things you do. Why is that? They're supposed to be smarter than you with PhDs in astronomy, cosmology, physics, right? They're supposed to be smarter than you.
Oh, shit.
Why do they give us the same answers that you have given us? They don't know the answer either. Why do you think that is?
Well, they do. I mean, talking about psychology here, like, why would the entire scientific community?
We're talking about geometry.
The shape of the Earth is not a psychology subject.
We're not talking about psychology.
It is if everyone's convinced by it. Like that's leaning into like, oh, everyone's easily convinced by like a dumb pack of lies.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm here. Why are people like you defending what you don't know? Why are you defending what you don't know? You have to appeal to someone else.
Sorry, Ranger.
Why would the smartest people on the planet be convinced by like the biggest load of horseshit that like a couple guys on Discord can figure out?
What planet?
Okay, the plane we live on.
How about that?
Why would the smartest people on this realm of existence all be convinced by the dumbest lie ever conceived?
I'll tell you why.
After all,
yeah, exactly.
The globe is the dumbest lie. It is the dumbest lie because it doesn't match reality. So you're right about the globe being the dumbest lie. Yeah, you're right.
So
you fall for it though.
They're all stupid. They're all stupid.
They're not all stupid. They're just believers, just like you. Believers with no proof, just like you. Religious zealot globers, just like yourself.
Yeah, having a PhD doesn't mean anything. You can still not have a common sense. You can have a PhD and still stick a fork in a socket. So what are you saying?
Common sense is kind of a different realm to scientific inquiry.
Oliver,
Yeah, I'm not saying
you need to answer your own question, my friend. You are asking a rhetorical question that I think you should answer. Why are all these people believing in such nonsense when it's patently false and can be demonstrated? That's a really good question. I suggest you go on a hunt to figure out why that is.
I've tried to. I've talked to like hundreds of flat earthers at this point.
No, not flat earthers. I'm talking about the people. Excuse me, you need to go ask the idiot friends and also do an internal search in your own mind as to why you would believe something so ridiculous.
It's fairly simple.
Why would you talk to flat earthers? The flat earthers have now transcended above that level of retardia, but you're still down there in the dungeon with the retards, okay? You need to figure out why you're retarded and then ask everybody else who's still retarded like you are why they're retarded.
It's fairly
what a productive way to live life. You know, I'm not a theist. But I wouldn't say this about theists.
I'll tell you what.
That they're all just
You're right.
retarded.
Oliver, I'm going to help you out. You're right. This is a dumb way to live, right? So what you've decided to do is instead of ask people who are retarded as to why they're retarded, you come and ask the flat earthers who are now no longer in that state. So I think you're wasting your life. Should I go ahead and help you go ahead and be productive and just kick your ass out of here?
Stop it.
It's your prerogative.
Oliver, it's fairly simple. It's fairly simple, man. It's when you get taught something as a baby, as a young kid, and you grow up with that thought that they taught you, then you become indoctrinated to the information you were fed. It's that simple.
Yeah, kind of like
I'd say
Oliver, who can't explain the evidence he's presenting. He's mindlessly defending the things he's been taught as a child with no evidence.
Well, I mean, people.
You guys, hold on.
People do that, and they definitely defend. Like a Muslim will defend his religion. A Christian will defend his religion. Buddha's the same way. Everybody will defend their religion, even though they have no evidence of it, just because they were taught that since a child.
And you're doing. You're doing the same thing, Oliver. Just what Elbow said. You're doing the same exact thing as all of those religious people that have a belief without proof. You provided no proof of your religion. You're the most religious person in here.
Yep, I must be.
Yeah, let me just clarify something for you so you can kind of get this straight, because you might have some fallacies of thinking of where we came from and why we believe. We were taught the same exact thing you did, and we used to believe it just like you did, like you do now. We went out and searched because we got the numbers, the metric for what the size of the Earth is supposedly, and we went out and checked in reality, and it doesn't match. So
did you account
here.
Did you account for atmospheric conditions?
How many conditions do you think we've checked in 10 years?
Well, if you've checked for terrestrial refraction, I'd definitely be interested to see the calcs.
Okay, do you have a formula for terrestrial refraction? What is it?
It's a few equations.
Okay, give us the main one.
The main one?
Yeah, there's only one main formula for.
Well, the main one is just like a version of Snell's law.
Okay, so tell us what it is.
If I may. Oh. I was just
Snell's law is not going to work.
Interested, Oliver. I'm going to. If I.
So your silence.
So I don't mean to interrupt, but
silence is a concession. I'm in the middle of asking him, so don't interrupt yet. I'll let you speak in a minute. So the formula for terrestrial refraction is 7/6R. So they use the R, which is for the radius of Earth. That's begging the question. It's It's using the consequent in the premise.
Because that's better to disprove it. If somebody's maths is bullshit, you can prove their maths is bullshit using their maths and show that it doesn't match the observation.
Why do they have to beg the question then with the R being baked into their equation?
It was because it was resolved from observation.
No,
really? So you can show us this Earth curve then? Yeah.
But we need to know how they measured to get the radius, how they got the radius, and what method was used to get the radius.
The problem with begging the question, say I give you some calcs which says you're 100 foot.
This is a red herring. We're going to the point that you just made, and no, not hold on. We are continuing the conversation. We're not regressing to the begging the question. If you think that the premise would have been invalidated, certainly you can show us where they got the R value in that particular equation. So I want you to tell us where they got R from. That way it's not begging the question.
The radius of the Earth, the average
Yes,
radius.
how was that measured? How was that measured? Duh!
There are a bunch of measurements you can use.
Okay, give us one.
Which one?
Well, one is to measure it by light.
Okay, tell us how exactly that was done.
So you can do it with a more advanced version of Eratosthenes measurements.
I want to know who did it because they had to already do it. So it's not on your shoulders.
Well, no, because that's an argument. That's an argument from authority. I don't give a shit.
No, it isn't. You have an appeal to authority, so we'll just bypass that. But you say it's been measured with using light. So tell us exactly who did it and then what method and what technology was used, what apparatus. Go ahead.
What, so you want me to just find like a person?
Yeah, you're making claims. You're making baseless claims, sir, and you don't have any backing. So you're saying that it was measured, and now you have to go search for the validation of your claim after the fact.
Have you looked into Eratosthenes' original experiment?
Oh my God! Stop asking questions. So now you're going back to 250 BC for your technology. Is that right? I just want to know: is that what you're going to use?
Well, if you have a more accurate data on the sun, you've got a better measurement. But he was within a pretty good margin of error. It's just he used Egyptian stadiering instead of Greek stadiering.
He was a pretty good margin of error based on what reference or standard?
Shadows.
No, I said what reference was using to know that he was accurate or not.
Well, we have our modern reference.
Okay, so you don't know. And what was he measuring the angle of the shadows? How was he measuring the angle of the shadows?
It was seeing how the angle of the shadows differed. It was like the bottom of a well.
Story. I'm asking you what he measured the angle of the shadows against. You have to have a starting point. So what was he using to measure the angle of the shadows? What was his starting point?
Well, Alexandria and then Thebes.
Okay, so now you're missing the point completely. He was using the horizon to measure the angles of the shadow from the horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the horizon, which is horizontal level.
Yeah.
So flat plane, and he measured the angle of shadow. So he was measuring angle of shadows, not the Earth's surface. So it's a non sequitur. Plus, you can't tell us the details of how this supposed person, who we can't even verify actually lived in history. You can't tell us how he measured from Alexandria to Syene at all, or how did he measure the left and right turns of the whole entire trail, 500 miles, in 200 BC? And then how did he measure every single elevation change in the 500 miles in 250 BC? How did he do all that?
You could have some sort of level indicator back then.
Okay,
I mean, you guys literally go on about.
Oh, you're making more claims, so you're claim stacking. So now tell us, you said he had ways of doing it. So what technology did he use in 250 BC to measure elevation changes?
Elevation changes?
Yeah, duh. You think it's
River Valley
flat? You think it's a completely flat trail from Alexandria to Syene? Huh.
Yeah, there could be some discrepancy.
You don't even know how he supposedly did it, let alone actually did it. You see how ridiculous that is? How did he measure the distance from Alexandria? Did he have a fucking pedometer?
There were cartographers trying to measure the Earth step by step.
Okay,
this is how it was done.
Stop trying to divert from the actual question. You can't tell us, and you won't. You refuse to say.
My explanation. There were ancient cartographers.
Okay, how did they measure the surface of Earth?
I imagine you just have to go step by step with a rope.
Holy crap! You're digging yourself a deeper hole, man. Okay, what did they use to synchronize the time 500 miles apart in 250 BC? How did they synchronize their sundials?
What? They were at the same longitude.
Did they use Google Earth?
They're at the same longitude, though.
Did they use Google Earth? How did they synchronize? You're
looking at the sun. You're looking at the sun.
Okay, did one call the other one on a cell phone and say, now it's high noon here?
You just look at the time of day, don't you?
Yeah, how did they communicate what time of day they had 500 miles apart?
The angle of the sun in the sky.
How did they communicate? How did they communicate that from one point to the other? They had to have
travel between each other. Travel between each other.
Yeah. So how did they know the difference in time from Alexandria to Syene in 250 BC? They had to communicate from one to the other. So did they use a runner to run back to Alexandria? And then tell them what time it was in Syene? Ridiculous. The whole thing is a farce.
You realize along the same longitude, you can just determine that.
Okay, you're not telling us how they did it. So we're just going to bludgeon this thing into the ground here. So do you know what assumptions Eratosthenes was making? What assumptions was he making?
Well, the test, if he's assuming the Earth is curved, he's testing
he assumed,
how much does it actually curve.
He already had a religious belief that the Earth was a ball in the first place. What else did he assume?
If your assumptions are wrong, the result's going to show that.
What else did he assume about the test itself? What were the assumptions? We already determined, and you said it out of your own mouth, that he supposed that the Earth was a ball in the first place. So what else did he assume in the test itself?
Well, you tell me then, because you know more about the experiment. I guess.
He assumed the distance to the sun, and he also assumed that the light from the sun was parallel. Everything we see in reality, any light coming from the sun is not parallel, it's diverging.
No, it is virtually parallel.
No, it isn't. It's virtually diverging.
Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from?
Any light that you see coming from the sun, like you can do reflection test. You can do tests. You can see as light goes through clouds, it diverges. It doesn't stay parallel.
And he's getting it from reality.
You're looking at the building. So all buildings, does that mean the shadow is exactly in the footprint of the building? So there's no converging, no diverging light. So you wouldn't have shadows on northeast, southwest. of a building then? They would all be straight down.
Take a drone and look at it from high.
You don't understand. If you have a stick in the ground and you're on your ball with those presuppositions that every pole that is vertical are at different angles, and the sun hitting each one of those poles would be straight fucking down.
No shadow.
When you guys look at train tracks, do you just assume the tracks weld themselves together because they get closer and closer?
Okay, so on a ball you have a stick pointing up at noon and the light's coming straight down, and then another stick so the light coming from the sun diverging.
Yeah, in your example with the train tracks, he's trying to explain that to you. That's perspective. He's trying to explain that perspective to you.
Yeah, and you completely missed the point of the perspective. That's why I brought up with the train tracks. The train tracks don't get closer as they go farther apart and then weld themselves together. They do
the light from the sun, not railroad tracks. So light from the sun.
Yeah, but I'm trying to illustrate. Do you understand the train tracks aren't coming together at some point? They just look like they're getting closer as it's further away.
The thing he just explained to you, I'm sure he does.
Right, so that is how light from the sun works. Where it looks divergent, it's not. It's just that you're looking at it head on.
What?
That's how an orthographic perspective works.
Okay,
if you don't understand that, you don't understand. Prove it. Prove it.
Yeah,
Perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't just say that that's what we're seeing, okay? What you actually have to do is prove that the light rays are parallel. Can you prove that the light rays are parallel, yes or no?
Ew. Okay. Right. We'll just...
No, you can't. Okay, so silence is acquiescence.
Hold on. I'm trying to get you a source.
Source is ray.
Plus,
you don't need a
prove the ray is even a real thing. Rays are conceptual anyways. Like, rays don't exist.
Lol. What rays? Wait, hold on. Rays don't exist.
No, of course not. They're a conceptualization. They're abstract.
What are your metaphysics?
For my metaphysics. Okay, show me a ray, please. Can you show me a ray?
A ray.
Is it a physical thing or is it a description? Is it an abstraction?
Do it again. You get out of here, Claw.
Are you talking?
Let's talk to Claw. Let's talk to Claw. I'm tired of talking to this fool.
Time for some intellectual violence again because you guys are so
let's talk to Claw.
Wait until the conversation's over, Claw. That's what I was saying. Don't interrupt. Just wait until they're done and then ask your question.
Are we talking about you're talking about the physics of light in terms of like a ray is just a concept? Yeah, I agree.
Now,
a ray is a
physics.
concept.
Okay. So what are parallel light rays if they're just concepts?
What does that even mean? Everything is denoted by a concept. It's still describing real entities.
Okay, so reals are ray. Rays are real, right? Rays are real?
Yes.
Okay, what are they? Show me a ray.
What? Composed of photons.
Okay, so a ray is composed of photons. You're describing... Show it to me.
Photons. Are you seeing?
What? Yeah, I see light, but I don't see rays.
Rays don't exist in reality. Like, you can model light as a wave or as a ray, and there are other ways to do it. It's just a model. It's not real.
Yeah. You have a point in terms of we have a best fit model. Like, that's how things work. But we're saying things have the property, like in terms of wave particle duality.
The rays are not particles. Like, photons have spin and momentum that can be measured. Rays don't.
Okay. So do you want to just refer to it as photons?
Oliver, a ray is just the path the light takes, right? If I walk from one end of my room to the other,
you can call it that.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But the path itself is an abstraction. Right?
Oh, okay.
Right? Same thing.
When I
same.
Yeah, I have no idea what flat Earth metaphysics are, but like I don't know.
What are you talking about? Flat Earth
I don't know if there's a
physics?
distinction, dude. I don't know why you said that, dude. You just agreed that it's just the path of light, and the path is a concept. It's an abstraction for us to measure shit.
Yeah, so when you're saying shit diverges, I'm saying it doesn't. It's going along the same path. You're just viewing crepuscular rays, like kind of parallel to a certain line of sight. So obviously rays around that are going to look like they're diverging from you, but they're not. The buildings aren't getting smaller as they're going upwards. It's just that from an orthographic perspective, it looks like things further away are smaller. They're not. It looks like they're converging. They're not.
Yeah, I get that.
Red herring. Red herring.
Well, one's saying he gets it and the other's saying red herring.
No, but I get the concept, but I don't know how it applies here.
That's what I'm saying about crepuscular rays. Like, they are parallel.
How do you know
What are you talking about, dude? Like a point source throws off rays in 360 all directions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're getting hit by a tiny, tiny arc of that, which is virtually parallel because of how far and how small the Earth is.
I got you. You're moving the flat Earth that we measure and can see. You're moving that flat surface up into outer space instead, and you're preserving the geometry. And you're reifying a ball into existence as a consequence. I get it now.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to present evidence of the flat Earth, like, be my guest.
Yeah, water's flat level, hydrostatic pressure. There you go. There's no, like, the molecular bonding of water at the surface doesn't reflect any gravitational influence. Forming a ball. Yeah, there's no molecular model of gravity or gravitational model of molecules. Like, what are you talking about? Water at rest lies flat and level. Mean sea level has a rate of change of slope of 0.
Yeah. How do tides work on a flat Earth?
It sounds like he's changing the
Next
subject
question.
again.
Yeah, I guess that didn't work out for you, huh? Just move on to another topic because you crash and burn on the last one. And the last one.
Yeah.
It's like 3 hours of this shit.
You're just making propositions. I just asked you how tides work.
Who's making
You're like, no, I'm
propositions?
not answering that.
God damn it.
Dude, no.
How about,
I said I don't know. Like, that's a valid answer, isn't it?
Well, it's not if you're claiming the Earth's flat.
Oliver, how about this,
Yeah,
man?
because I gave you a reasonable answer, dude.
Yes.
Oliver, how about this,
The
man?
Earth is flat, but I can't explain its phenomena.
Yeah, listen, my girlfriend explained shit that she can't back up either, so what the fuck?
Yeah, she's also unsubstantiated. That's how things work.
Yeah. Do you think truth value is determined by the force of an explanation? Because if you do, I got a bridge I'd like to sell you, and I'm really convincing.
No. It's either the soundness or
Obviously
validity.
it's not. So you need to come up with a new epistemology here, because yours is fucked.
That's what I just. That's what I just said. That's what I just said. You're just getting mad. Like that. That's why I said empirical claims are validated by the soundness of the argument, and rational claims.
And he likes what you said, and he's trying to steal what you just said to him. That's what happened.
Yeah. So present an empirical globe observation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then back it up with a logical deduction. You're taking exactly what I told you 2.5 hours ago, and you're throwing it back on me like you're a fucking genius. I appreciate that because I actually gave you this response to use against me.
Not a genius. I just have more than 2 brain cells to work out the Earth is not flat.
Exactly what I told you 2.5 hours ago, and you gave it back to me. I feel flattered. Thanks for calling me a genius.
Oliver, can I
Got any
bring
more
something up?
whiz bang fingers for me, dude?
Oliver, I want to address
boring
something.
Clover I've ever talked to in my life. Holy crap! I wouldn't have dragged my forehead against a brick wall.
Yeah, so hopefully maybe this will close it up. Okay, Oliver, I want to bring something to your attention. You mentioned something earlier, something about I forget the words you used, but you mentioned something to the effect of, going into the nitty-gritties about the globe. I forget the term you used, but so forgive me, okay? I posted something in the chat at 50 minutes past the hour, so about 20 minutes ago. I tagged you. Can you confirm that you see that or not?
Wait, sorry, I'm washing up. I'm going to dry my hands.
Okay. Are you, in the meantime, are you at all familiar with the Black Swan?
Is this oil rig thing?
Yeah.
20 minutes past the hour.
No, 20 minutes ago, 50 minutes past the hour.
Nick, he's been around for a long time. He's seen Black. This guy is not new.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, good. So this shouldn't be familiar with you. Okay. So what you see here, okay, I took it upon myself to investigate this a little bit a few weeks back. Using the Walter Bislin's Earth Curve calculator, I plugged in some numbers. Okay, so the Black Swan, the two rigs, one's at 6.5 miles or something, the other one's at something like 9.41 from the observer. Okay? In that image, from a 1 foot height observer, right, we actually see the full rig. We even see the horizon beyond it. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, according to this calculator, in an ideal world where there's no quote unquote terrestrial refraction happening, you'll see that in the second image, we could expect about 44.68 feet to be hidden. We don't actually see that in the image. Okay. Now, what I did is I dragged the calculator thing to render the image such that the bottom of the rig is actually visible, emulating what we actually do see. And what that actually yields is a necessary refraction, quote unquote, for that to actually happen, an index of 0.989. What this calculator actually qualifies as being, quote, extreme. Okay? You brought up earlier or in the conversation that you were having earlier, it came up standard refraction, 7/6R, right? That's an index of refraction of 0.17 or 0.166667 recurring. Okay? This is an index of refraction that is, 6 or 7 times the size of that, the magnitude of that? Are you able to provide any combinations of variables like temperature, humidity, et cetera, right? That would yield this type of phenomena. And if so, are those combinations of temperature, humidity, et cetera, actually things that we can measure in the environment, such as the one found in this observation? What is it? California, West Coast, where it's really hot and shit like that. Is that actually feasible? Because if not, then one must, conclude that this is a different, caused by something different, right? So if you want to look into that, feel free, and maybe come back to us with something that's actually, palatable. Because as of yet, it doesn't add up, man. So
yeah, you're saying the index of refraction is extreme, and that's what you see at that distance.
Basically, it's qualifies as extreme. But
when you put hold on, you put
one caveat is that this phenomena is not a rare occurrence. Many people have actually gone to do this observation, as far as I've understood, and they see more or less the same thing.
Yeah. Can you put do you know the observer height of the black swan?
Yeah, it's 1 foot.
Of sea level.
1 foot above sea level. So the curve, the horizon, geometrically should be at 1.22 miles.
The observer height was 1 foot above the ground.
Yes, sir.
Where are you getting that from?
From the poster himself. He said this is where he was. This was the observer height, and from that position, those were the measured distances from it.
Yeah. Can we link the post, please?
Yeah, we'll link
because
the original.
because 1 foot above the ground at sea level. Well, it's literally just a camera on a small camera on a tripod,
right above the water.
Right above the water.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, can you see how I'm contending the authenticity of that claim?
Yep, and you have every right to. Because it seems absurd, right? It seems like this shouldn't happen. It seems like special pleading almost to say, oh well, this is it's just, or basically what you end up being cornered into is basically a special pleading, unless of course we have the data to actually back up what was going on at that time and justify yielding a horizon about what 8, 7 times
suspicious.
Further.
I'm very suspicious about 1 foot above, or 1 foot above.
A tripod on a camera at the beach is very suspicious to you? I'm not understanding.
He's saying the credibility of the claim. And that's fine, right? Now, the good news about this is anybody can actually go do it, right? I don't know where you are. Oh, you sound like you're in the UK, so never mind. But, a quote-unquote extreme or extraordinary claim, or seemingly so, such as this, it's not actually all that extraordinary because anyone can actually go verify it. Whereas, people claim outer space.
I'm watching.
That's a little bit extraordinary in comparison.
I'm watching the video. Another point I bring up is the advanced Earth curve calculator just applying Snell's law?
I'll actually send you the website. The math is at the bottom. It's not just this, the Snell's law that we hear in high school. Was it N1 times theta 1? All over whatever that simple, a couple multiplications and division, right? It's not that. This is the Walter Bislin's calculator, wherein he's applying a little bit more of a more sophisticated equation or formula to it. I'll send you the link at the bottom. You can feel free to play around with the calculator and see if you get different results. If I made a mistake, I would be more than happy to correct it. But I don't think I did. I had a couple people in here double check this before. So yeah.
Another thing I'd say is if you're putting something right near the surface, when we're saying, oh well, that's an extreme level of refraction there. When you're putting something right near the surface, where you're also getting quite a lot of what would you call it, like radiation from the surface, heat radiation of like infrared. We've already seen how extreme refraction can get.
Sure. Okay.
Not over water. Number one, why don't you critique your claims like this? Why don't you critique your claims like this?
It's the same over a road. It's the same over a road.
Oliver, if you think about it, Oliver, what you're talking about only really applies around the area where the person's actually standing, right? Where the sand is hot and shit like that, and that kind of pocket of air is affected by those conditions. Whereas over the water, one would understand that would smooth out because the water's cooler. So at worst case scenario, the phenomena that they're witnessing that far out is not affected by this until that light actually reaches where the individual is. In which case it might be affected, quote unquote, by a negligible amount at all. Right.
But you're talking about the temperature difference.
About there, the little bit of effect that small, meter by meter area, right, in the air above it would have over an observation of 10 miles away. You can see, I'm sure you can see how, meaningless that is.
Critique your globe like this.
But and at any rate, okay, what you gotta understand is right now I'm granting you an olive branch that this ball has actually been measured and or calculated or whatever to be what it is. And I'm throwing at you that observations don't actually line up with that. So therefore, there must have been a mistake in the calculation. There must have been too many assumptions, and everyone just took it for granted, and sidestepped that. Or whatever measurements that were taken, there was something wrong with it. Or, of course, that there's something wrong with this calculator or the way that I did it. So there's a lot up in the air. And if you can parse through any of that and point out where anything went wrong on your side or on my side or our side, whatever you want to call it, I'm sure we would all be much more advanced as a result of that. So feel free.
Please don't say nuh-uh again and not be able to explain why nuh-uh.
Yeah. So if you're trying to use Snell's law, that's ruled out because air is only one medium, not two or more. And air doesn't have a surface, which is required to get an angle of incidence. And if you're using 7/6R, you've given up your geometric horizon right there. You're telling us that the horizon is not physical, which is required on a globe. It would have to be physical, and it would have to be exactly as the gentleman before explained at 1.22 miles. No further, because that means anything further would drop off below your line of sight. There's no indication of any kind of refraction that can project a horizon at 10 miles or further up. The horizon is not affected by refraction.
Well, you've got more extreme.
Refraction only affects things above or below the horizon. It doesn't affect the position of the horizon itself. And
it does.
Andrew Thomas Young, astronomy, the head of astronomy, UCSD, is the reference I'll use. Andrew Thomas Young tells us different. He's the expert.
It does. It does affect the actual view of the horizon.
Explain how. Not another nuh-uh in face of his citation. Explain how.
Yeah. So you're going against the expert in the field, Andrew Thomas Young, the head of astronomy.
I am. Yeah, I am.
Him. Okay, great. So back up your claim then.
Because it's an object like any other. You're just talking sea or land. Like, it can be refracted, it can be reflected. I'd also question the coefficient, because it seems like in the Advanced Earth calculator, it says refraction coefficient standard at sea level equals 0.17. I'll question.
Yeah, that's your 7 over. That is your 7/6R, right? If you take 7/6 minus 6, right, you're minusing a whole from that. You have 1/6, which is 0.667.
Yeah. So right, I would question.
Go ahead.
I would question to what range it's accurate. Like, how much can it vary? Because if it's saying it's standard, I use I use constants and variables in engineering that you can say in tables as standard, but it doesn't mean they apply in all cases.
You need to understand how that is being plugged into the formula. Okay, if you fiddle around with it, you'll notice something. At the bottom, you'll see the calculation. I forget what it is. It's something that the slider. Okay, what you're doing is playing with K. Okay? K is that. Yeah.
Nick, hold on a second. We've already treaded over this. Amish put it to bed. So did Sonny. He was begging the question with the 7/6R in the first place. We've already destroyed that. I don't know why we're treading old ground.
Yeah, it's probably useless. Okay, I want to bring it up. An example of how whatever it was that he was trying to bring forward, there's something wrong with the whole thing altogether. Right?
Yeah, he knows that.
Now, so Oliver, if you have any contention with the calculator, I'm sure Walter Bislin's email is available and you can reach out to him. But besides that, I don't know, man. Come up with something, otherwise, you're kind of toast, bro.
Yeah, and Oliver just mentioned something.
Wait, hold on,
Oliver. You mentioned something about references and standards in engineering, but you're using a 7/6R equation. That's begging the question: what? You don't have any reference or a standard for R. That's missing.
The thing is, if I said, yeah, there appears to be a problem without in-depth investigation of my own, do you get how that doesn't disprove a globe Earth? It's just something to be figured out, because then we have to say, well, every other observation we make is seemingly
all the white swans. Yeah, I understand. That's why it's called the black swan, right? So you've got a lot of white swans. We've got our black swan. Bunks the claim. You still don't have any actual positive evidence for your claim. Don't worry about debunking the claim. The claim needs evidence in the first place. You haven't provided it. You're just assuming it. You just believe it. So you can continue to believe it, but if you don't have any evidence for it, we're kind of done here.
Right. I mean, you guys can kick me at any time if you want. If
you're just going to stay here and ask, obviously we are. I would prefer it if you did it yourself, or come up with a new topic or some kind of claim to prove, and not just say, you guys need to debunk my claim because it stands as true even though I haven't provided any evidence. That's not going to work here today. Or you can also stop, stereotyping us and going, you guys, or flat earthers, or whatever. Try to just, argue in good faith. Do something decent today, Oliver.
Or at the very least, have a moment of self-reflection and realize that the things you're defending, you don't know anything about.
Well, I do. We did an experiment in A-level physics where we attached a camera to a weather balloon. And I know you're going to say distortion this, distortion that. You could see a curve.
That's not actually an experiment. That's just you putting a camera up in the sky. It's called an observation. It's not an experiment, unless you want to give us some kind of dependent variable to start with.
Okay, then
Oliver, not only Oliver, not only that, not only what was it Oldhouse? No, it says who. Sorry, I get you guys mixed up. Not only what says who said, but you kind of shot yourself in the foot by pointing out all the flaws in what you did. Therefore, the conclusion can only be interpreted through the lens of knowing that there are flaws in it. Now, the degree to which those flaws actually apply to it, well, I don't know how one could measure that, but for all we know, the whole thing's bunk because there's flaws in it, as you just pointed out so graciously. So, thank you.
Again, it's an entire model, so you kind of have to disprove the entire model. Now, if there were significant,
we're going to end this. That's where we're going to end this. Hold on, Ranger. Hold on. That's where we're going to end this. I asked you for that model. If you don't post it, we're not talking about it anymore. Thank you.
So we established two hours ago that he didn't have a model. I don't believe he retained that information. Maybe he's looking for the model that he couldn't find 2 hours ago.
I mean, that's so
The irony, you asked for a model, but you guys don't have a model at all. You guys have less than the globe.
Well, yeah, he claimed a model. Like that's all. He said, "I have a model that does all these things." That disproved my model.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, the globe Earth has the positive claim, and you claim a model. So you provide your model. We don't need a model. All we need to do is go outside and
Why don't you need a model? Wouldn't you want to know?
Jesse, you've already displayed your ignorance. How do you have less? You have no. The flat Earth has no model. How is that less than nothing?
Yeah, the globe has tons of evidence, models.
Where? Okay, just provide one. Just one model. One model, Jesse. Just one model. I'll post it. Just one model. That's all I need. Jesse, I just need you to post one model. I would prefer it be the globe Earth model. So if you can post that, we'll resume this. Otherwise, you're just going to do what you always do, is come in here, talk trash, ad hom. We don't need it. Just provide the model, please. When you do, I'll take it off mute.
Yes, keep your soul on his esophagus.
Yes, he was like an engineer, and he said, "Yeah, we've done." What did he say? He said something like, "We've done these great things in engineering. We let go of a balloon one time." Like, fuck, man. I've done that at a bunch of birthday parties. Am I an engineer now? I don't know. That's all it takes. Just let go of a balloon.
And we've never had any one of these goobers give us a model of the globe Earth, not even the PhD goobers. And claiming that there's an experiment puts their science acumen below 5th grade minimum.
They don't have a model, but we know they don't have a model. They can't present one, but to say, don't come in here unless you got a model. Dude, there's gonna be nobody here. I mean, if you think about it, nobody's gonna come up with it. So, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know, there's gonna be nobody here. Put that little caveat.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, Bear. That's very unfair of you, says who.
No, but that's the fun of it, is that we want them to provide what they think. They have a scientific model of anything having to do with the globe Earth. We'd like to see it. And we just ask them to present it, and they go ahead and try. And that makes for good listening for everybody out there.
No, I understand. I mean, listen, everybody comes in with their idea of their globe and their world. And they want to say, listen, I want to argue my idea. Well, that's cool. That's not what anybody's arguing against your personal ideas that you came up with watching anime in your bedroom. We want to go and talk about the thing that they teach you in school must be the case. That model, yeah. Like your own model, that's yours. You keep it.
All right, Jesse provided the celestial sphere. Jesse, how did you get the elevation angles? I'll unmute you. Jesse, the celestial sphere. I see it. Where did the elevation angles come from? Is this thing on, or am I DC? Is Jesse just deciding to avoid this question?
Yeah, Earth is a globe, you fucking moron. Wake up, dumbass.
Yeah, okay, so tell me, if the observer and the GP are on the same horizontal baseline, is that on the Earth? And are they at 90 degrees?
You don't know how celestial navigation works. You're just parroting something Nathan Oakes
Okay, so ad hom, so you didn't answer the question, so you failed. So you did provide the celestial sphere, and then you freaked out and then you ran away because you couldn't answer the question, which I hope the audience saw. So these are the globe believers. This is how they behave.
Yeah, he ran away like a crybaby.
Yep. The celestial navigation is actually so simple. You have an observer and a GP on the same baseline, stays in its parallel. That's the end of it. It's the end.
Yeah, exactly. And then the globe leaders just have to assume that it's curved. It's a great belief system that they have.
It's a strange bias. They're holding on to something that, in my mind, at this point, they want to be true, but I don't think they could articulate why they want it to be true. It'd be great if they did.
Yeah, if it were a globe, we should be able to experience it in reality. And we don't. We experience everything as a flat, stationary plane. That's what we experience in reality.
We had a guy come in last night talking about, I'm a very practical guy, so, how would not believing in the globe, I forget how he worded it, in my everyday practical experience, what would change even though I believe in the globe? I said, well, do you live in a concrete bunker? And stop me if you heard this, but do you live in a concrete bunker underground to, protect yourself from the several 100-mile-per-hour winds that you would be exposed to because of the Earth's rotation? Well, he said, no. I said, so practically, as a practical guy, you use the Earth as flat, but you believe a globe. He said, well, yeah. I said, okay, so you just choose to have a religious belief, but in pragmatic, practical, everyday life, you treat the Earth as stationary. So everybody treats this place stationary. Everybody breathes air. Everybody levels the picture on their wall with water, which is level everywhere. And this is easy.
Yep, it should be as clear as the nose on the front of your face. And they just, well, it's because it's been indoctrinated into people. And when you start to question them, just exactly like that situation right there, they don't experience a globe, but yet they claim that they do. And when it comes down to it, they've got absolutely nothing and nowhere to go with it.
Right, which is why it's interesting that they would ask a question like, what would change about my everyday life? Why can't, they're essentially saying, why can't I just keep my belief? Well, we're not stopping you from having your belief. We just want you to know that in your everyday experience, you deny your religion. As soon as you level that picture on your wall, you are denying your religious belief.
Yeah, and can't have it both ways. Well, I guess they can. It's quite a mess. But yeah, some people, it probably doesn't matter to them. To me, it's I want to know where I live kind of thing. That's why I'm interested in exploring this and come to the realization about the globe lie and what the globe actually is, and how the globe was created behind the scenes in the celestial sphere, just like what Jesse there posted, the celestial sphere. That's where the globe exists. It exists above your head. You're not on the globe. You're inside the globe, like a big protractor above your head. And two different sets of stars, stars that we see in the north. You go south, you get away from the northern stars, you see different stars. So we need a different celestial sphere with those stars in it. And then the known land, the known waterways have all been mapped according to the stars. There's your globe. You live on a flat plane. The globe's around you.
Yeah, he pretty much posted how the whole reification works, right? So you measure an angle from a flat plane, which is in that little diagram, or that model that he posted, which isn't really, but I digress. And then you could just blow the Earth up and tuck it inside that sphere. That's how they plotted all those places, right? But it was measured from a flat Earth.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. They measured it flat and created a fake globe to basically make some kind of a mapping system is basically what they've done. But everything is done from a flat plane. You're going to, celestial navigation, you're going to measure angles. You require a flat baseline. And there's just no way around it.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, I can.
Are we live?
I'm not sure.
Let me just double check. Let me just check and see if we're live. Chat, are we live?
Yo, what's up, CB?
Hey, okay, you know what? I think we're live. Let's get confirmation in the chat. And once chat says we're live, then we're confirmed live. But right, it's been confirmed. We are live.
You fucking guy.
What's going on, y'all? Y'all just sitting in here quiet, or what's going? Did I miss something?
CB, now you're starting to sound like a Glober. You know the guys that come in here right after a conversation, it's like, oh, it's so quiet in here. Why are you guys just sitting around so quiet, not talking? It's like, we just finished the conversation 10 seconds ago. Oh, shit. Yeah, we just, what, 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, finished cleaning up with Oliver.
Okay. Very nice.
So we're waiting for the clown bus.
Yeah, the short bus, indeed.
Bus, yeah.
All right.
By the way, I made it, bro. I'm back on schedule.
Oh yeah, what do you mean?
Remember the other day I was telling you, my schedule's all messed up all night and shit like that.
Oh yeah, your sleep.
Back.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I was up at 9:30. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So
nice, brother.
I'm back.
We are so back. Yeah, I'm working on the same thing too, man. On this, trying to get up and get out there as soon as possible.
Were you not there last night? I remember I stayed up late, but I still managed to get up early there. But it was like 3, 4, 5 in the morning here. Were you not there?
For a bit.
All-nighters?
I don't think I was super active. I was listening. I was like in listening mode mostly.
Did you pull an all-nighter or something?
Hell no.
No, okay. Shit. Okay. Guess you didn't sleep much there. What time is it for you over there?
It's about to be noon. It's 5 till noon. No, I went to bed at like
shit.
I got a little bit of sleep last night.
Okay.
4 hours.
Okay. 4 hours.
It's just, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Come to think of it, that's actually what I got too. I was up until 6 because it's almost 3 here, so we're 3 hours apart there. I was up until 6, and I got up at 10:30 or so. So, yeah, all good.
Yep. And we are still live, folks.
Are we live?
I think we've confirmed. Yeah. Yep. Confirmed. We're live. We do have Calaman. Calaman, welcome. There's also, yeah, Calaman. Lock and load, boys.
I was going to use my mouth.
All right. It's hot news.
I've got you in my sights.
Calaman. Hey, he's just hanging out in VC. Well, we're doing a no listening panel at the moment. So, grab you a drink and a snack and pull up. Don't worry, bro. You can jump in the backpack. We'll carry you. On some door shit.
Man, I can't tell you how happy I am that we have that fucking soundboard back.
Bro.
God
You're telling
damn
me.
Man, it's like, what do we ever do without it? All the Jesse Lee Petersons, all the little shotguns. Fuck.
You know, it's a bit like it's a skill, you know, and you can put a child behind a soundboard, it's fine. It'll just smack buttons, whatever. And then it'll get annoying. But
yeah,
it's like telling it's like doing stand-up or something. It takes a little bit of skill and timing and practice, and you have to work at it and stuff like that. So over time it'll get better and better. We're all rusty now because it's been gone for so long. But dude, we literally have hundreds of clips, and they all have names and they all have little emojis attached to them so you can find them. But you know, doing it on the fly, that's where the magic happens, and it's not easy. When you have so much to choose from.
Yeah, honestly, I never suspected that there was ever any issue with it. It was just all of a sudden it was gone. I was like, what happened, you know? I guess maybe somebody was using it too frequently, but that was never my experience. It was always, in my humble opinion, it was always still perfect. You know, even with a little bit of lag, if there was any, you know, it was just, you know.
Yeah, man. I think our generation, in particular, like 90s kids, I don't know what it is about soundboards, bro, but fucking love that shit. Like, I'll be listening to like other streams and they use it. I love that shit, bro. I totally do.
Like, I have my core beliefs and I feel how I feel about, you know, society, but every time I go into a hotel room, it's either Family Guy or South Park.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But there are some folks that are not big fans of it. And maybe it's a cultural thing, maybe it's a generational thing, not sure, but there definitely are some folks that did not like it, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, and sometimes you go somewhere and there's just like radio music, you know, your typical garbage kind of pop music going on. It's like no one likes it, but it's like, we got to put something. So, fuck it, let's just take this. It's standard, it's approved. You know, we won't get in trouble for it. Let's do it. Same thing, I guess. Right. You know, anywhere you go, and there's like a TV on. Like, okay, play CTV News or CBC News or whatever. Well, that's Canadian. Any fucking Fox TV, whatever the fuck you guys have, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like no one really likes it, but.
I think majority of people do enjoy it, and I can totally understand when you're in the back seat and someone else is driving the stream, you're not in control, and sometimes like maybe a certain radio station or song will piss you the fuck off, or you'll not like it, and I get that, but you know, there's times when I'm like, all right, bro, chill, and I think as long as we maintain like some moderation. We use it in moderation, I think it'd be fine. Overuse is always bad. the soundboard.
Some of them are obnoxious. I don't know if we have any of those obnoxious ones. I'm thinking, you know, you ever watch like QE's Ballbusters or his live clips? You know, he puts soundboards in, you know? Some of them are like, I don't know, maybe they're just excessively loud or something in relation to the rest of the voice or something. I don't know. I've noticed like some of them, I'm like, whoa, you know, like the timing or I don't know, you know? But
that's actually another thing. Is the volume, like you said. Sorry, I totally cut you off, but you're right about some of them. If it's too loud, then it's like, what the fuck? It can be very off-putting.
Yeah, it's got to blend in.
You know what I think is actually a bigger issue? I realize is that when I hit the button, it's not playing for everyone at the same time. So it might be like literally I don't think so. I think it plays, like, you know, there's slight delays and people, internet connection and stuff like that. I don't actually think it plays exactly at the same time for everyone. And I think that actually might be part of the issue that might cause some annoyance. Like, it might be perfect timing on my end, but then it registers a little bit late for you when it comes to when someone's talking, perhaps. That's my running theory.
I don't know. I wouldn't suspect that because it's all being streamed from the same source, right? We all have a connection to Discord. Discord spits out whatever it is, so and so's voice, you know, another person's voice or whatever, and then that individual, they're subject to their internet speeds, right? So whatever issue they would have with internet speed, it would affect everything equally because it's their stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you for sure. But isn't there like a lag? Some people have a lag. Like I'll say something and I hear my voice coming through on somebody else's end late.
Yeah. So we all have our own lag subject to our internet provider and shit. But that lag is equally applied to any voice in and out or any sound in and out from your phone to the server because it's one server. You know.
Well, if there's if the timing thing, if I'm wrong, that's good.
I mean, that's my suspicion. I think I think it's okay. You know.
That's good. That's good. I know some people like Ethergris, for example. Like I think he listens to his audio through another source, like a TV or something. It's like I'll talk, and then I'll hear my voice come through like after on his end. You know, stuff like that. So maybe it's that. It's like their audio source is actually where the delay is coming in or something. I don't know. But that I could see that being annoying.
That's annoying, but that's, you know, that's the name of the game, right? They're on a speed. They have their lag. So there's the time that it takes for your sound from you to get to Discord, from Discord to get to them, for them to hear it, and then for them to send something back. And, you know, that's the round trip, right? But when you speak and it comes through their speaker, right, there's your delay from you speak it, they hear it because it came out of the speaker. And then that echo goes back into their microphone. It's always about a second or half a second or something.
It's like no one understands why they told us to turn down the radio when we called into the radio station.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. No, I know what you mean. Because like if you join a live stream or if you're listening, let's say you're listening to a YouTube stream on your computer.
Yeah.
And they're doing a call-in show and they say, call this number. And you call. And then you're listening to the stream and they're like, hello, caller. Like there's a delay between the call and the stream. So they're always like, turn off the stream and listen to the call.
Yeah. Otherwise it'll feedback. Yeah, it's feedback.
Yeah.
It's feedback. Yeah.
But ultimately, dude, the soundboard is so lit. And now that they have it on the phone now, and I have like a pretty good phone, it's pretty fast. So we're about to cook.
Nice.
You just have to get the reps back.
Like built into the app type thing, like an easy menu to
literally.
Yeah,
literally, bro. You swipe up it to the very top button. Like, it's crazy.
That's pretty unique. That's pretty neat. Love it.
Let's do this.
I see other people have gotten their hands on it too. Everyone's gonna have their own little style. There's so many good clips. It's not even funny. Like, fucking. We were just talking about that Andrew Tate clip with Tristan and Luke. That's such an iconic clip.
Which one?
It's the one where Tristan is the brother. Yeah, the Globetrot clip. Yeah.
World round. Yes, it's a globe. Globe card.
Like, it's so iconic.
It's a bit long, don't you think? It takes a second or two to actually get the globe card.
That's why they had the short one.
Globe card.
There we go. Perfect. Where do you get these clips from? Do you
Yeah, you have to. You know, if you've come across something on the internet, you have to like screen record it. Usually, that's where a lot of sounds come from. But here's something I'm like, yeah, I gotta steal that.
And you just clip an MP3 from it and upload it to Discord and say, oh, I want this sound played on this button.
Yeah, you have to give it a name, so you make it searchable, and it can only be 5 seconds max. If you have like a longer clip, you can break it up like multiple buttons. You know, if you have like a 15-second clip, you get 3 buttons. I have a few like that, actually. The one where it's like, did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? It's like, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no. You got a mic. So, like, that was a video. That was like just a YouTube reel or whatever, you know, like a short. And guy was playing video games and he unplugs his controller and he's still talking to him and stuff. It was like a whole thing. And I was like, you know what? This would work so perfectly on the live stream. So I just like screen recorded it. Isn't it so good? It's like, you got a mic. We hear you breathing. I don't even have the breathing part. But
I never would have thought that was three buttons there. You play it quite seamlessly when you use it. That's pretty good.
Yeah. It's 3 buttons. You got to time it up. This shit's hilarious.
Damn.
Yeah, man. That's just. I think me and Matrix each have like probably like 50 servers. I mean, I don't know. Like, I have a lot of servers. It's the entire alphabet, and then the A through Z, and then like 1 through 12. I don't know. Got a lot of servers, bro. We have like 30 servers each with like 8 sounds in them.
Well, you guys are on Discord a lot.
Going ham. You have to. Well, we just went ham like a while back. We're like, dude, we got to add more sounds. So we got a lot.
I only come on Discord for this.
Yeah. Well, I use all the memes, like literally all the memes that I don't do Discord for pretty much anything else, except for a couple other servers here and there. But this is my main thing. I jump on here, chat with you guys, get out. But like the memes, the stickers, the emojis, all that stuff. Like, I was going ham on those for a bit. Yeah, we were doing music. I don't know if you remember, like, if you were around for the music era.
The AI
No,
music?
not the AI music, because I actually don't like AI music in particular.
No,
but I personally have like 9 songs, dude. I have like 9 rap songs, dude.
Oh yeah. I've heard a few of those. Yeah,
man. It's crazy. Like, we've been through so much. That's why when we say season 9, season 10, that's like not action. It's like serious. It's not even a joke.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, this is fun, man. I've been in this room every day. I can't remember a day where I have not jumped in for a few hours at least in like the last year. It's kind of weird. Come to think of it.
I don't know what it is. It's just magnetic. It's live too. That's the biggest thing for me. It's currently live. It's not. I don't always want to listen to something that already happened. I don't know why, but I just like live streams, live podcasts. If it's live, I'm tuning in. I want to be like tapped in the moment. So that's what's cool. Like this panel is always live. So if like I'm listening to another stream and it ends, all right, well I'm like, well, what's live now? Let's go see what's up with the ladder. We'll check in. So like Myron's gonna go live in like 2 hours. I'll probably tap into that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but this in particular, or this topic, right? Before jumping in with you guys, I was looking around and finding clips, videos someone did. You know, earlier stages, we were like, Flat Earth Dave, Eric Dubay, all those guys, right? I would frequent some of their stuff at least once a day. Maybe miss a day, I don't know. But once, caught on to this, it's like, oh shit, fuck that. It's all here, right?
Yeah.
But every day, man. You guys too, I see most of you guys, quite often too. So, yeah, it's fun. I don't know if it's the drama or, I don't know. The drama mixed in with new knowledge, potential. I don't know. But I like it.
I like it too. And there's always a chance someone new will pop in. There's the new factor. The drama is hilarious. We're obviously the funniest, like best memes, and even like the people here, there's the Indio, the QE, the experience. There's a lot of characters in here to learn from as well, and learn from in different ways.
Yeah.
Like anything you do with a lot of reps is you're gonna get good at also. Some of us have done some of these guys have done their 10,000 kicks or whatever. If you know what that reference is. But
yeah, the 10,000 hours to master something type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, coming to listen to that or doing something frequently, you're going to get better at also. So, whether that's like speaking live or public speaking or something, like you can take skills up out of here and use them in your your own life.
Yeah, for me, it's the critical thinking aspect of things. Information comes to you, you can just accept it or be like, okay, well, how did you get that? Yada yada, right? Who did this? Who did that? How did they do this? Just asking questions. It's reinforced that notion of, asking questions is a good idea, right?
Yeah, critical thinking. I feel like that's one of the Flat Earthers' best traits, is the ability to critically think. That's something that people lack often.
Yeah.
It's one of our best skills, I think, actually. We can go through any argument and bring up anything. All right, well, let's critically think about it together. And oftentimes they can't do it. And anyone in the panel could help them with that.
For me, like in terms of a character trait, it's the willingness to critically think. Because not everyone's is good at it or has as much capacity as others. But to strive to analyze stuff and think through it, like I appreciate that in people. And I see that in people in this room. So I like it.
Yeah. Me too. W Flat Earthers.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. I gotta go do something. I'll be listening.
Yeah, I'm about to roll up pretty soon too. Hoping someone will jump on the mic and we can all listen. It's kind of quiet.
Season 9, bitches.
Alex. Oh yeah, shit. Let me get that. I forgot.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
If you don't know what the fuck goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. Yep. Guess I'm gonna take a break, get some work done, boys. Nap time on the fighters. See you guys later.
You're flat earthers?
Well, if it triggers you, then yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe the earth is flat. I think you guys are lying. I think it's wrong.
Why would we be lying? The Earth measures flat. Would you like to measure it?
How do you measure it flat? What does that mean?
Well, every time they measure the Earth for anything, grade, latitude, longitude, anything, navigation, they measure the Earth to be flat.
When they use theodolites every single day for construction projects, they measure the earth to be flat.
No, in fact, they do rise over run. That's also
rise over run is abstract mathematics, algebra.
Oh, okay. So then, if it's abstract, I guess it's not a measurement. So the theodolites aren't measuring a flat Earth.
I can give you the theodolite manuals if you want. You can look at it. I can give that to you.
Yeah. What are they doing? Are they measuring angular sizes and data points along a horizontal plane?
Hang on, I'm getting it for you.
I'm asking you. Do you not know the material?
I'm trying to get you the manual that you said you wanted. I asked you if you want it. Okay, here it is. There you go.
Okay. Now, just cite for me in there. What do we got? Horizontal and vertical angles. Yeah. So, can you give me the citation that talks about them measuring curvature with it? Or is he bricked already? Did he just? Oh, wow. Dropped it and ran. You could tell he was in pain when he came into. I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I believe you guys are lying.
Hello there, fellas. What's going on? How's everybody's day going? Oh, alright. Y'all have a good day, I guess.
Hello, everyone. We got anything for the spinning oblate paroid and literally nothing? Probably not. Anybody here? Guess everybody's busy. I'll mute up. As far as I know, there's no empirical evidence for the globe idea of our cosmology. Continue or silence, your choice.
Yo, Flatards, what's up? Are you sleeping? Where's your
I'm
model?
awake.
Show me your
I'm
model.
awake. What do you got for the globe, man? What?
Where's your model? I want to see your model. Show me
Where's
your
your
model.
model? You show me
Oh,
first.
it's called Earth. Google Earth.
No,
Yeah,
it's not a
where's your
model.
model?
I'm talking about a
Show me your
scientific
model.
model that actually
Where is
has
your
been
model?
proven
Is
to be
this
reality.
your model? Look at the
Are you
chat.
just
Is
gonna
this your
talk?
model?
Are you
Is
just
this
gonna
your
talk
model?
over me, man?
Flatard.
Are you gonna,
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about you. Yeah,
talk?
flat Earth.
You're just gonna
Flatard.
talk on me?
Yeah,
I'll get
yeah,
muted.
yeah, yeah, you're flatard. Yeah. Is this your model? Is this your model? Look at the chat. Is this your model? Flat Earth tards.
You don't have anything better to do in your life than to come in here and troll a flat Earth. Man.
No,
That's
I
pretty
don't. I
sad.
don't right now. No, I actually want to troll you, flat tards. Yeah. So where's the model,
Well,
bitch?
you
Where's
got
the
about
model?
5 more seconds.
Where's
You're
the
gonna be
model?
muted.
Where's the model? Show me a model. Hey, can you explain seasons in your flat tard model?
Can you explain seasons?
Yeah, can you explain seasons?
Can you?
I'm asking you. I can't. Can you?
But I'm asking you right back. Can you do it?
Right. But I asked you first, so you answer.
No.
According to your
Is
stupid
that
flat
a
tard
rule, son?
model, how does
Just
seasons
because you
work?
went first? Is that a rule? Just because you asked first?
Yes, there's a fucking rule. There's a rule of courtesy. If I ask you, you answer.
If
I
you let
have
me
to teach
talk
you
for
fucking
5
common
seconds,
courtesy too, you fucking
you gonna keep
flatard.
talking over me, man. Somebody
Are
mute
you
this
like
clown.
this is how stupid you guys are that you can't even understand common courtesy? I asked you
I'm
first,
trying
so I
to
explain
explain.
according to your stupid model, how does seasons work?
Is there a
Fucking
mod here?
flatard.
Mute this idiot.
Fucking flatards. Stupid flatards. Oh,
You don't
mute the
have anything
guy, mute
better
the
to do.
guy. Mute the guy. I can't answer you, so I have to ask for mod to come in and mute. Oh, daddy, come and save me, daddy. Flatard daddy. Where are you, flatard daddy?
The fuck?
Do you want to have a civil discussion about reality
Yeah,
or
I asked
not?
you a question. I asked you a question. According to your stupid flatard model, how do you explain seasons?
Loaded question.
You gonna let me?
Who said we had a model?
You
That's
don't
what I
have
was
a
trying to
model?
tell you. Well,
So why
shut
the
up.
fuck
Somebody
do you
claim a
believe in
model?
flat Earth?
Did somebody claim a
Okay, you
model?
believe in flat? Yes, it's called flat Earth. That means you have a
Okay,
model.
post it.
How does
Post it in the
how does
chat.
it work?
Let's see what you're straw
Uh,
manning me with. Post it in the chat.
yeah, I posted a couple of them in the chat.
Yeah, post the model in the chat. Let's see.
Yeah, it is in the chat. Go ahead, watch
Okay,
it.
those are cartoons. Those aren't models. Do you know what a scientific
Right.
model is?
So how about
Do you know what
you
a
show me
scientific
your
model
model?
is? Do you know what a scientific model is?
How about you
You're
show
asking
me
me
your
the loaded
stupid
question?
model?
Wow, you are pretty
Show
dumb.
me, okay.
You're asking me the
Show
same
me your
loaded question?
stupid model.
I don't have
Show
a
me your model.
model. I don't have a model. How many times am I going to say? Didn't
How
claim a
can you call
model.
yourself flat Earth? Okay, how can you call yourself flat Earth and do not have a model?
Why don't you ask some
You believe in a
questions
flat
about what
Earth,
it is
right?
instead of coming in here with
You
all sorts
believe
of
in a flat Earth,
presuppositions?
right? So according to
Shut
flat
up.
Earth,
Shut up. I'm going to answer your
no, you
questions,
shut
you
the fuck
dipshit.
up. No,
Okay, I'll
according to
shut
your
your mouth
stupid
for you
flat
then.
Earth model,
Yeah, I'm going to shut
how
your
does
mouth for you.
seasons work? How does seasons work according to your stupid model?
It's a malformed question. I don't have a model. I've told you that 50 times. Quit straw manning. Goodbye, asshole.
Real quick, Heretic, what I was trying to explain to that gentleman is it don't matter if he asked us first for a model. We all got taught this globe model, and we're in search of verification of that, correct?
Yeah, he was completely insane. So it wasn't going to work.
Burden of proof is on the globe model, is what I'd like to point out to the audience. We all got taught we're on a globe. We just did not get the proof. That's what we're here for. Back to you, Heretic.
I think I'm going to check the PNR channel. Looks like that one's going pretty good. Are you in there?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check it. Well, I'm
Yeah,
driving. I can't right now.
All right. Well, I'll catch you soon.
All good. Enjoy your day on the level stationary plane of existence, sir. Hope everyone else that hears my voice right now is having a great day on the level stationary plane of existence, which is not a spinning ball. Imagine that.
losers. Hey guys, you losers be on here every day.
10% rule. They got a smartphone with a microphone on it, and they can't figure out how to plug it in.
How can we expect you to know that the Earth is a globe if you don't even know how to own a working mic?
Difficult.
Think about it.
Who's that Dr. Indiana person? We talked to them?
Maybe they have a broken mic too. A lot of Globers have broken mics.
Yeah, a lot of globes don't work on the globe. It must be the Coriolis effect or something interfering.
Starlink.
Well, XBZ, since you don't have a mic, the rule is that you have to go and find us a glober with a working mic. You got a friend who does physics or some shit? Go and get him.
Yeah, Rab's chatting now. He left because his head was spinning.
Is there something with the...
I was trying to tell these guys that my work pays by whatever Google Maps says the distance between these two buildings is. This is the distance because all the cars are different. So they just say use that. Only use this so that it's consistent. Because at least down there, everybody's using the same exact point to point to point.
There could be some problem with their mic because they're on a globe model, and the globe rotates 1,000 miles per hour, but the speed of sound is slower than that. So when they try to talk into their mic, they've already, they moved away, like the microphone moved away faster than the speed of sound.
Well, microphones don't work on a globe. That's proof that they live on a globe. Their microphones don't work.
Yeah, come on, Globies. Step up.
You see, this is sad. No conflict, no conversation.
Go away.
Yeah, that's how we like it.
Yep.
That's flat Earth for you. That right there tells you that on the flat Earth, you've got tribalistic mindsets baked into in and out groups. So on the Globetard, you've got the overview effect, which would connect all people and all ideas. They just recently made their own channel. I wonder if you went down there and tried to talk about the globe, if they would force you to talk about flat Earth instead. Or ask you, how can you be friends with flat earthers?
Well, here, listen, Castle King. Me saying any new people who want to discuss isn't saying we need conflict. We're just asking for conversation. Now, if they bring some conflict, that's fine. But we're not necessarily asking for it. If they want to come in and just ask a question, that's fine too,
The important thing is that you want to talk to somebody that actually knows anything about the globe. Castle King is just here for entertainment. He doesn't know anything about the globe, which makes it a bit difficult to have a conversation with him.
Yeah,
that's fine. Most globe believers don't know anything about the globe. That's what makes them globe believer.
Yeah, Castle, I want them to accept their model. I want them to dive all in. Go all in on their heliocentric globetard so they can at least use it to explain some disagreement. Because what they'll do is they'll be like, here's their model in hand that they say represents reality that also has explanations, and then they deny all of it. They throw it all in the garbage. And you ask them, why did you do that? Why did you throw your model away?
That's not what happens. What typically happens is a glober will come in here, present facts that they know about from scientists all around the globe, and you guys reject it Then you insult the person. Then when they try to clap back, you mute them. And if they go into the chat and say something, you ban them.
Castle, if that was true, if that was
the
really
way it
true,
goes in here.
if that was really true, you wouldn't keep coming back here. So why do you?
No, listen, I've got friends in low places over here, man.
Wow, low places? That's how you make friends, Castle King? You try and talk shit?
Yeah, you're not our friend. Beat it.
Yeah, here,
Castle King, if I were to ask you one good argument that any Glober has ever made, you wouldn't be able to tell me. Watch. Castle King, tell me one good argument that any Glober has ever made. Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, name one good argument that any Glober has ever made.
The pictures and the videos from outer space.
See, I told you. You couldn't tell me one good argument.
That's the one that we use.
I know, and it's not good.
Oh,
yeah, but Castle, how about do this, okay? If you're smart enough and you can steal a man in position, go into a Glober space, pretend to be a flat earther, and just see if they'll recognize you as a human being. Say like, hey, I think the Earth is a flat. These flat earthers convinced me of flat. And see if they dehumanize you after that. And then come back here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then come back here and be like, wow, you flat earthers aren't that bad. I mean, you kind of mute people and tell them to shut up, but at least you recognize shared humanity in others.
The only time I pretend to be someone I'm not is when I'm on set in Hollywood or something.
Yeah, it could be good practice.
He thinks so?
Yeah, like, can you be? Supposedly you got friends in low places. Can you steel man their position? Like, say if somehow the government ran up some laws and disenfranchised flat earthers, would you be friend enough to advocate for them when they could no longer advocate for themselves?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I would say these people believe that
we don't have to depend on this loser anymore.
It appears to be flat.
All right, what we got? Who we got? Who's up?
Who's the what the fuck? Where are you? What the fuck?
Yep, I don't want. Come on, what the fuck? Be brave.
I don't fuck with us, man.
Drive by.
What the fuck?
Please.
Guess that's all he had for us.
It was a coward.
Castle King, what if you had a role? Because Flat Earth is fairly, they talk about it on the news and stuff, and it's even in commercials now. Let's say you had a role that you were like rehearsing for. Do you think you could pretend to be a Flat Earther in a Globe Earth space? Just try it out. Be a Flat Earther and then tell us how they treat you.
We're going to have to workshop this, though, because we don't want you embarrassing us, Castle King. So, all right, let's pretend you're a flat earther and I'm a glober. Castle King, the Earth is definitely a globe. How could you possibly think the Earth is flat? Go.
Well, take a look for yourself when you walk outside. It measures flat. Everything that you see is flat. You don't see any curve. You don't see any of that.
It's just a giant ball, though. It's too big a ball.
Oh, it's too big?
Yeah, it's too big.
Well, you need to get out more. You need to stretch your legs. You need to keep on walking, and then you'll see that no matter where you end up on the globe or this supposed globe, it's still flat.
Yeah, it needs work. We've got pictures from space. Castle King.
Yeah. Oh, those are Hollywood productions. You ever seen Armageddon with Bruce Willis? Exactly.
Are you telling me they can create fake images now?
Oh, yeah. You haven't seen it? We've got the deep fakes now with the AI. Yeah, it's real.
So you're telling me we can't just accept space images?
Say that again. I missed that. What'd you say?
So you're telling me we can't just accept space images as proof of the globe?
Based images?
Space.
Oh, space. Well, remember, there's no such thing as space.
How not?
Oh, well, when you look into the night sky, that's just...
That's space.
No, that's not space. Yeah. That's something else.
How do you know that? Prove it.
It might be some black fly paper that they put up there that catches all the bugs that glow at night.
I don't think he can still man our argument. I don't think he can still man our position.
Execute him.
Execute me then.
You wouldn't pass the
Good
test.
luck trying. You're gonna
You
need an
wouldn't
army
pass
to
the
do
test.
that.
You wouldn't pass the test. They're gonna sniff out that you're an ignorant glober, Castle King. You need to work
It's
much
gonna
harder.
be like that Transformers movie from 1986 when Grimlock busted the door down and all the Sharkticons bow down to him. That's what it's
Man,
gonna be
always
like
with
trying
the
to get me
obscure
to die out
80s
there on that.
Transformers
Yeah, you ain't gonna
references.
get me alive like that. I'm gonna end up taking over that mug.
All right. Well, I appreciate the energy, Castle King. You tried.
Yeah, you're
You
welcome.
need more work. You're no Daniel Day-Lewis yet.
Hey man, I've only been in here for a few months.
Yeah, that's all right. You're learning.
Am I?
Well,
Learning the ways of the
debatable.
flat earth?
It's debatable. But yeah, you have to be. You can't not. You can't be in here this long and not have learned something.
Oh, I just learned all the stuff that I just said right now.
Yeah, well, there you go. You know the space cartoons are cartoons. You know that in reality you only experience a flat, motionless Earth and that no one's measured any curvature or any motion. You know that, yeah?
I don't know if that's true, but I know that that's how you guys talk.
Sounds like you knew it.
No, because remember, I don't even know if this place is a globe. I haven't been to outer space to confirm that.
Yeah. So that's the thing. If you don't know that it's a globe, you only know that it's flat and motionless, just like you experience. That's all you do know.
That's not the only thing I do know.
Well, what else do you know?
Oh, a lot.
He knows he's Samoa.
He knows they
I
got
know a
pictures,
lot.
man.
Yeah, the Samoan know it's flat.
You can clown all you want about Samoa and everything, but
Hey, I'm not clowning Samoa. They knew.
no,
They
these
know it's
guys
flat.
over here. These guys over here.
Because you're giving them a bad look. You're giving them a bad look, man. Because them guys are ancient. Yeah, they're ancient wayfinders, man, that used to navigate the earth as a flat plane, bro. You're mocking your ancestors, bro. No matter what you do.
No, that's not how we did it, bro.
You adopted this cultural worldview that has nothing to do with your history, bro. You guys
didn't
were
bump into any ice walls while we were navigating the globe,
I'm gonna tell you like this. You guys were the first seafaring people, and right now what you're doing about this whole globe nonsense is you're mocking your past, bro. So you can keep continuing to mock it. Keep continuing to mock the elders, that put all this navigation forward for all people. And I'm just saying, man, you're giving your own people a bad look. I've been telling you this.
That's not true because even in Samoa, we don't believe in the flat earth.
Dude, that's where it came from. The Wayfinders didn't navigate. The Wayfinders never navigated with the globe, bro. They used the stars, bro. They used the ocean. They never used the globe, ever.
Yeah,
you know that's true. You know that's true.
OGs,
I'm saying
much of Hollywood.
Polynesians have been all around the world, and we never ran into any ice out there.
You're a turncoat. You're a turncoat, man. That's what you are.
We never ran into the end of
you disrespecting your peoples, man. Your peoples were wayfinders, man. They navigated the oceans.
I'm disrespecting the Samoan people.
Yeah, your culture. Yeah, your culture.
They give you
your elders, man. Yep.
Castle, they'd say, "What are you thinking, boy? Get out of Hollywood. Recognize that flat horizon. Go sailing." What the?
You need to go back to your roots, bro.
Sorry, Jenna. I would like to talk to you if you don't mind, but I just got muted in the side chat, and for absolutely no fucking reason again. So if you want to talk, come down.
Attention on
welcome to Flat Earth.
What's going on?
Oh, slow down.
Sounds like Jenna's not a fan. Who's at the door? Knock knock.
He ran away. That was XBZ, and he ran away.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man! They can't hang on for more than 2 seconds after they open their mouth.
They hear your voice, man. They
hear their own voice and get scared. They're like, "Oh shit, I'm talking.
Maybe
I'm gonna get fucked."
Maybe, yeah.
Do you enjoy being muted for no apparent reason? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, we don't talk.
No, we mute you for a reason. So we've just let you speak, bro. Come on. What about Rambo Jesus? What's up, Rambo Jesus? You having a good time on the flat Earth tonight?
You're too scary, Cyclone. They don't want to talk to you.
Yeah. Well, if the Earth is not a ball, stay quiet.
Damn, he.
All right.
Boot scooted.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, concession right there.
People doing the boot scoot boogie. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Sauvignon Blanc.
Look how defeated you are. You said
Oh, I'm
flat
defeated?
earthers. Yeah, you said the flat earthers mute people, but yet they mute themselves.
As you're talking, Castle King, you defeat your own argument by talking.
Someone said hey to me. I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. Hey, how's it going? I'm having a good time.
Good,
I enjoy
bro.
this chat, even if I don't necessarily agree with everything.
All right, sweet. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Affable, can have a conversation, not already triggered, but doesn't agree. That's perfect. Okay, so what don't you agree with specifically?
So I've been in here a few times. I often get muted, so I've kind of learned how to talk to you guys. I just want to know, all I want to know, because I'm really curious, because nobody's answered this question. It's a pretty simple, direct question. So you guys say flat Earth, but I understand that you don't think that the Earth is like strictly two-dimensional, right?
Yeah,
I'm just curious what the proposed model for the flat Earth is to you guys. Because obviously Globers have their model; they think it's a globe.
The model is.
What is? Well, yeah, I mean, you could assert what the shape of.
We don't really propose a shape or a model, right? We don't propose a shape or a model. Okay. We're talking about the surface and its grade, if you will, generally.
Yeah, you guys have mentioned that, but when I've talked to people before, nobody denies that there are variations in height of the Earth. Like nobody's denying that the ocean gets very deep or that the mountains get very high.
Yeah, there's elevation and topography in reference to mean sea level, horizontal.
So doesn't that sort of exclude the chance, by your own admission, that the Earth is totally flat?
Well, you just said that you understood that we're not claiming that it's smooth. It's topographic.
Right. I understand that you're agreeing that there is depth, so there's 3 dimensions to the plane of the Earth, we'll call it, just for
elevation,
easy discussion.
Yeah, there's elevation changes, hills and valleys.
Yeah. Okay.
Simple.
So you guys, you don't have a model. Could you speculate?
No one's got a model. Right, there is no model of any Earth. Right, no one's got a model of the globe Earth. Let's get that clear. When you've been shown an image of a ball Earth, that's not a model. That's an image.
Yeah, that cartoon ball that you've seen it doesn't have explanatory power. And that's the scientific model has explanatory power.
I mean, whether you disagree or not, like there are physical models of the globe. We can at least agree on that,
but that's okay. So is that what you meant, like a toy globe? I mean, we could come up with a toy flat Earth. If
I'm not saying like what you know it is. Like, what's the proposed thing? Does anybody have one in flat Earth? Like, I'm trying to find
people have proposed different ideas, but essentially all we're saying is that what it's observed and measured and practically used as is a flat, motionless topographical plane with. Well, that's contained.
He's talking about the whole realm in conception, the whole entire realm that we live in. So he's asking that question, the whole entire realm. So every time you ask like for a model of the flat Earth, you're asking for the entire realm that we exist in, a conception of that. That's what you're asking us right now, and there isn't one.
I think
Some people have proposed ideas about it and have made little mock-up models, but at the end of the day. What does that tell us about reality or the true nature of it? Nothing.
Well, see, how about if you were to model Kansas? Could you do that? Could you model the state of Kansas?
Sure.
Or Florida.
All right. And could you model a pancake?
Yeah, you could just make a pancake, though. That'd be easier.
Yeah. Well, say so you could just make a pancake, too. Could you make a pancake that was a model of Kansas?
Yeah, you could make a rough representation of the state of Kansas with a pancake. Yeah, sure, why not? They make Texas waffles, right?
Yeah, so if you were to measure them, which one would be flatter? The pancake of Kansas or actual Kansas?
Probably the pancake would be flatter because I don't know. I don't know what the highest elevation in Kansas is, but I assume that it's not totally flat.
Kansas is mathematically damn flat. Like a pancake, if you say perfect flatness would be like a 1.0. A pancake is like 957. Kansas is like 0.999997.
Yeah,
almost
sure.
perfectly flat. So what does that help you model it out? Do you get what we're talking about now?
It doesn't necessarily help me model it out unless you're just saying that the Earth itself is totally flat and that a model
He's talking
of
about,
the Earth.
yeah, bro. I get it. I get what you're asking. You're asking for the entirety of the Earth, like all of it, right? Not just one part of it, all of it. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, just like a gross model. It doesn't even have to be to scale.
Yes, of all of it, right? Of the whole thing.
Right.
There isn't one, not even on your side.
And just to clarify, Rambo, you'd understand that us not having a model or anyone not having a model wouldn't tell you whether the Earth is one way or another either way, right?
Yeah, it doesn't definitively tell me. It just helps me understand like
I get
where
what you're saying.
from.
You're wanting like a framework to imagine like how all this is operating. I understand.
Yeah,
that.
well, if there's not a proposed, sort of model of the Earth, it's really hard for me to argue against what you guys say, right? 'Cause you don't necessarily
This
have
is the thing, but it's not about. But your argument wouldn't be about a model of the Earth because we're not presenting an argument based on a model. We're presenting arguments based on observation of the surface, measurement of the surface, right? Bodies of water, things like that.
You'd have to present a model, like if you said there was the Earth as a globe, you'd have to present that at least from your position to say this is what we know, and what we would say is that the Earth is a globe, and this is the dimensions and all that. So you would have your point, your position, and then whatever we would say, you'd say, well, what do you have to present? And then we would tell you what we would present. And then you would compare them to, right? But then we'd have to know what your position was of what you're presenting if you have any knowledge of the Earth as a globe. So you don't necessarily have to know anything about our side. We'd have to tell you that, like from our position. So there wouldn't be no like, well, do you think it's this? Do you think it's that? We would tell you straight out. This is what it is. Now you're going to have to compare with what you know to what we're saying and which one actually is the one that you would go with. Does that make sense?
No, I understand that, and that's reasonable. But I guess the main reason why I want a model is just so I can better conceptualize, like, because obviously, globers
we know
present
what you're
a globe,
really asking. You
so
want
it would stand to reason that flat Earth would have some sort of model. If there's not, that's okay. Which I just have another question. So, if the Earth isn't
can I say something first?
round, roughly.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, dude.
I want to say
India, you're a little bit lower.
What you're really asking, but you don't know how to ask it, is what does the Earth look like from space? That's what you're really asking without asking it. You're not asking for an actual model. You're asking for some physical representation of Earth as an object. Like the toy globe in the classroom, as was already mentioned. Because there is no globe model. Even the toy globe in the classroom is based upon a celestial sphere. It's not based upon Earth measurements.
Are we good? Are we still leaving?
Did you hear Indio there?
I didn't. I can't hear him at all.
Oh, shit.
Okay, you might have him muted. You don't have him muted, do you?
I shouldn't. What's his name?
Indio 007.
Sometimes you just got to leave and rejoin quickly. It's a glitch. It's been happening.
I don't even see
Indio will rejoin and put that to you, but he's basically saying what you're looking for is like a God's eye view of the Earth, what the whole thing looks like in its entirety from quote-unquote space, as they've shown us.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a trap we fall into because they present these images and these concepts when we're children, and we get this in our head like this is how we should think about the Earth. But in reality, that's a view that no one can ever obtain. So it's not really that worthwhile to dwell on what that actually looks like. That's not going to tell you anything because you can't get to that. I was going to ask you, I know you said you had another question, and we can get to that, but you said you'd been listening for a little while. I was just wondering if you've heard some of our arguments and if you could, let's say, steelman some of our arguments that you've understood. What do you think we're saying?
So a really common one is that people go to is in the ocean. After you get past the horizon, you can start to see what generally people would refer to as the curvature of the Earth. As you go out past roughly 5 kilometers is typically like if you're 2 meters above the water, you can see for 5 kilometers. Past that, it starts to drop off a few centimeters per I think it's a few hundred yards. So it takes a while to see like significant drop off. And so my understanding of that is, generally due to the curvature of the Earth. But from what I've heard from flat earthers, it's refraction is what people say.
Okay, so we need to. Okay, so let's bookmark that one. So the curvature, the geometric horizon, we'll work with you on that because it doesn't sound like you've properly understood it, but that's okay. What other ones you heard?
There was one that somebody screamed about that I still have they did actually scream at me, but the eclipse. So when you get a lunar eclipse, generally the only object that's going to create a round shadow on something is a sphere.
You should take them there, Cyclone. Take them there.
Yeah, so I know I suspect somebody's going to show me a ruler with an orange.
Yeah, Cyclone. You should go ahead and take him with that eclipse one because he's been in here before. Remember, he got yelled at. So let's go ahead and show him that eclipse that he said there should only be one way to do this. He's pretty sure of himself.
Well, actually,
you're talking about a lunar eclipse, and our argument was what that you remember.
So people said that basically somebody showed a GIF of somebody holding up a ruler over an orange that showed a curved shadow. The issue with this is that the distance from the Earth that the moon is effectively a flat plane from the distance that we're casting a shadow on. And the only reason why you get these sort of impossible eclipses is just because that there's a different angle that the light is hitting the Earth from the sun.
Right, but if you're talking about the impossible eclipse, the Selenelian eclipse, then that's got both the sun and the moon above the horizon when the eclipse occurs, and the eclipse comes from the top down on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work when there's supposed to be syzygy? And if the shadow is coming from the Earth, that would be the bottom, the underside of the moon, not the top. So how does it come from the top?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. So this isn't like something that I'm super, well.
This is why they call it the impossible eclipse, because geometrically, on paper, it doesn't work on the globe. But I think it'd be worthwhile going over the curvature thing first, because it sounds like you could use some refreshing on that. I think the Black Swan's a good example, but you had the right idea. So based on your observer height, the globe model is claiming that there'll be a certain distance that the horizon will be from us, based on it being the curve, yeah? So for a 6-foot observer, 2.5 miles, 3 miles. Yeah, you understood that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the problem is that when we go down and we test this as a 6-foot observer, standing at the beach or whatever, we can see the horizon at varying increasing distances, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, well exceeding the geometric limit that's claimed under the globe idea. That's what we demonstrate, that the horizon isn't matching the model.
Yeah. So, I guess we would have to ask ourselves why that is.
Right, and then the globe side are the ones that say refraction. So you got that mixed up because you thought we were the ones saying that. No, they're saying that because their argument is that geometric horizon is being refracted just so it looks further away.
Oh, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I definitely misunderstood your position because we do have, refraction does make the curvature look more exaggerated, but my understanding was that you thought the flat earthers thought that curvature, it looked curved because of refraction.
No. There's no looking curved. The horizon is always flat. The problem is the way the globe side deals with a flat horizon is to say, well, yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually a curve going away from us, which is a set geometric distance. The problem is it's not. It varies with condition. So it's an optical phenomena. The horizon.
Yeah. And
right? Not a physical, geometric one. So when they say the horizon is supposed to be in front of, let's say, some oil rigs, it's supposed to be physically obstructing the bottoms of some oil rigs. And we see the horizon beyond the oil rigs. How could that be possible on this ball when the curve is supposed to be in front of the rigs, blocking it? How does it end up behind them?
Well, at some point, you can't see them, right?
Right. But the problem is, it's not at some point randomly. The globe defines it as being 3 miles for a 6-foot observer, 1 mile for a 1-foot observer. So we've got 1-foot observation heights seeing horizons over 10 miles away, which mathematically, if that horizon was a geometric Earth curve, it would make the radius of the Earth something like 250,000 miles versus the less than 4,000 miles that they claim that it is. So it's not even like it's just a little bit off. It's miles off.
Yeah, and I think I've identified something that is maybe misinterpreted on your end. So when you get to the horizon, it's not an instant drop off. That I don't believe that's what Globers,
Yeah, they believe that
it's several
going over it. Well, they believe boats are going over it geometrically as a curve, right, and disappearing bottom up. So if you have a basketball, then it would be the point where, let's say there's an ant on a basketball and he's walking away from you and you're also a little ant on a basketball, you start seeing that ant go over this curve, right? That's a geometric reality which wouldn't change. So you've got an ant which is getting like 3 inches away from you and then it starts to go over this ball. But if you saw the ant still carrying on this surface up to 20 inches, you'd have to conclude that you're not on this basketball that you thought you were on. Because they haven't dropped down the curve.
I want to make sure, because this is easier to do like in person with like models and stuff. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if I have 2 ants on a basketball and one starts walking away, it should at some point appear higher and then lower?
No, it would just appear lower.
No, it should go to the other side of the ball.
Yeah, well, if you're at the let's say the equator of the basketball, and the other ant moves northward, it would appear that the ant would be getting higher from your perspective until it eventually disappears.
No, because from your perspective, you're on the top part of that ball, both of yous, and then one of yous is walking away, and they're appearing to descend. And
they would only appear to descend. I agree.
And then he's going to start getting blocked by that physical curvature. Right, and there would be no way for that physical curvature, which should start appearing at, say, 3 inches, to start appearing at 20 inches. Because that would mean that you're not on this ball the size that you thought you were, at least. Either you would have to conclude there's no curvature there, or it's a much bigger ball. Right?
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay, but then the problem is...
the facts offhand to refute it. I'm sure that there's some sort of math that you guys have sourced out that I could look at.
This is it. So if you go on Google, you type in distance to horizon calculator, it'll bring up a bunch of calculators. You can just click on one of those, put in your observer height, and it'll tell you this is how far away it should be. But the problem is, if you were to say, oh, well, it's just a much bigger ball then you've pretty much got the same problem as if it was flat, in the sense that everything is wrong, the entire globe model. Because everything's built on this 3959 mile radius. The distances to the sun, moon, and stars, the sizes of them all, seasons, all this stuff. The entire model is built around this radius. So if that's wrong, everything's wrong. So it's like they've lied to you on an equivalent level of it. It might as well be flat. You see?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And that's just the first point of the most basic foundational claim of the globe, curvature. Doesn't exist.
Okay, so let's say that our understanding is incorrect. How do you, at some point, the ships do disappear though? Are we in agreement with that or no?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, it's not necessarily as common as people think to observe what appears to be bottom-up obstruction. It's not necessarily that you're going to see that every day. But yes, when objects move away from you, eventually they will get out of your range of vision. And there's a number of effects that can come into play when you're looking through long distances. Right? So you can see all kinds of funny effects in the air, miraging and all this kind of stuff. And we can demonstrate things appearing to sink bottom up into a flat surface, like a table or a floor. So if we can replicate that observation on a flat surface, it can't be the case that when we see it out in the real world, we can say that must be due to a curved surface. Because no, this phenomena can occur on a flat surface.
It's interesting because you would have to have something to be extremely far away to no longer be able to see them on a completely flat plane, assuming both.
You sure about that?
Sorry, hold on. That would depend on how big the object is.
That was what if I got to finish the statement, that's what I was gonna. That's how I was gonna finish, assuming both the observer and the object are the same height.
Yeah, so eventually the angular size of the object will be too small for the observer to render. Be too far away for you to see. Yeah.
It's like a draw distance.
And the meteorological conditions.
Well, so one thing that I do know.
Listen, brother, if you look up your local weather, you'll see in your local weather there's a visibility probably about 10 miles, maybe 20 miles. That has to do with the opacity of the air. Has nothing to do with Earth. Air is not transparent at long distances.
Well,
there's water vapor particles, dust, sand.
Sure, yeah, there's obstructions in the way. Like, I understand that.
There's all sorts of shit in the air, plus the air itself absorbs light.
Yeah. You're breaking up a bit, India. I don't know if that's just me.
No, just the air itself absorbs light, right? Like, so.
Is India breaking up for anyone else?
He is a little bit. Which I think might be why I couldn't have heard him earlier, but I hear him now.
Yeah, India, you need to get in better signal. You're breaking up, bro. India will come back when he's got better reception. But yeah, I mean, you understand that there's a number of reasons that limit the range that we can see. We can't see forever. We can see a lot further than the globe model would allow us to, but every optic has a limit for a number of reasons, including the opacity of the air, particulates.
That's actually one thing I was going to talk about, because this is something that I'm not an ophthalmologist, but I do have a substantial amount of medical training. People who know me know what I do for a living. But
yeah, we stay away from all of that. Okay,
that's all right. He's just saying, and he's got medical training. That's fine. We're not going. We don't need.
Yeah, because I was going to explain how eyes work. So basically, as an object gets farther away, assuming it's the same size consistently, and you don't have any obstructions, the object takes up less space in your field of vision, which causes the objects to appear smaller, even though the literal size of the object didn't change. We would both agree on that. Just because something gets farther away doesn't mean it got smaller. It appears to be smaller because it takes less field of view. Like, there's less of that light that's coming back into your eye.
Yeah. That's what we're saying. So the lowest angle to the object off the surface has the smallest angle, and that's the one that loses the resolution first. So when it goes out with that angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is like, 0.02 degrees, something like that, then that's no longer resolvable, and it looks like the thing is disappearing bottom up. But remember, you have to keep in mind, you need to take into account the totality of the observation. It's not just that this thing is appearing to disappear bottom up. It's appearing to do so as it appears to be totally level. Right? It looks like it's just sinking into the horizon. It doesn't actually look like it's tilting around a curved surface, which is another tell that this is a phenomena of perspective rather than a geometric curve of water, which is impossible in the first place. Water's flat.
No, that's not true. Water takes the shape of whatever.
Dude, Castle, not right now, dude. Take a knee, listen.
I would acquiesce that the surface of, let's say, large bodies of water appear to be fairly level. That's what I would say.
Yeah, because they are level. Well, this is the thing. This is the whole crux of the argument, right? Because we have access to these bodies of water. So like you say, they appear to be flat, but the argument from the globe side necessitates that they're not. They're actually curved. Mm-hmm. So we can take the numbers that the globe model give us and say, right, okay, 10-mile lake. How much curvature drop do you think should exist according to the globe model over a 10-mile lake? Point A to B, 10 miles. What do you think? I don't expect you to know. You can just guess.
I don't know, but I would say probably less than a meter.
Less than a meter. Okay. So would it surprise you if I told you that they claim that it should be over 66 feet?
That seems quite large.
Seems quite large. Seems like it should be quite noticeable. Given our technologies today, you think you would be able to measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, yeah?
Yep.
Well, no one ever has. And when people go out and try this and test this, say I'm standing at one end of a 10-mile lake, you're standing at another. Let's take a pair of binoculars or a telescope or a zoom camera, and we zoom into each other. We shouldn't be able to see each other. We should be below this dip of water, but when we do this, if the conditions are favorable, we can see people. We can see the other side. If it's clear conditions. So then the problem is, well, that's telling us that there is no curve of this 10-mile lake. Right?
It is interesting, and I am certainly checking your map, and it does appear to be accurate, surprisingly.
Yeah. This is it. So then we have to start thinking, okay, so if the natural physics of water is that these bodies are just laying flat and level, well, they're telling us that about 70% of the surface of Earth is covered in water. So that would give us at least a 70% level, horizontal surface of Earth. And you don't have to be a geometry expert to realize that you can have a 70% level, flat ball. Right?
I mean, if a ball was 70% flat, yeah,
it's
that
a contradiction.
Be really,
it just doesn't. It's just a contradiction.
That extra 30% has to make up for
that'd be hella curved.
360 degrees of rotation.
Yeah, that's insane.
It would be a very weirdly shaped object.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be what they're showing us in these space images, would it?
I would agree that it would appear that that does not seem to jive with each other. Like they seem.
It does not seem to jive. So this is the thing, right? So they've taught us to think about the Earth in these conceptual images, but when we go to the Earth and we examine it, they don't match. And then you have to come to the fork in the road where you say, okay, observable reality is not matching everything I was told about the Earth as a child. So do I discard the story I was told as a child or reality? And we've chosen the former, right? We can't discard reality. That's what we're exactly trying to ascertain the nature of. So that's where you're left with. That's the fork in the road, and people either go two ways. And you'll hear it if you hang around here. You'll hear the people who have came to this realization and have decided to just try to reject it, try to ignore it, try to deny the nature of water. It's a weird psychosis. Doesn't look good.
Castle King, for example, he denies that.
Yeah. He'll deny that cup of water sitting right at his desk.
Don't wake him up again, though.
Yeah, you have certainly posited an interesting conundrum that I don't know how to respond to. So that is something I'm going to have to evaluate in my free time.
I've got another good one for you. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go for it. Let me write it down.
All right. What's your understanding of gas pressure? Would you know how to define it if I asked you to define it as a term?
Talking like Boyle's law.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
so
know.
you're familiar.
V1,
Good.
V1, V2, V. Yeah.
Okay. You've even got the volumes in there.
Yeah, pressure is just inversely proportional to volume. It's like P equals 1 over V. I know gas exchange.
Yeah. So gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So if I asked you, hey, I need you to show me some gas pressure, what kind of examples are you going to show me?
I would pull out an airbrush, I guess.
Air in a tire?
Yeah, sure.
Air in a balloon?
Yeah.
Air in a canister? Something like that. Yeah. If I said to you, now, I want you to show me some gas pressure without any kind of form of containment. Could you do that?
without any form of containment.
Yeah. So
would
they
think
don't
that
have
would
the
be
walls
fairly
to press
difficult
against.
to measure. It would be
So they
pretty difficult to measure.
Yeah, so they won't have walls to press against, which would create the pressure, right? So there would be no pressure. So you couldn't pressurize a gas without some form of physical containment.
You can definitely pressurize a gas without a form of containment, right? So if you change well, you could change the ambient temperature, which causes the gases to sort of contract, right? So you're going to increase the pressure.
The temperature of?
I was going with the ambient temperature of the Earth, right? So or wherever you're at.
Ooh.
I mean, unless you're saying that the Earth itself is a container, then I can't.
Well, this is where we're getting to, right? Because I mean, you agree, just logically, common sense, based on what we know and what we can experience, that gas pressure is achieved by containing gas physically.
But you can also measure gas around you without putting that gas in a container, right? Like that's what barometers do.
Well, this
about measuring. It's not asking about measuring. It's asking you about causing gas pressure.
Yeah, if you dramatically decrease. If you dramatically decrease the ambient temperature, you will cause increased pressure of gas.
Right.
If you change T within PV equals nRT. Yeah.
Yeah, but the V is always present.
Yeah, of course.
There has to be a volume. And how is that volume defined?
Lowering the temperature increases the pressure.
Well, hold on. Before we get too derailed into that, because I've not even really capped this off. So the point is, what we're breathing is a pressurized gas. Yes, the air.
Mm-hmm.
So what's that? What container is that pressing against to be pressurized?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, what walls of the container are the gas molecules colliding with? Because
gravity is what draws things back to Earth, right?
Well, I don't know. That's not what the definition of gas pressure says. It says container. And I've never seen gravity being defined as a container. Containers are physical vessels.
But do we agree that if you increase the temperature, you're going to increase pressure? You decrease temperature, you're going to decrease pressure, right?
If you've got gas pressure, that would be within a container, yes. Like, this is the thing. You could talk about what you're going to do with pressure when you've got the pressure, but you can only have the pressure in some kind of vessel. So basically, the point is that based on the existence of breathable air, we can know that the claim that we are floating around in an open vacuum is incorrect, and we must be in a contained environment, physically.
Well, yeah. So my understanding is that Earth's atmosphere stays where it's at, partially due to gravity.
Well, that's just the claim, though. That's a necessary claim.
Yeah.
No. So the Atmo can't act as a container because the Atmo is the gas. But of course, they have to tell the story that there's something holding that gas together, because otherwise we would know quite naturally that the gas would just flow into the lower pressure space. Entropy will occur. High pressure will flow to low pressure. That's natural law. So they have to tell us.
Gravity
tell us. Gravity is pulling it down. But then we ask, okay, could you demonstrate this? And they can't. They just point outside.
It stratifies the molecules, sure.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's the claim. So where's the demonstration? And you can't just point outside and say, look, because that's just begging the question. How do you demonstrate it? Like earlier, we can present 1 million demonstrations of gas pressure within containment, but not one without. You see the problem? So that's just another one for you to look into. I don't know if you're on our home server, but we have channels, all alphabetized, full of terabytes of information, academic papers, journals, videos, documentaries, audiobooks, all kinds of stuff. So if you're interested and you want to do research in your own time, I recommend you join our home server, because if you try and find any of this information on Google, like good flat Earth information, the algorithms are just going to send you to Nat Geo, Professor Dave, these other anti-flat Earth types. So if you want that, someone can send it to your DMs. You can join, browse. It's up to you. But yeah, what do you think about that? Gas pressure requires containment. Are we crazy? Or is that just common sense?
I don't think that you certainly need a container to...
Certainly.
Yeah, as a general rule, you would need a container to have a gas pressure. Unless you have some sort of other force that is creating the pressure, like gravity. That's what
you would have to be able to prove that at least, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do they prove that?
I would suspect that there's experiments
you would suspect.
Demonstrate this.
Well, there'd be
Again,
a lot
I
hinging
am not
on
a
it.
physicist, so
okay. Well, let's hypothetically say
there
you
certainly
go
would
and search. Let's say you go and search for these experiments, and let's say you don't find one. What then? What are you gonna think then? Are you gonna give up on that notion, or are you gonna think it's still true even though no one's demonstrated it?
I'm definitely gonna ask some people as to why I can't find any sort of good explanations for it.
Who are you gonna ask?
I think that's the appropriate thing to do. Huh?
Yeah. But who would you ask in that case? Who would you go to?
For me personally, I'd probably go to one of our medical physicists. I assume that they would at least be able to point me in the right direction. That's
and then what happens when he says to you, "It's gravity," and then you say, "But that's what I was looking for the experiment of, and it doesn't exist." What do you think he's going to do? You're going to set him off in the same loop that you're in, and he's going to go and look, and he's going to go and find nothing.
So
and then he's going to say, "Who am I going to go to?"
Yeah.
So yeah, you should do that. Cause some kind of domino effect. I like that idea. You could give it a quick Google, right? You could give it a quick Google and just say gas pressure being contained next to a vacuum due to gravity, no container. See what they give you.
You're not one of those that thinks medical, therefore I am genius, are you? Because I can tell you there's a bunch of medical in my family and they're all pretty much stupid.
I don't think you can get through. Honestly, I genuinely don't believe you can get into medical school or complete medical school without being at least relatively intelligent. But no, I don't know things outside of medicine really, besides, my undergrad degree, which is again still in medicine. But
I can already tell just by your recognition of the limits of your knowledge that you're above average intelligent. So well done. You don't need to convince me. You're fine. And this is good. This is good. You recognize, hey, I actually don't know that. That's interesting. I'll have to look into it. That should be exactly your response. You don't need to, don't believe what we're telling you. We're just showing you some information. You go and research. You can figure all this out yourself.
Well, yeah, it's just genuine curiosity. And I just thought of something else too. Like if we have pressurized gases on the Earth due to gravity, does that mean the Earth's gravity is relatively stronger than the vacuum of space that would otherwise draw the gases out?
Well, that can't be that strong because the gas is going upwards. The air moves upwards.
Right.
So can't even be pulling it. Think about it. Air is being produced on the surface and is rising into the air, into the upper atmosphere. Yeah. Right? So even where gravity is claimed to be the strongest at the surface of the Earth, it's not pulling the air down. So how, when the air gets much higher up, where the gravity is said to be weaker, would it all of a sudden start pulling it down?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand the...
Also, we've not even really dealt with it, but gravity, I mean, I don't know what your understanding of gravity is, but they're basically telling you the bending and warping of space-time, a concept from Einstein's mind, is enabling gas pressure to not follow entropic law. And concepts
the underpinnings of gravity is that you create a force due to an object's mass being so great that it pulls other objects towards it.
No. That's the old high school teaching of Newton. That's no longer considered to be the case. Hasn't been for over 100 years.
So but I do teach it generally to kids.
Your medical physicist that question, and he says Newton, say, I got to go ask somebody else because you're wrong. You can just stop them there.
Yeah, it's Einstein is what you should be looking to. That's the current theory.
Yeah, no, I'm also familiar with general relativity. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. The bending and warping of space-time due to the uneven distribution of mass. That's apparently stopping air from flowing into a vacuum uncontained. But when we ask for any evidence of that...
Damn, that's why I love this room. You learn something new every day. Had Radwin not said that, I would have never known. But yeah, if you look up the physics teams in these treatment facilities, yeah, they do not use Newtonian.
So not mass attracting mass.
Oh man.
All of it. They say all these machines, CT, MRIs, none of them are based on Newtonian. This is
interesting.
Yeah, that's really interesting because a lot of times you'll get globalists come in here and say, "Hey, flat earther, don't go to the
the doctor." Yeah, they always
down
say
here
that
too.
shit.
If you want, you can join us and we can talk. That's what you want.
What?
We're down here, so you can talk to us. We're more than willing to talk to you guys.
Well, then
we're here.
You know where we're at. Yeah,
you can talk. What's up?
Breezy, if you want to talk about a topic, you go to the room where that topic's being talked about.
Great. The issue is not you.
Okay, if you want to talk with somebody, join the room where they're talking about the topic. Duh.
Well, we were in the middle of this conversation with this other guy, BZ, but if you've got a question or a point you want to make, we can get to you.
I'm more than welcome to surrender the floor. I think I have enough stuff to look up. I did have a second question, but I think I've got enough right now.
Well, feel free to ask a question, because you did, to be fair, say that you had another question. Well, you did say at the start that you had another question, and I kind of went in a different direction. So feel free to ask that, and then we can.
Hang on, before you do, there's another thing about gas, right? It's all been covered, but there's an additional thing with Pascal's principle, which states that at any given point within a body of fluid, including gases at rest, right, the pressure will be equal in all directions. Now, if gravity was pulling down on it, like people claim, then would get a greater pressure down at any given point than you would in, sideways up, right? But that's not the case. So there's another additional, debunking of your gas pressure due to gravity.
Okay, Rambo, go with your second question.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's a question that you guys have got all the time, right? I'm just curious, if the Earth is not a sort of spherical object, there would reasonably be an end to it if it didn't connect to itself on its ends, right? That's what a sphere is. So if it's flat, where would the end of the Earth be?
Probably wherever the container terminates. Now, where that is, we don't know. Has anyone confirmed it? We don't know. If they have, it's not out.
Yeah, because you would think that at some point we would reach the end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, we're not making claims about the ends of reality as we know it. We've never seen it. But I would agree with you logically, since it's pretty apparent that we're in a contained environment, it would have a finite volume. But what that is, we don't know. I mean, normal members of the public can't exactly travel freely on this earth. I'm sure you know that. So even if you wanted to explore it, it's not as simple as, well, I'll just go and buy a boat and just get going. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
What are your friends going to say at work when you tell them that you're a flat earther now?
I'm definitely... I wouldn't say that I am a flat earther yet.
He's flat curious. Don't scare him, Radwin.
It took me 30 years to get to this point. It's probably going to take some time to get to a different...
Yeah. Well, good luck with your investigation. We're here 24/7. Whenever you've got questions, hit us up and check out our server, because we've got loads of decent information in there which you're going to struggle to find just jumping around YouTube.
Yeah.
So take advantage.
And definitely, if what you said is true about your career field, which I am not doubting it, sometimes you hear people in here are very fictitious. You sound kind of legit. You sound educated. You sound professional. That's one thing I would notice too, where you'll get people come in here and be like, "I'm all kinds of king shits and motherfucker," and then they're completely irrational, illogical, unprofessional. I have no reason to doubt that. So why not go to these physics departments in an oncology department and ask them? Do you incorporate the sphere or rotation of the Earth into these treatment facilities? Because I've been told there's this guy called Dr. Bob who said that he proved the Earth rotated using a stick of butter in his microwave.
He also said that babies can't walk because the Earth is spinning.
Oh yeah, that's another crazy shit too. He said because the microwaves went across the surface of the butter and they moved as the Earth was rotating. I go, no, that's the spin thing at the bottom of the microwave.
Wait, this guy works at a treatment facility?
He's a medical professional, the guy we're speaking to.
Yeah, I think he said optometry, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I said I'm not.
I thought you meant like a water treatment
facility. Oh, yeah.
No. He's medical. But anyway, yeah, that's cool. You've been a good chat, Rambo. So you're welcome back anytime. We appreciate you being chill and not calling us retards for pointing out that water's level and gas pressure requires containment.
Yeah, I'm stunned. I'm trying to look in the log where you've been muted, and so I've been back months. I haven't seen anything.
I've definitely kind of pushed back a little bit in the chat, but also I think you guys probably are aware that there's some people that get in here who are on the flat earth side that like to yell and scream and curse at people. So that's really not my jive.
Yeah, I've not heard that.
I look at the logs.
It goes back and forth.
It says muted unknown channel, muted atheism is refuted. I'm not seeing any log. Is it CS will run away from this question? I'm not seeing any logs in here. Oh, it's you. Okay. Oh, these are you muting people. Okay. So I take it you're an atheist?
I've never muted anybody. I am an atheist. It says here,
executor. Oh, victim. Okay, I read it wrong. Okay, no.
Yeah.
You were okay. Yeah, you joined their chat. Okay, yeah. So the logs on this server are written a little bit different than the bot they use, so it's confusing. Yeah, I've gone back. I mean, I'm all the way in the next year now. I'm looking at 2024. I'm not seeing anything listed that you were ever modded in this channel at all.
Well, it's interesting because if you are an atheist, then this might be somewhat challenging for you, because kind of the end result of realizing all this is that there's a realization that the system that we live in could not have come about via the cosmic Big Bang origin that they've told us in space.
Ooh, okay.
So
I think we're going to have to talk about that.
Yeah, I'm just preparing you.
Yeah. You. I want to give that other guy some chance to talk. I appreciate y'all. Y'all been good sports. I'm going to hang out here. I'm going to listen. I'm just going to mute my mic.
Oh,
yeah, that's cool. All right, BZ, you're up. What you got?
It looked like he ran out.
Yeah, really? He's down. The anti-flat earthers down in their little channel.
Oh, yeah, they're quite broken. I want to talk about. Jenny went down there and she got instant muted and instant text locked. So it's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can see the logs. Like they think they're cloaked.
I mean, Rich has invited me in my DMs to go down there, so I don't.
Oh wow! That's a little party. A little troll party.
Special.
Yeah, just tell them if he wants to talk about flat Earth, he would go to a flat Earth room. That's what we're told. Like, you want to talk to vegans, do you go to the vegan room or not the vegan room? Be like, hey, I would go down there. I would go down there and talk to them if they're going to talk about globe, but they won't. They don't know anything about it.
Oh, maybe what they do is they talk about flat earthers, not flat Earth.
You just put a text in the text channel. Yeah, just put a text in the text channel. Just say, okay, we recognize that you guys have now set up a flat Earth waiting room to be able to be granted admittance to our channel. So we're now accepting whoever's the next one. We'll get like a hospital ticket system. We'll say you're up. one of you guys. So put yourself forward, and one of you gets to come in and talk. Number 65, please. Because yeah, that's a fan club.
Yo, Hawk Jungle, are you a Glober or a Flat Earther?
I wonder.
I don't see any rolls on you. Oh, no, just asking a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just asking a question. Maybe we'll respond later.
I'm like wondering if you went through them and if they knew, like, how much do they know about us? Like, if they did some sort of fan club. Like, which Flat Earther is, like, whatever, there's some demographic.
Yeah, like ranking systems. Yeah, a few of them have done that before. Like they've done little ranking systems of the best Flat Earthers and the worst Flat Earthers.
I got worst. I got the last place.
Oh yeah, you were right at the bottom. That's funny.
That's really powerful, actually, because like when on Gem Pandas they would make some Flat Earthers mods, and I go, you know, the ones they really aren't afraid of. They're not scared of you at all. You're like they're laughing at you. Except for Chemo. Chemo was in there really kind of running, talking and stuff. But like sometimes they would give other Flat Earthers mods and stuff. You'd be like, dude, you're nothing to them. You're a joke. So like when they tell you, it's like the exact opposite. When they rate you like the lowest, they mean you're the most dangerous.
Yeah, it was all the people that Radwin had been triggering that made the thing. So
because
really
I
powerful.
got pissed off with a vacuum chamber and a glass of water, and that's when that list came out.
Oh yeah, because they're done. They're like, oh, Flat Earthers don't know how to like flip on the light switch, and you're like, well, not only did I flip on the light switch, I turned this camera on, pointed it at my vacuum chamber, then demonstrated it was air pressure maintaining the water as a liquid. Oh, your tiers, your F tier.
Yeah, that was it.
All it took, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That was it.
I suck at Flat Earth now.
And the thing too is like they could have used that to be like, oh yeah, on the Globetard it's explained this way. But they can't because they misunderstood their Globetard, and on their Globetard, that experiment you did or whatever test you did shouldn't have worked at all.
Good old days. Peter made that.
That's right. It was him, wasn't it? Fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
He really is a fan.
Yeah, that sort of tier list, like video gamers. See, you could tell that their mind is really into video games. Like where someone will play like a video game and be like, well, if you get the Angel Soldier with the Holy Shield, that's B tier. But you'd think Angel Shield Fire Sword is A tier. But the problem is, to get the Fire Sword, you have to complete this task that not a lot of people will complete in one game cycle. You're like, okay, whatever, dude. Can you get back to the topic now? The topic isn't your tier list of who you think Flat Earthers are. It's actually the Earth. Not about personality. There's no cult of personality up this motherfucker.
Yeah, they're like little fangirl nerds. It's hilarious.
I wonder if you're like a fly on the wall, because on their server they purged all the Flat Earthers. They kicked all of them off, so because they want people taking screenshots of the crap they say. But I wonder if they busted out their tier list and then argued about it, like if there was some debate. Well, I think Radwin should be B, and someone's like, no, he's F, no, he's D, and they argued about it, and they finally settled it with like who can get the high score in Tetris or some shit. Like, how do the globalists
all of their worldviews depend on pure contrarianism. So yeah, I imagine they're arguing about every single fucking thing.
Oh yeah, yes. It always got to be like, oh, if that guy's wrong, then this other guy's wrong too, and that makes me right. Like, yeah, that Dunning-Kruger effect, where they rate themselves like, you know, like the king bee because they're just better than you, and they want you to know that.
I want to win an award from them guys. The most likely to give you a hate boner. I want to win that one.
Do you know I was rated second best Indio? I got
second best Indio.
Yeah, remember that one that April Fool's Day where we all changed our name to Indio? And they judged like our profile, how well we disguised our profiles to be like to look like yours. And I was rated second best Indio.
I got banned so fast. I think it was Matrix came in and banned everybody.
Classic Matrix.
That was pretty funny.
I think I got the screenshot somewhere because on Gem Pandas they did like a thing. Who pulled off Indio the best? And it was like I was like 80% vote that I was the best one.
Well, we've got the succession plan.
Like they were really confused. Like they were seriously confused, and people are saying, "Did you know that Indio was in here today?" And like, no, that was fucking Crit.
My God, they're all over us. You ain't kidding. It's a fan club.
Hey, your DM2 now, Indio?
I can't remember where I saved that because I used to. Like, Dandelion had it on her own account because then she took a lot of screenshots of it, but I don't think she has it anymore.
Good times, boys.
Yeah, that's like old lore. That's like some people who weren't around for that time frame. You like, you miss some epic lull. You know, like just fucking with the globalists because they're just so upset. Like, damn, dude, really?
Ayoka's here.
Yay.
Oh.
It's always a good time.
Oh, oh.
Got any globe proof for us today?
Does he know what the meter is? Like, I've tried to talk to him about this 10 times. Like, it's actually in metric. We're in metric zone right now.
What's his answer to ask you what you think it is?
No, I straight up told him, you don't worry about the stars, don't worry about the sky, just use a meter stick. And count them until you get to the equator. How many would you count? Would it be 10 million? Oh. And then the same thing too, he'll argue with you. He'll tell you the equator is on the ground. It is. It's not in the sky. Well, how'd you get to the ground if you're using the sky? So here, this is how you can get it to the ground. Oh! They're always the Bevites. They always want to quote what you say, unless you tell them, dude, the Earth is flat. What is it? Oh! But you said, yep, I just said the Earth is flat. What is it? The Earth is okay. If you're using what I say, what did I just say?
Yeah, that's the other thing. You're right. The other thing they do is like Nathan Oakley said, Mark Sargent said, this person's like, dude, I'm not defending everyone on Earth.
Yeah, what did I say right here? I'm talking, me and you, I'm looking at you, right straight in the face. The Earth is flat. What is it? What did I just say?
They won't even answer. If you ask them this question, does flat exist in reality? They won't answer. Or if you ask them, define flat, what is flat, anything like that, they won't answer.
I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Use the word flat. Yeah, some of them won't even say the word flat. They'll avoid it.
Yeah, if you, their worldview is based on the not that. You're like, it's not flat. Okay, like, you guys like the game 20 questions. They play that game, but you try to figure out what it's not.
Well, the thing is, they don't apply their principles to everything else because to them, spheres exist, triangles exist, squares exist, all these other things exist, even though they're like ideal geometric concepts, just like flat. But but if you ask them about them, they have no problem saying those things exist. They just can't say flat exists.
Wouldn't that be the same as the gravity curve that's supposed to be equal with itself some magically how? The very thing they say that's not possible?
I got this one where I got Ruhif. But I have to find the other one too where they did. I'm looking where I don't think maybe I don't have it either. See, hopefully it's on 24/7. I think Gypsy went and he posted it on 24/7. Okay, here I found it. I did say second best, right? Or would I can't remember if I said. I'm pretty sure. God, look how time flies. That was 2021.
You got Globers who can't count. Somebody sees 66 people in here. That's crazy. I mean, flat earthers that can't count. That's why you get good deals with his coffee.
Oh, that's where. Yeah, you can't. Maybe you can't hear. Like Barry there. We've been talking this whole time, homie.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I'm just talking to the boys. These boys run this freaking this brisket. Man, they got the best brisket from this truck. And it's crazy, man.
Oh, it looks a little dry.
Young kids. Oh, yeah. Well, no,
like turkey to me.
No, that's turkey, but they do brisket, they do freaking they do ribs, they do all kinds of shit.
I will say if that's beef brisket, that looks dry.
It looks a little it looks a little pale, huh?
Yeah, get that cooked.
Yeah, so my take, generally why globalists are afraid to talk in spaces they don't have mod perms is because their worldview requires power and control over others. So they kind of lose that when they go outside their echo chamber, which makes them nervous and they can't really articulate their position very well. And then they get muted, which then creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where they go from wanting to talk but not being able to, but it's not their fault, it's someone else's fault. Yeah, Peter, dude, I don't know why you keep trying. You're told exactly how to get back into the room.
How's he going to say what he's going to say now that he can't talk or type? Wow.
He's going to have to make a decision. What does he want?
He was like, "Oh, you afraid? Yeah, we afraid to waste our time with these anti-flat earthers. Yeah, we are afraid, wasting our time."
I mean, I like it when they make a claim like that. They're like, "Hey, Crick, come join this channel. You won't because you're afraid." Sure, let's play that. Let me know when I'm not afraid anymore. I'll use your worldview. You told me to come join the channel, then gave me a reason why I shouldn't. I like holding you to your worldview. If you think this is me being afraid, let's use that until you realize that either A, your epistemology is fucked up, or B, you were just making shit up. So once you realize that you're fucked up for making shit up, or you're just fucked up anyway, then we can problem solve.
You got whoever that. Oh, he left. No, Osin Slayer or something. Yeah, he's definitely wants to know about the globe. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, dude, Earth is flat. Yeah, Earth is flat. We checked. We checked, and it's flat.
We're agreeing with you.
Well, I think you left the question mark out. Is the Earth flat? Question mark? Yes, it's flat. We checked.
How?
Observation, measurements, and practical use and demonstration.
Have you been to Akusta?
Wow.
Akusta? Where's that?
Have you been beyond ice wall?
Have I been past what? The ice fall?
Ice wall.
Ice wall? What's that?
Which one?
What ice wall?
We get ice on Lake Erie, and it kind of forms a weird wall if you get by the breakers out there. I've been on that.
I think he might be talking about Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones had a really big ice wall.
Well, hang on. The coastline. There's a coastline in Alaska which is classed as an ice wall. They're actually worried about it because some years it doesn't. It's not there to protect the land. And
it comes and goes.
Yeah.
That can't happen on a globe or on flat Earth. On flat Earth, you can only have the ice wall.
Well, also, which direction? Which direction would you be talking about beyond the ice wall?
There's also an ice wall in Greenland. They call it the inner ice, the inner wall of ice. So which one are you talking about?
Exactly. There you go. You got Alaska. You got Greenland. Is there any others?
My freezer. I've got to chip the ice off the inside to shut the lid.
There's another one in Antarctica that is labeled by the United States Geological Survey. It's the shore of that region.
So there's four ice walls now. There's got to be more than 4 ice walls.
There's four, like every corner of the Earth. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 ice walls.
Oh, maybe.
I think there's actually some on the top of mountains. Now they say that they're not as big as they used to be because of climate change, right? But yeah,
I heard those ones got overmined for ice cubes, and a lot of casualties happened from like mining ice. So they decided to goodness. Yeah, it got really dangerous there for a while when they used to go up to the top of mountains to get ice.
Dude, I was from snow cone makers. The snow cone makers are freaking using the natural resources.
Mary Mom's in here. That's the new one.
Yeah, look at Mary. You remember Gypsy? We're just talking about how Gypsy was. Yeah, he had a thing for you. Like he really was interested in talking to you all the time. Like you were like his favorite flat earther.
I do remember talking to him. Yes, and I thought I was making progress, but Grit, I always think that, and it may or may not be true.
Because I brought him up because I can remember somehow we were talking about Indio and who was Indio and whatnot, and I brought up the April Fool's joke where a lot of us changed our name to Indio and then pretended to be Indio on some globalist servers. And
very fun. I remember. Yeah.
So when Gypsy came.
Hey, but the live chat had like this many people. Everybody had the same Indio profile picture with the same name.
Yes, that was a fun day.
Why would you want to be a guy from Boston that freaking uses Jesus Christ way too much?
Well, because at the time, Indio was like our Papa Smurf.
Oh, shit. Bit of roasting going on.
That's a good way to put it. Again, I was Smurfette, because there's hardly, I was the token one. There were different Smurfettes, right? But only one woman at a time.
Yeah, and Blaze was like that evil Smurfette that joined that Gargamel made.
That's great, Crit. You are very funny.
Yeah, because you remember that episode, right? Where Gargamel introduced the evil Smurfette?
Yes, I totally remember that.
Why does Gargamel look like a Grabbler and his cat's name Israel?
No, don't be talking about that sort of JQ type stuff.
Well, Azrael, it's
Bear,
whatever.
Did you just miss what I said?
No.
Okay.
Ocean Slayer. Guys, I believe the earth is flat. Yeah, next one. Guys, show me proof the earth is flat.
Yeah, Mary, I use, I don't know, I'm kind of autistic that way. I like to set my calendar up as like day, month, year. And I used, 24-hour clock.
Oh, and you use the European date? That's why you're confusing me there with your January 4th. Because you're an American. I'm like, it's January 4th.
No, I just have it set up that way. I just like it. I got kind of used to it and then just stuck with it my whole life. Like when I write it on checks and stuff, I'll do like I would do like 25, APR 25. Like something like that.
Wow.
Weirdo.
Yeah, so when you see my screenshots, it did look like, a January 4th, but...
Oh, Neil is here. Are you available, Neil?
I think it's a different Neil.
Okay, because I was calling him Nell the other day. I was going to apologize for calling him Nell.
Oh, with the pickup truck?
Yeah.
PFP.
Is his name Neil or not? I don't know. Doesn't matter, but...
It's Neil. It's Neil, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, if he's listening, maybe he'll hear my apology because I don't like to call people by the wrong name. If it's the Neil from the FED server, I know who he is, but I just didn't realize it until he spoke the other day.
Yeah, this isn't FED, Neil.
Yeah,
this is
different guy.
This is 24/7 Neil.
Okay, well, either Neil. I'm sorry that I didn't call you Neil and I called you Nell.
I think he's okay as long as you'll call him late for dinner.
That's right.
How is the Earth flat?
Yes.
Because it's observably flat, measurably flat, practically used as flat, and you can demonstrate its flatness.
What do you mean? Is it flat like a pancake?
No, it's flatter. It's actually flatter than a pancake.
Flatter than a pancake.
Wouldn't you fall off the Earth then?
Never fallen off the floor before? How do you fall off a lake?
Yeah, like right here, my floor is flat. Ooh, I fell off my floor.
Are you floating now, Grit? Are you floating?
Have you found the other land?
It's like, whoa, hold on. I'm holding onto my chair. The Earth is tilting. I'm tilting away from the sun right now. It's starting to set.
Yes,
Hold on.
only in reality you can fall to the floor. You can fall to the floor. Yes, you never. Have,
Fall off
have
the
you guys
floor.
ever
Can
felt
you
it?
fall back onto the floor if you fall off of it?
You fall on the floor, don't you?
See, this
Or
guy,
in the water.
this guy's
Go ahead.
smart. At least he's holding his microphone the right way. Earlier today, we had globalists who had their microphone the wrong way, so they were spinning away from their microphone faster than the speed of sound, so they couldn't
Do you have any
transmute.
proof that the Earth is flat?
We, Mosheri. We
Your
Mosheri.
microphone works, dude. That's proof.
What?
Nej, nej, fuck hittar den servern.
What did you say?
Wow, we got
English only,
going
guys.
out. They make each other talk. Did you notice that?
Like a puppet.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Do you guys know what water is?
My.
Yes, I know.
This might be a tough one for him.
Yeah, you tell him.
So
Go
the surface
slow.
of water.
Go slow, please, because I got a
so the-
graphic that's going to go with you.
Yeah, describe what water is in like 2 sentences or less.
Just particularly the surface of it when it's at rest. When it's calm, when a body of water is calm, what's the surface? Describe the surface.
Soft.
Damn, he's crashing out.
Did he say soft?
Yeah, he crashed out.
Wow. We're just fucking these guys up, aren't we? With questions and
I can
telling
swim
them.
in the water.
It was like some Lotherderm or whatever. He like, oh, look at this. Let me take a... And then incoherent giggling. Dude, lay off the nitrous. Lay off the nitrous. You can...
Yeah. And it may feel that way, like if you poke your finger in it, but if you fell into it from like a diving board, right?
We got another
It's not going to feel so soft,
clown.
right?
But how could do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yes, dude, we
Yeah, I was
told
just
you
trying to give you some.
observations.
Have you-
Observations.
I was just trying to give you some, but you weren't following along. You weren't following along. Like
So
the
the
surface of liquid. How about the surface of liquid? I need you to describe the surface of liquid at rest. It's geometric quality, not its how it feels.
It's soft.
Oh, soft. It's not fuzzy. Can you comb it? Can you comb it? Can you style it?
No.
It's
So
soft
the water in your cup. So let's say the water in your cup, okay? So you let it calm down, right? It's not moving around. Is the surface flat?
Do you have hard or soft water in your house?
The surface is flat, right? Yeah, he agreed. Yeah, it's flat.
Oh, okay.
So
Good.
you want to put
Like
in
the
a
picture I
bathtub.
drew you of the jar with the water? That's just a drawing. Is that what it looks
Right,
like?
there you go. Scale it up. Let's scale it up to a bathtub. Calm bathtub full of water. Is that surface flat?
Yes.
Yes. What about in a pond? Flat?
Yes.
What about a lake? Flat?
Yes.
Okay. I think you're getting the picture now, right?
Yeah, but how have you?
Did he just say
Have
hi?
you gone around the world and measured it to see that it's flat? Answer me.
No.
YouTube listeners probably just having a field day with you guys.
Why is it so quiet? Oh, the red one. Not fully up.
Who's the globe believer? Which person were you talking to?
I think it was on Ozenslayer.
Oh, the little kitty.
And Cosmo. Both of them. They sound the same, don't they? That's why Rick and I said puppets.
Right.
When one talks, the other tries to talk at the same time. It's just a weird thing.
Yeah, well, now would be a good time to talk. Do you have another question there, guys?
Show me proof.
Hello, can I speak? Shut up, Cosmo.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, because Cosmo said, show me proof, and then the cat started talking.
Can you take a spaceship and go to space and take a picture? It's flat. I want to see it from you.
Well, actually, it's your claim. So how about you take a spaceship, you take a photo, and bring it back and show everyone?
Yeah, please.
Would your photo?
Awesome.
Would that photo be flat or matte?
Come on, guys. They were replying to Marymon. She was asking a question, and they replied, let her. I'm sorry, Dandelion.
Either one's good. Either one's good. Yeah, yeah.
How are you? Good to hear you.
Yeah, you too. I don't know. What did you want to know? If you can go to space, there's no evidence that fictional fairy tale science fiction world that they claim is a near vacuum exists.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no, he agrees. Look at that. Oh, it took 10 seconds.
I don't think this space actually exists.
Good. Well, we got something in common then. Yeah.
But I don't really know if the Earth is flat. I think it's a physical dimension. Like we can't comprehend if it's flat and has edges. It's a physical realm.
It's not necessary for you to understand everything about the Earth, how far it extends, exactly its shape, as you might say. It's just necessary to discard the globe model and then treat reality the way it presents itself once you realize that the sources that are claiming to be authoritative, claiming to be scientific, actually are not, that they're using pseudoscience and more of a religious belief type of mentality to try to push this fake globe model on people. Then you can start, using empirical tests to determine all aspects of your reality. But the overall shape of the Earth, like from a wide point of view, is really unnecessary for your day-to-day maintenance, and it's not really possible to determine it. So don't even bother. Once you discarded the globe, then you don't have to explain everything. Just explaining that's, believe me, enough of a job.
Yeah. Unemployed final boss.
Pardon? I'm glad you found it amusing. I couldn't understand what you said. So would you like to repeat it, or is it not worth repeating?
It was a meme. I said unemployed final boss.
You can't even get to the end of your joke if it's an install. I don't know. Did you say something about unemployed?
I'm telling everyone here, unemployed final boss.
Nope, I can verifiably tell you that is. I have falsified your statement with only myself, and I also know many others. But yeah, I just got done with work. It was a long day. I'm glad it's the weekend. I don't know what you want from us there.
I respect you, but those others.
No. Okay, this is not even. It doesn't even have anything. That doesn't even have anything to do with the debate. Whether people have a job or not is irrelevant to the facts at hand that we're discussing, which is the lack of a globe.
Yeah.
Maybe we should try Cosmo. That your buddy can't seem to get through a sentence there, Cosmo.
Do you have any pictures of the Earth is flat?
Yes. Do I have proof? Is that the question? Yeah, I mean, in my mind, there's so many ways to. It's not a matter of proof. It's a matter of disproving the globe model, which can easily be done. I'll even, just for you, Cosmo, I'll even walk over to the computer because I think I have the page saved that I wanted to show when we were doing a ladies' night the other night, but then the page was taken down. But then Indio showed me how to get to it through the Wayback Machine. So it's a list of a large number of long-distance observations. So, Cosmo, are you able to go to the text chat there in this channel? Hello?
I'm from the phone. I can't.
You click on that little speech bubble. You see the camera, microphone, and there's a speech bubble. It's like a cartoon speech bubble down there at the bottom. You see that?
I don't know how to do that through the phone.
Tryck på fucking bredvid röda knapp.
English. I told you already, English.
English is a Jewish language.
Speak English.
Jewish.
It's a Jewish language.
Are you both in the same room?
No, he's my cousin too.
They're holding each other's hands right now.
I just wondered because I thought he could show him how to get to the chat.
Du vet när man lämnar.
But, well, Osin, the kitten, you're able to get to the chat?
Yeah, I can. But Cosmo, he's little behind.
Okay, well then I will put it in there, and then you could copy the link and you could send it to Cosmo.
Yeah,
I see it now.
Oh, good. It popped up for you. Okay, so if you click on that link, this is a sampling of the observations. Each one of these would be impossible on a globe of dimensions claimed. So if you scroll down there, and this is, like I said, just a sampling. There's many more. There's also the laser tests are in there, and it's explained there. If you look, did you open the chart?
Yeah, I did open. I can see the distances from Barcelona to Mallorca, for example.
Yeah, there you go. 112 miles distance. The observer height in this particular case was 753 feet. The target height was 4,305 feet. Globe predicted horizon distance 32.4 miles. Globe predicted hidden by horizon 4,218 feet. So meaning in each one of these cases, I mean, you can read each one of those. What the globe is predicting should be hidden by the horizon is not actually hidden by the horizon. So how many
kilometers?
Yeah, I believe, I know that. But
how many kilometers?
But Cosmo, he's a globe earther. Cosmo. He's a globe earther. So you have to teach him.
How many kilometers is it from one side of the earth to the other?
I see. So the cat knows the globe's wrong, and Cosmo does not know. Is that what we got here? So did you bring Cosmo so he could get some help?
He actually showed me his server. Cool. I know like a lot.
Oh God, this troll is so bad.
Yeah, but you know. Yeah, I mean, he was kind of insulting there earlier with the ad hom, but you know, I'm willing to give him, you know, another chance. That's one strike. I don't know, as long as he's willing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? If they say, "Oh, you're all unemployed."
Oh my God! It's a general meme for like flat earthers and people like who think too much. I just had to say it.
Oh, think too much. Now that part I can agree with. We might think just a little bit too much for our own health, but you might want to think a little more. That'd be cool. Like, for example, doesn't it not disturb you that according to the model, none of these objects should be seen in the distance, but We actually can see them.
It doesn't disturb me. I know the government lies. It's just the unknown that I want to know.
If the Earth is flat, do you believe in the stars?
Cosmo, there's no reason for me to have to believe or not believe. I look up in the sky and I see the stars. In fact, Cosmo, the stars, I mean, it's an interesting thing. It's often the case when we talk about the geometry, actual measurements, verified observations, such as the laser test, where the laser hits a target at a distance that it should not be hidden because the target should be hidden behind this imaginary Earth curve. But nonetheless, globe believers love to look in the stars, and I totally agree with you. You know, for many, many centuries, people have used the stars to navigate. They worked perfectly well. They use equipment to measure angles to the stars, where they use the surface of the Earth as flat and stationary. The only reason any of this works is because we are on a flat plane where the stars rotate ahead just as they appear. In fact, you might revolutionize your worldview if you realize that the things that you observe to be happening, such as the moon moving across the sky, the sun moving across the sky, the stars moving around the sky, are all appearing to do that because that's exactly what they're doing.
You sound like Patricia Steer, actually.
I've been accused of that before.
Can I ask you something? Are the stars physical? Like, are they just like energies in like another dimension that like control our world? Like Saturn, it gives like time.
Unless you're going to tell me how to pronounce your name. How do you pronounce that name?
You just call me Esoteric Cat.
Esoteric Cat. I like that. That's pretty good. You should change your name to that. Esoteric Cat. I do not know what the stars are because unlike the observations I just mentioned that can be done and verified on Earth, I cannot go to the star and I could view them through a telescope, and people have done different things to like find out about the light, you know, like the light quality of the moon and how it's different than the light quality of the sun and so on. I mean, there are some experiments you can do on Earth, but I'm certainly not going to sit here and tell you that I think I know what the stars are.
Have you viewed them with